objective lead. And
oh my God!
They get their way on the leave, and they find the pick that they needed. A massive shutdown goes the way of LGD.
That's Baron!
That's Baron buff to them. That's the whole gold lead erased in an instant. One mistake from leave, one trigger pull from Hung, and LGD get themselves right back into it.
I wish we could zoom in on Lee's character portrait. He has Flash still available. And now EDG, all of the gold, the shutdown going over to LGD. Xiaohao with the steal.
Going in for it, not going to find it. Double knockup comes through from Crisp, and this fight is gonna go from bad to worse for EDG. ZDZ trying to cut through him with the
without some big tools, at least in the Weaver's Wall and the heals being burned by Perukia, as well as that Flash.
And Wembo's ending the game.
Up and, yeah, you have to deal with the Yorick at some point, and they're just going to pull the Baron and do it now. Oh,
ZDZ's recall. He has to teleport into this. Baron's at 5,000.
Oh, Temper Fate comes in on Xiaohao. They want to try to burn the Baron while he's gone. It's going to be enough. That's going to be the Baron gone. And now it's going to be Wenbo pushing it for the game while EDG get collapsed on by the other 4 members of BLG. One big kit onto him. Maybe they get the catch out there. Depth charge coming through. They have damage back. Shun's getting low, but Xiaohao finds the hit there. Wenbo's still trying to end the game. Is EDG going to have enough left to give? And Wenbo gets the solo bolo, and Wenbo's going to finish the game. The Yorick comes from death itself and finds BLG a 1 game in this series. 1-1, we're going to 3.
He reads to me right now. We were seeing Wenbo not being able to really set up. They're going to try to long chase onto ZDZ. He has Flash if he needs it.
Oh, he just says, bring it, bro.
Oh!
He just takes him down, looking for the 1 and 2. He's going to find it. ZDZ said, come again, bro. People.
It is the Wild Wild West, Marcel.
Oh, they're actually going to make a play on the YCX here. A wall bang comes through onto Fengyue. Fengyue gets dragged back in. He's going to have to do something to get himself out as he gets impaled through. 4-man knockup, and he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, he finally dies, but that means NIP have already won the fight when all of the focus goes to the support. Shear's trying to make a hero play, but he just gets put down in the dirt. The yellow card comes through. The FPX emote comes up. A trick.
Oh, in goes a flash. Tarzan looking for the backline, finds the cease and assist on Nagala, and Shanks is there to follow it up. It's a double kill for the Silas, and Xiaoshu's not able to do enough on the backline. A triple kill for Shanks. 2 members still up. A quadra kill. They're gonna give it over. A pentakill. It is week 2 of the 2026 LPL Split 3 regular season, and more incredible matchups are coming your way over the next 5 days. We've gone from Shenzhen to Shanghai, and we're going to be in IG's home arena for the next 5 days, starting off with a doubleheader today. First matchup being Top Esports against Anyone's Legend, two teams that have a lot of things to look forward to if their seasons continue to go the right way. Welcome, everybody, to the Caster Desk. My name is Grapes, joined alongside K-Man for the very first time this split. K-Man, excited to get into this one because these are two teams that we definitely have some high expectations for.
I am very excited for this one, Grapes. I cannot wait to see these two teams go head-to-head. Both of them, I think, have had good starts to the split, but this is really the matchup for both of them that I think is going to determine whether or not they can continue to grow. We can see in the standings, yes, BLG are still the team to beat, still the favorites here in the LPL, but right below them, it's Top Esports, it's Anyone's Legend. They've absolutely been the team so far that are putting up the best fight, and I'm curious to see who's going to come out on top tonight.
Yep, some potentially surprising results after that first week, most notably JD Gaming dropping their first 2 series of the year, including one to Thunder Talk earlier in the week. Hopefully for them, they can turn things around, but it leaves just these two teams, TES and AL, kind of contending with each other for being that team that could potentially contend with BLG in the regular season standings as we get closer, to playoffs, play-ins, and the like. And so for both of these two teams, this first matchup of what could be the two that are going to happen here in this double round robin is going to be very important to get your season off on the right foot.
For sure. I mean, this is a big confidence builder. This, to me, is the match of the week in terms of, outcome and who's really going to be able to, skyrocket their own momentum and their own ability to continue to succeed after this. This is really a huge matchup for both of these teams that they kind of have to win in order to really cement themselves as one of the upper tier teams, not just in the LPL, like a team that could make the finals or anything like that, but a team that might get to, make a playoff run and, make their way further along into some international competition.
Definitely on both of their minds as we get forward into this final split of 2026. Let's start off by talking about Top Esports, getting into the swing of things here. They've been pretty dominant so far, 2-0. Of course, they swept WE in their first series and then had a little bit of a closer call in their second, but I think overall things looking pretty promising, especially with the new support joining the team.
Look, the Top Esports PR, it's not as strong as it's been in years past, or, even in years past, it's not always been the strongest, but this is certainly a team that is still finding a ton of success. Yes, you can talk about some critiques when it comes to the way that they've played some of their early games especially, but they are very good at closing out games. Their carries are in an unbelievable spot right now. They're outputting a ridiculous amount of damage. If they can start to come around on some of the little things that they've been struggling on, I think this team is going to be just fine. Yeah,
of course, your MSI representatives don't have to talk about necessarily what happened at that event, but they were a top 2 team in the LPL last split. However, they kind of have had a boogeyman in a sense in the LPL this year, and that's Anyone's Legend, the team that they're playing up against today. Of course, it is a bit surprising to see these two teams have not faced off in a best of 5 this season just yet, K-Man, but overall, the record very much leans AL's way.
I mean, that's the thing. After last year, when it felt like these two teams could not, escape each other in best of 5s in major moments, it's strange that they have yet to come across each other at any point in the playoffs, but we've definitely seen AL get the better of Top Esports. Let's not forget that in split number 1, AL was the number 1 seed coming out of the regular season. This was a team that was on fire until that meta shift that ended up happening. Top Esports obviously kind of regaining some of that control as we got into split 2, but even then they split 2-2 across that regular season as well. This has been a very competitive matchup between these two teams, and it really goes to show that both of them have a pretty good matchup into each other.
Yeah, I mean, Anyone's Legend won, of course, that split 1, the Demacia Cup final between these two teams. One of our first broadcasts here on LPL English, and then the split 1 final where TES ended up winning that split and going to first stand. Then they played against each other in best of 5s a number of times throughout the remainder of that 2025 season. Have a feeling that might happen again if these two teams continue to play the way that they have been playing. But Top Esports has really been on the up and up as of late compared to what Anyone's Legend has been at the very least. And a large part of that has been their mid laner Cream, who is looking like one of the best players that we have in the league at this point, K-Man.
Look, you can critique Top Esports for a lot of things. Cream is absolutely not one of the things you can critique. He is on fire right now. This has been the best year of his entire career in terms of the consistency and even the highs that we're seeing. It's not just the Assassins anymore, although the Assassins have been massive for him at the start of this split. It's everything around the board. His DPM of 823 is by far and away the highest of any mid laner in the entire league. That includes Knight right now in the mid lane. He is just crushing all of his lane matchups. He's sacrificing resources in the early game to skirmish heavier, and that's why his gold difference of 15 might not be astounding, but his KP is incredibly high, his DPM is incredibly high. This guy is making a massive impact on Top Esports game.
Yeah, you and me have been pretty high on Cream going into this series just from our discussions earlier today. That damage per minute number leads all mid laners here in the LPL early on in the regular season. That includes, of course, players like Knight, like Hongq, the players that Cream has been compared to throughout a lot of this season. But so far, he has been one of the top performers going up against Shanks here today in the mid lane. But let's take a look at the opponents in general that Top Esports will be facing today, and that is anyone's Legend. Again, surprising for them, have not made it to an international yet this year. They're looking to change that, and they have made a big change, solidifying Breathe as their starting top laner.
Breathe full-time now on the top side, as we've learned a little bit today, but I think a big development for AL has been a lot of the changes that they've made in their mentality. Players like Tarzan and Shanks have been able to step up a lot more consistently, and I think this mage bot lane meta really helps them in a lot of key ways. It feels like they're so much more comfortable, and again, this team has been good this year. They've just not been able to piece it together to get themselves into the top 2 to make an international tournament. This could absolutely be the time for them to turn that around.
A lot of that potentially has to do with just the way that the team has been playing as a unit together and what exactly, works for them. I think all of these players have had their individual strengths over this last year, but potentially with Flandre and Hope not doing well enough in the early game on both sides of the map, felt like to me that anyone's Legend needed to make some sort of change. It looks like the decision was Flandre on the top lane, and it kind of goes into what these two team or what this team has been doing so far to get to 2-1 in the standings. It's been a lot about this roaming support play style, K-Man, and I know you wanted to present this as a bit of a demonstration as to what this team has been doing so far.
Look, Hope, I'm really sorry. I understand you probably liked this meta where you got played for in the 2v2, unlike what it had happened on, AL last year, on WE when he was on that team, or even going back to the JDG era. He had never been a strong side ADC. He got a glimpse of it at the start of this year, but I think Tarzan, I think Shanks, they're going to be a lot happier with maybe the way that the meta has developed. We're looking at Camille, we're looking at Pyke, we're looking at Shen, we're looking at all these roamers in the early game, and I can see Kyle salivating. His mouth is watering at the opportunity to get to play so many of these champions. They get to roam and create action across the map. When AL was at their best last year, able to dominate the league, it was because Kyle was this massive roamer, and him and Tarzan were constantly linking up. They're in a much better spot to do that here in Split 3 than they ever were in Split 2.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about players, or teams, I should say, that the meta currently favors. I think anyone's Legend certainly towards the top of that list. Being a bot laner is a pretty sad existence at this point in the current state of things, right? You kind of don't get a lot of resources. You get put behind a lot of the time as your support goes to other areas, but I think that really is going to benefit anyone's Legend, especially as they continue to acclimate with having Breathe on their team. Somebody who can play a little bit more of that strong side play style. Kyle can not only impact the mid-jungle, but also the top lane. I think there is a lot that AL can still accomplish given the way that the meta currently is shaped. Of course, it's going to have to come down to how they have included Breathe in their playstyle so far, because at this point in the year, it has not looked that different than what they have had with Flandre.
That's honestly the thing for me, and it's something we're going to talk about in just a bit here, but Breathe was brought on, in my opinion, to be more of a strong side top laner for this roster. Flandre now officially gone, as we have learned earlier today. He's not even a potential reintroduction option for AL. They have completely moved on from him on the top side. He is likely going to a different destination, as we've heard a lot of rumors for, but at least for now, Breathe is the full-time starter for AL, and to me, when I think of the differences between Flandre and Breathe, the identity shift that is going to be happening on the top side, it's going from a more tank-oriented player to somebody that wants to play more strong side, side. But when you look at the stats, Breathe so far this split is last of all top laners in DPM. He's not very high in terms of KP. His KDA looks pretty good. His laning's been okay, but he's mostly been put on that same tank duty that Flandre was on at the beginning part of the year, and that's a role that I think he's going to be weaker in than Flandre was for this team. If they really want to unlock the top side as much as they probably need to with this Breathe, switch coming in, then they probably need to start investing a lot more resources into making sure he can be a big part of their early game alongside Tarzan and Shanks.
Yeah, I think since Flandre has entered the LPL, he's always been a player that has said, I'm going to do things my way, right? It's the Flandre style of play where you pick some unique counter picks. Maybe you go down a little bit in CS, but you just become a really exceptional team fighter. Nobody's going to be able to do that better than Flandre himself. And so for Breathe, coming into this team, going to have to find a way to be a little bit more on that strong side. Going to have an interesting matchup today against Weyan as well, who has had his ups and downs throughout this split, but I think overall is still considered to be one of the very legitimate carry players that we have here in the league.
I mean, that's the thing. We had that head-to-head. Zweyan's actually been really good at the start of this split. The series that they played against WE, he had a massive Ambessa game where he was up like 4,000 gold at 12 minutes, like something disgusting where he was just obliterating that matchup. I understand that he didn't have a very good MSI and that there are real questions about his versatility as a player. When it comes to his ability to take advantage of good matchups, he's one of the scarier top laners in the league right now in terms of aggression in the early parts of the game. This is a big test for Breathe. He's not exactly had the best performances consistently, in my opinion, at the start of this split. This is going to need to be a really big showcase of what he can do for this team.
Perhaps this extra little break has given them a little bit more time to fully realize what exactly you want to do with this roster. It seemed, according to some of the rumors, that there was a lot of confusion and maybe differing thoughts about what this AL roster actually was going to look like compared to what the upper management thought, some of the players thought. Perhaps now everybody is now on the same page, and that can result in them potentially looking a little bit better in the weeks to come. We are, of course, in our brand new IG Arena in Shanghai for this entire week of games, getting ready for the walkouts between Top Esports and Anyone's Legend. Should be a really fun time getting back into kind of the home grounds here of the LPL as we travel throughout China throughout this 5-week regular season.
I'm just excited that we finally get to see this arena. I've been hyped up on it for so long, and I cannot wait to see just the hype that I think is going to come with the fan base and the crowd that's going to be here. That's really exciting, and I'm serious, Grapes. We could not have asked for a better matchup, I think, to kick this entire stadium off. This is a massive, massive series between these two teams. I called it the series of the week a little bit earlier. I really do believe that. We are looking at two teams that, we can talk about BLG being the favorite. This is likely for second best team in the LPL. Like, this is absolutely a matchup between two teams that are looking for that. I think there's going to be a lot of excitement, a lot of fan support. I'm hoping this arena is going to be very, very loud, and I think we're probably going to be living up to that here.
And who knows, with some of the inconsistencies in the roster construction that BLG have been facing, maybe there is a little bit of an opening as we get forward. Obviously, Anyone's Legend was not able to get over that hump just a couple of days ago, but still anyone's game here in the LPL. We are still very early into this regular season as we welcome you into the arena here in Shanghai. Again, Invictus Gaming building this new building for, of course, LPL games to take place. We've got a whole week of them in here for the next 5 days. Again, a big matchup to kick things off, a rematch of multiple finals in 2025, potentially a big playoff series down the line in 2026. Let's start off with Top Esports as they come walking down the aisle here. Jackie Love at the helm. He's been a big part of this team's resurgence here in 2026.
I talked about Cream leading all mid laners by a very large margin in DPM. Jackie Love is currently averaging over 1,000 damage per minute. I mean, he is just crushing at the beginning of this split. It's absolutely disgusting what he's been able to do. So much of that is coming from a Xerath game that happened against WE. This guy's perfectly well adjusted to be able to come out and play these mages on the bot side, but he was already probably the best laning AD carry in the previous split when it was very focused on the early game. I think we're going to keep getting some good Jackie Love performances here.
And then Anyone's Legend, maybe not as centered in their initial 5-person pose, but they're going to come out all the same with a lot riding for them, I should say. Just coming off of a loss to BLG, you don't want to go down to 2-2 after starting off the season pretty strongly, all things considered. Being able to take a game or a series against a team like Top Esports with Breathe integrated onto the roster would be a really big win for them.
It would be huge. I mean, you can't really out-aura farm Top Esports. I think they've proven that at the beginning part of this year. They always seem to find a way to make these introductions as classy as possible, but you can definitely outplay them on the Rift. That has already been shown to be the case. AL has kind of had their number despite TES finding so much success at the beginning of this year. I'll be curious to see that now that the meta is even more in their favor than it was when they were beating them originally, if they're going to be able to keep that up.
Getting ready for draft of game number 1, and you know, a lot of things have kind of shifted in the meta. Obviously, we have Locke entering the meta, not necessarily the strongest so far here in the LPL, but we definitely do believe it is going to be a high priority pick, especially between these two mid laners. I'm very curious though, K-Man, of your thoughts specifically about the bot lane position, or just like the bot lane in general, right? Because for Top Esports, they are bringing in Zhuo, a very new support to this lineup, and he's had his ups and downs in terms of success this split. Meanwhile, Kyle has been a big driver as to how AL are able to pick up wins of their own.
Look, Zhuo's not exactly hit the ground running on Top Esports, despite the fact that the team has had a lot of success. The Camille, in particular, has looked very suspect in terms of his execution on the champion. I think he's looked a lot more comfortable playing things like the Karma, even if they've not been, dominant in the same kind of way. I'm curious to see the direction that they want to go. It is very clear that Jackie Love can play basically anything you want on the bottom side. He's had success on the mages, on things like Xerath. The Victor game wasn't quite as good for him, but I think he's still going to be fine there. Or he can go to the AD carries, as we know. Gives you more options to basically say, Zhuo, what are you comfortable with? What do you want to play? Do you want to play these poke lanes? Do you want to roam around and play support? Jackie Love can kind of fill into whatever role you need, whereas Kyle is going to be more of the actual focal point of AL's draft. I imagine things like Camille, if they're not banned, are going to be picked pretty early on. Same thing for the Leona. That's been a big pick for AL so far.
I feel like when AL was really at their peak last year, Kyle was drawing a lot of comparisons to a player like Keria over in the LCK, of his ability to impact all areas of the map. Things like his Bard, equally as feared in the LPL as Keria's is in the LCK. And now he just has even more options to go than just that champion, right? You have the Shen, you have the Camille, even other things like that can go around like Pyke to roam around, impact other areas that, specifically the mid jungle for anyone's legend is going to always be a big focal point for them. That is certainly going to be an exciting part of this pick ban phase. Of course, you also have, all of the mage extravaganza, all the flex pick action here. I think Jackie Love and Hope both have a couple of mages in their back pocket. I don't know how much further we're going to get than that, where we start to see things like the Akali, the Bruisers, a Malphite bot lane come in there, but who knows at this point here in this current state of the meta.
Look, I've seen what Akali bot looks like. I'm out. I don't think that's maybe the one that I'm looking for. I understand the side lane priority. You can get there, take advantage of some of the other mages. Let's put the Victor in the bag. Let's put the Mel in the bag and just play these more standard mages down on the bot side. I think we're going to find more consistency there. Syndra, a pick that we haven't brought up. Syndra is the strongest mage in the game right now, and it's very flexible. Neither of these teams have really gotten a chance to play it a ton, and curious to see what happens if that is led through.
Yeah, definitely something both mid laners can play. Jackie Love had his Syndra days, as did Hope, back when they were, making their way up here in the LPL as we get ready for pick and ban. Top Esports, first pick, AL opting for blue side in our right of first selection game. Looks like the Cassiopeia going to be locked in first.
This is a massive takeaway from Shanks, who has basically spammed Cass every game he possibly can so far this split. It's actually the first series that they're going to get a chance to play where he has not played Cassiopeia, so pretty big pick there. It's immediately going to be the Victor lock-in as well. Both of these champions are flexible. They're going to pair it with the Jarvan, the best jungler in the game right now, at least in terms of consistency, but early picking these mages opens up so many more options because, again, both of these bot laners absolutely can play them.
One of the big priorities when you lock in a mage into the bot lane is to make sure your top side does have a decent amount of physical damage. So the Jarvan, a good start for that on anyone's legend side. You'd imagine Top Esports would respond in a similar way, unless they just want to go for the OP pick in the lock. It looks like instead they're going to opt right now for Tian's Lee Sin, always a strong pick. And we'll see what exactly they want to finish off their first rotation with.
Lee Sin is just so strong right now in the meta. I think we saw at MSI the real power of this champion if piloted by a good player, and Lee Sin has always been one of the primary counters to Jarvan. The Cataclysm doesn't matter to you at all because you can dash right out of it, and your early pressure actually makes it really hard for Jarvan to snowball and scale in the way that he really wants to, especially pairing that up with something like Jace. If you have the scaling threat in Cassio, whether it's mid or bot lane, you're in a kind of scary spot as AL. They're going to answer with the Shen. This is the proactivity that we wanted from Kyle. Shen on top of a Jarvan engaging is going to be very dangerous to deal with. It keeps the option for Victor bot open because Victor is so self-sustaining in the 1v1 or the 2v1 if need be. But, you know, I really like the start to the draft for Top Esports personally.
I think one of the biggest things about about Cream locking in this Jace here on B3 is just the fact that it is a very flexible pick as well. Probably not expecting it to go into the jungle with the Lee Sin already picked up, but it still can go into either solo lane. Also could theoretically go towards the bottom lane. Still a lot of things for AL to think about as we enter this second phase of the draft. Currently, we see the Olaf taken away from Breathe. We're expecting Kyle to play that Shen, although maybe if Flandre was still on the team, he could have some flex power there too.
It's interesting to see if they want to go for this like hard counter pick style. Again, AL will have the counter pick in this one. If they want to leave that for top lane and, you know, really lock in whether or not Jace is going to be going up there, that could be an interesting kind of change of pace. Either that, or you can just lock in a tank, which I think is, in my opinion, the best case scenario here for AL. Curious to see if they're scared of that possibility or if they just want to take away these more aggressive options like potentially the Yorick as well that can pull apart the Jace in a side lane. It's going to be the Rumble. Still very strong. It's gotten nerfed quite a bit, but definitely worth taking off the board.
Now it's up to anyone's legend. Things like the Malphite traditional counters into Jace, as is the Yorick here for Breathe. Talked about him being on an island a decent amount in this first week, and if they're going to try to continue that style, it's not the worst thing for them to do.
Yeah, I think the Yorick is great here. I think it plays into AL style where they kind of want to leave him on that island, let him do his own thing. You can play around him a little bit more because of the Shen ultimate, so if he does get collapsed upon, there are ways to be able to counter that. On top of that, if Victor, Jarvan want to start team fights, you can actually create a lot of pressure with this Yorick that is basically unmatchable by the Jace later on in the game, so overall, you know, find it to be a good pick here. We'll see what Top Esports want to round things out with. It is going to be the Alistar lock-in. This is going to be the big question. Are we flexing the Cassio bot lane? Are we sending it mid lane? Is Jace going mid lane and we're picking top lane here? There are still so many things that could be left to be answered for Top Esports.
This last pick, of course, could be a lot of different positions still as we await for what this could be. It is going to be a Ryze selection, so just going to go towards Cream likely in the mid lane, and we are expecting to see Jackie Love on this Cassio down bottom.
I'm going to assume that this is Ryze mid lane and it's Jace top. There is a world where this is Ryze top, Jace mid, Cassio bot. I don't think that's going to be the case, but, you know, you never really know. Ryze plus Lee Sin is incredibly dangerous. Ryze plus Cassio is also very scary in the later part of the game, but outside of Jace, you really have no range to play into. This Victor is going to be a little bit scarier in teamfights if you don't get a massive early game lead. Curious to see what gets to be the answer here, and it is going to be the Galio, so double mages in the bot lane just as we predicted.
Victor versus likely Cassio down there as we wrap up our draft of game number 1. Still some flexibility options, as you mentioned. Clock has to go down to 20 seconds, but you seem pretty confident in that being the full lineup, and it looks like that is what they're leaning towards.
I think it would be more shocking if they went a different direction than this. I think specifically the Galio and the Ryze both want to roam. You can do that the best out of the mid lane position, but generally I'm looking at both of these comps and I'm seeing a massive mid game spike for Lee Sin plus Ryze once he hits that 2-item power spike and starts to get those stacking items online. Jace is very scary. If they can get a big lead during that phase of the game, I think it's going to be hard to be able to fight back despite their lack of range. However, I think if you can get into a spot where AL can control the side lanes a little bit more, I mean, you have Yorick plus Galio plus Shen. You have so many different ways to be able to play the map and the macro game a little bit better. It's going to be a fun game if AL can control it.
All going to go down to that jungle support synergy. Once again, for anyone's legend, Tarzan and Kyle have a lot to do in this early game if they want to try to prevent this late game scaling that Top Esports really has with this Ryze, the Cassio, even the Jace up in the top lane. AL want to play a little bit more chaotic. They want to split up the map. They want to skirmish a little bit more, specifically with Breathe playing this Yorick. Again, this new top laner for anyone's legend, confirmed now to fully be the starter for the time being, with Flandre officially leaving the squad. Look a little bit better than he did in week 1 as we get ready for game 1 of anyone's legend and Top Esports, kicking things off in week 2 in Shanghai.
The AL fans are showing out for us Grapes. They have absolutely shown up here today. They're definitely winning the fan support battle, which I think is very, very cool. I think AL's got a lot to cheer for at the start of this split. Don't exactly love their game 1 draft. I think the lack of damage is definitely going to be a little bit scary, but again, they've definitely got some tools in a side lane. They're going to need to make sure they can survive this early game, though, as we get a look at Top Esports at least starting off some of these lanes pretty well.
Yeah, see current pushing in for Zoyan on the Jace into the York. And typically in this matchup, the first couple of levels, a little bit tougher here for the melee champion against the pseudo-ranged Jace, but then once you hit level 3, level 5, get a couple extra points in your queue and the ability to lock this Jace into the cage, that's where things get a little bit more dicey for Zoyan specifically. So he's going to have to make advantage of this early game. He wants to try to snowball that lead. Snowballing would be very beneficial here for Top Esports given how much they scale in this composition, and so it'd be really big for TN to get active on the map early.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so curious to see an opposite side start here, because Lee Sin is going to be pathing towards that bot side with the Cassio Alistair. It's going to be a much more difficult lane to actually try and protect in this instance. It's just going to be a pretty passive early game, I think, from both of these junglers, unless there's a massive mistake on the top side, but no mistake made. The Jace is just going to back, take his small little CS lead early on, be able to pick up his tier, and continue on throughout the rest of this early laning phase. Should be relatively standard for both of these teams as we start to get closer and closer to level 3, and we can see Jackie Love and Cream, they've definitely been together a long time, and it's not just that they've been together, they are carrying this team right now. They've both been great at the start of the split. We'll see if they can step up here today.
Wow, 300th total game, and that doesn't even include split 1, obviously, where Jackie Love took a bit of time off. Now returning here to the squad, and ever since Cream has joined Top Esports, it has kind of been the same story, right? A lot of international appearances, not a ton of international success. However, with Cream playing the way that he has been playing, Top Esports are hoping that this is the year potentially for Worlds where things change. TN currently level 4, taking that Scuttle Crab in the bottom side, and maybe looking for a gank mid. It looks like Shanks knows better and is going to take a reset at this stage.
Yeah, we'll see if TN overextends here. Should be able to just hop his way out, even with Tarzan in the area, just ships passing in the night in the jungle as he's going to go farm his Raptors. Is going to have a ward on top of him for this, but generally a neutral start for Jarvan versus a Lee Sin is going to be considered pretty positive in these early couple of levels. Once this dragon spawns in 1 minute, and especially once these grubs spawn in about 4 minutes, that's when we're really going to get a good idea of where these teams want to put their priority in the early game, but at least for now, things going pretty well as we get a small trade on the bot side.
Joe headbutts his way out of the gravity well to make sure he does not get stunned. Looks like just some trading back and forth here. Anyone's Legend finally getting a bit of an opportunity to push in the bottom lane, and this will leave Kyle with his first opportunity to try to make a roam somewhere on the map.
I mean, that's what you want. You want to get this Shen active as quickly as possible. Kyle, we highlighted it in the pre-show. He has been so aggressive in terms of these level 3 and level 4 roams. I don't have the numbers in front of me because of the lack of tracking that we have for the LPL, but he's got to hit level 6 later than almost any other player in the world on average. It's just insane how willing he is, I think, to give over a lot of that tempo in the early game to make sure the map is under control. This is a very macro-oriented comp for AL. This is the kind of stuff they were succeeding on last year. I am worried a bit about what their damage looks like if Hope is not in a dominant position, but Kyle can get moving around the map early on. I think that's going to be a good thing.
Looks like so far it really has just been the 2v2 down there in the bot lane, which is not necessarily what we expected, but now with Kyle taking his first reset, a chance for him to make some plays across the map. You can see him already headed up mid as Zhuo is there first, 5-minute mark. Level 6 now hit by both of these top laners as they're skirmishing just a tad. Maiden coming out for Breathe, and that's going to force Zoyan away.
Overall, fine enough, I would say, for Breathe. You just want to neutralize this laning phase as much as you can. Of course, if you get strong on the Yorick, it's going to be kind of tough to stop this for Top Esports. I keep harping, I guess, on the fact that this team has very good macro in this game, or at least has very good macro options with the Yorick and the Galio and the Shen, but I think it's so core to the identity of AL that it's really important that these solo laners stay active in the early game. Dragon's going to be started up here by Top Esports, and it looks like it's just going to be given over with that early power coming in from the Lee and the push on the bot side.
Yeah, looks like no contest on this first dragon of the game. Tarzan more than happy to instead go for a scuttle on the top side. Should get him closer to that Cataclysm, but as you mentioned here at the start of this game, K-Man, anyone's Legend would love to get off to an explosive early game, just given the nature of their composition. I think even though they have not picked up a kill just yet, now having level 6 on both Tarzan and Shanks is going to be a good help for them to accelerate the game a bit more.
Yeah, Tarzan especially having that small level 6 advantage is kind of important because it does give him a little bit of agency right now on what he wants to do. If he just pats bot lane, it could be a little bit scary, but AL are gonna, for the most part, respect the fact that, you know, the play might not go according to plan on the bot side if that Alistar ends up playing it well, even with the Jarvan at that level 6 power spike. I think the big thing for me is a minute and a half on these grubs. That's exactly where I think a lot of the fighting is probably going to break down between these two teams. The stacking of dragons from top esports is essential towards their win condition. I'm curious to see how much they want to invest into getting that resource on the top side.
It's like just going to be pushing and backing here for Breathe, as you see Cream having some decent trades in the mid lane as well. He's up about 15 CS over Shanks in this early laning phase. Now Kyle maybe a bit out of position as the miasma comes down, forces him back away. However, perhaps a bait as Tarzan is coming in through the lane. Flash taunt, landing onto Jackie Love and the Arcane Storm coming down. Jackie forced to pop the ghost, but that is all Top Esports will be forced to burn. And it doesn't result in any kills going over just yet.
Well disengaged there by Zhuo. He needed to keep his AP carry safe there. That could have been very dangerous if the Cataclysm comes down. It's basically a doomed play, but you still have that ultimate available if you are Tarzan, so you can pretty effortlessly make your way back up to the top side here. Tien's going to be trying to steal this Gromp. See if he's going to be able to get away with this in time. Jarvan's making his way, and so is the Yorick.
Don't know if Tien's going to have enough time to finish this one off, as Tarzan has the level advantage and is just coming off of a reset with 2 extra long swords. So Tien ends up retreating, and him and Zhuo now have first pass at the grubs, which are about to spawn. Anyone's Legend certainly aware of that, as they have sent Kyle up to try and contest alongside his Jarvan.
Honestly, I'm just surprised that Tien backed away. Knowing Tien, I just figured he would flip the entire game over Grump, but he wants to flip it over Grubs instead, as he's going to start this up. This is a very dangerous fight for top esports. They're positioned okay, but AL are going to be able to get here for the most part first.
Yeah, they're going to have the early numbers. However, teleport is available on to Hope in just a couple of seconds, and that means that looks like Tien's going to back away. Just take one of those grubs and allow for Tarzan to claim the rest. You'd imagine that Breathe having push in the top lane had some impact in that as well.
Definitely the call that I would be making here. Breathe having that shove and the ability to get there first is super important on making that fight happen. Top esports in general don't feel the need to flip the game here on Grubs. Denying 1 is really good for them. Just making sure that AL's comp that's entirely centered around these side lanes doesn't get the 3 grub buff, I think is definitely all you really need. Top esports can continue to level themselves up, get more items onto their double tier carries here with Ryze and Cassiopeia, and try to wait for that second dragon to spawn.
We'll be in less than 2 minutes, but hey, this is an LPL game with no kills in the first 9. Not necessarily what we were expecting. Due to the nature of anyone's Legends composition, it looks like maybe Kyle wants to change that here onto Jackie Love, but Hope unable to do a ton at this stage. You know, the point of these mages bot lane came in is that they can just push these waves, stay alive, and then just like not have any impact. And we're kind of seeing that play across the map as the global philosophy so far in all 3 lanes.
I mean, you can think about them as basically third side laners or second side laners, depending on who your mid laner is, and that can be really valuable in a lot of instances. It means these supports don't really have to babysit for Breathe. Be a target here.
That's Wayon getting caught in the Dark Procession, which makes it difficult for Zhuo to have much of an impact up there. In the mid lane, Cream looking for Shanks, pops the Ghost, but unable to decide to go under the tower. Would have likely been a 1-for-1.
Cream is kind of styling on Shanks right now in the mid lane. I think this is a Ryze favored matchup for sure early on in the game, but he's still doing a fantastic job of punishing a lot of those advantages. Almost a 600 gold lead just off the back of his CS alone. That's really impressive, and we highlighted Cream and how relevant he's been, not only in terms of getting involved with top esports, but the amount of damage he's been able to put out more than any other mid laner on average in the entire league. He's going to be a big threat in this comp if that machine gun can get online.
Nearing that Rod of Ages completed, both him and Jackie Love going for similar builds to start this game off, just continuing to add on to the narrative of the scaling composition that top esports have. Of course, in these metas where there's no traditional marksman, sometimes, you know, difficult to figure out who outscaled. I think right now, pretty easy to tell top esports will have a good time if we get to the late game with this kind of power duo of the mages here in the Rise and Cassiopeia, and then Zweon also going for a tier item of his own.
I think that's especially true because they got that first dragon. Second dragon has spawned here. It's going to be a Hex Drake, so no Hex Soul. AL is actually in the area first. This is really important for them. They can hopefully force a fight in this and actually speed the pace of the game up.
Nobody wants to start this dragon just yet, though, but the vision currently in the hands of anyone's legend. Jackie Love has the ghost back up. Remember, it was burned a couple of minutes ago by Kael's flash. He also has his flash back up. Everybody has the opportunity to go for some sort of play with their summoner spells. It looks like that is just going to add to the caution that both teams are currently playing with. It is an even game state at this point, with anyone's legend feeling maybe a little bit anxious to get a move on.
I mean, this is such an awkward spot for both teams. Hope has completed his Blackfire, and so theoretically, he should be the strongest person at this fight. If it does end up breaking down, that Victor is going to be doing a ton of damage with the Arcane Storm. He's just going to move mid lane, try to catch this wave, and continue to scale up as much as possible. You know, I do like Top Esports scaling. I think they're going to be much stronger in the 5v5s if they break down, but Hope is the damage piece on anyone's legend, and if he can start to get more and more gold, if he can start to ramp further and further up, it's still going to be very good. Looks like Dragon has officially been started here by AL. This would be a massive get for them to stop the stacking of Top Esports if they can do it.
And they're going to do it. Tien opting instead to go for a red buff clear on his top side, and so it will be anyone's legend securing that second dragon, evening things up, and preventing an early soul stack win con for their opponents in TES. Hope now rotating over to the mid lane as Shanks has now gone bottom and using the Arcane Storm to force Cream away. Now, Top Esports control the top side of the map as their name suggests, and with that dragon take, should mean Zweon will get a good opportunity to clear a couple of plates and deny a wave from Breathe.
I can't believe one of the most exciting things to happen in the TES AL game is top lane priority, but finally, we might potentially get a fight here. Just kidding, Tien's going to take the Grump and run immediately away.
Little love tap is all that he will suffer from as Kael throws an auto attack as a bit of a deterrent for him to back away, but it's still the Grump secured. Still a little bit of gold into the hands of the TES top side of the map. It's going to help Zweon out, who has been getting bullied a little bit by Breathe here in this early game. And now we're going to start to see the musical chairs here a little bit. This is the power of that flexibility with these mage bot lanes. You can kind of rotate players in and out now that these role quests are starting to be completed in order to get people into the best possible matchups.
Triple solo lanes are pretty good to be able to have at this point in the game, but this is the power spike, in my opinion, for AL. This is the part of the game that I think they probably need to be the most active. Same thing for Top Esports. Lee Sin is very, very scary right now. You've hit the Roa, even if it's not stacked quite yet on the Rise and the Cassio. Jace is on one item. You're definitely in a spot where you're going to be able to fight in a lot of different areas. The question is, when is that actually going to pick up? The last Top Esports game I covered had 57 kills in it, and now we're sitting at 0 14 minutes in.
Yeah, what happened to that? I remember.
Yeah, bring that back.
2 kills per minute? That sounds nice right about now.
Yeah.
It's like neither team wants to play that aggressive. Again, stakes are high for what this best of 3 can hold for the regular season standings. Again, just a double round robin over 5 weeks, so we are really rapid firing this first round robin here. It's going to be teams playing 2 to 3 matches a week in order to find out their placement for the upcoming postseason, potentially getting a spot towards Worlds.
Definitely important to pick this up. I've been highlighting this a lot at the start of the split. For as much as we can go, oh, it's the start of the split, it's only week 2. There are 5 weeks of this split, as Cream is caught a little bit here, could be in a bit of danger on the Rise, is just going to pop the Ghost and just going to make his way out once again. York getting side lane pressure, but it ultimately results in nothing. 5 seconds on the Rift Herald spawning. Please tell me we're going to be able to get a fight around that objective. Hope?
Tien looking to try to make something happen here in the mid lane, but Hope just a little bit too quick with those Sorcerer shoes. Backs on out and will be able to survive. Looks like it will just be Tien making his way towards that Herald pit, but doesn't want to start it. 4 members still on the top side of the map here for anyone's legend. Tien going to spot out Kael, who is only level 6, but he pops Spirit's Refuge to give himself a little bit more defensive. So it will be Hale backing away for now, but now it will be the Rift Herald, surely, where we see a big fight break out.
Surely this is the time. Top Esports should feel comfortable to be able to step up, and AL are in a great spot to be able to control the area. I don't know, though. It looks like we might be disengaging at least a little bit. Galio has the potential to be able to ult in, but Zweon has his teleport available. This could truly be a 5v5 if it's set up properly. For now, it looks like it's just going to be AL starting up on the Herald. We'll see if the contest comes through.
It is a 5v5 if it does end up breaking out. And all members have their first item spikes completed. It looks like AL, with those spikes not being Rod of Ages, feel a little bit stronger at this point, and Top Esports feel the same way. They're starting up this Herald. Tarzan should be able to get it for free, and it will be another objective going AL's way. The trade, of course, will be this bot lane tower. Zweon was really able to bully Shanks down there in the bottom lane and give them zero opportunity to defend that tier 1 turret.
I cannot believe that the first thing to die in this game is bot lane tier 1. That is just the most shocking thing that you could possibly tell me in an LPL game. Still, here we are, 0-0 at almost 17 minutes in, and Top Esports have gotten a pretty big lead for themselves now. To be fair, almost all of that is on the back of Jace, which I think is a relevant thing to be able to point out. Jace is going to be a bit of a problem. I generally like Top Esports comp a little bit more if you're going to be taking 5v5s, but if the strategy for AL was to try to build themselves up enough of a lead to be able to get gold into priority targets, then I think they could still be in an okay spot. The problem is that their side laners are behind, and that's probably the most important part of this comp. I think TES feel comfortable with the way that this game has gone so far, and I don't think it's going to get worse for them, despite the fact that they've not gotten any kills at this point.
Yeah, I mean, right now, when you take a look at what a 5v5 looks like, a lot of the damage for AL has to come through Hope. And right now, Hope is not really in a spot where he can be that full 1v5. He's working towards that second item Rocket Belt. Now, you see a skirmish here in the enemy red buffs. It looks like it was Tarzan to secure it, and now both junglers will be duking it out just a bit. Flag and drag lands onto the Lee Sin. Meanwhile, Shanks and Cream also going for a bit of a scrap. Nobody ends up falling, but the dragon now has spawned, with AL having a health advantage up on the top side. It will be a 2v2 between the top laners and the supports, but Zhuo with a nice heal will be able to get himself away from the Dark Procession. Dragon started up here now by TES. Tien and Cream going in is Tarzan. It's a 1v2 for now, but Shanks has already arrived. Goes forward with the Justice Punch. It looks like the Stand United was not utilized, at least completely. And so it will be Top Esports going back over to the Dragons at 2,000 HP and secured by Tien. It's a 2-1 lead in that department for Top Esports. Teleports coming in, and now we will get our full-on 5v5, but it might not be the 5v5 for long, as Tien will go down to the Herald of all things, and it will be Tarzan picking up first blood. It'll be a trade 1-for-1 as Shanks went down on the other side, but it looks like AL's not done. Zweon is flashed upon by both Kyle and Tarzan, and Hope is the one to pick up the stack of cash. AL go 2-for-1 despite losing the dragon.
Very desynced fight from both of these teams, but we finally get blood in this game, Grapes. I've been waiting on this. The Herald charge in the mid lane is consequential. I don't think they're going to be able to pick up this turret, but importantly, Top Esports is able to get the dragon. I think a big win condition for them here is going to be their ability to potentially stack those dragons, as we see a play happen on the top side there. A little bit of a replay of what Kyle was doing with that Stand United in that fight, but definitely not ideal, I think, for TES. They could have played that fight a lot more synergistically. Tien felt completely disconnected from what the rest of his team was doing. Still, at the end of the day, 2-for-1 with a dragon on top, at least for Top Esports, is not too bad. As we get a replay, I mean, everything already happened before this fight ended up breaking out. Obviously, both of these teams want to make sure they can stack this. The Battle Herald is dropped. Tien flashing so early out of this fight kind of signals to me that TES want to disengage, especially because Cream is so low. The fact that you're flashing out as Tien and then re-engaging on a Herald just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Yes, you trade for the Galio 1-for-1, but Zweon's a little bit overextended in this area on the Jace. He's also disconnected from the rest of this team. This doesn't really feel like a good fight from Top Esports in general with the way that they had set it up, and now Kyle can be caught.
All right, back to the scene of the crime we go, into the Dragon Pit where Kyle is caught trying to ward, and Zweon will get his revenge, picking up his first kill of the game.
Definitely opening things up at this point. Very good collapse here for Top Esports, especially getting kills onto the Jace. I think it's going to be really important here. That's 2-item Jace. This guy's going to hit like an absolute truck right now, and he's getting even more in a side lane as he's going to be able to pick up a lot of the wave here. Breed's going to have a pretty hard time down so much gold. You know, for as much as the gold is even globally right now for TES, I think it's in the exact right spots, and I think as long as they continue to make plays like that, they're going to be fine.
Yeah, a crucial thing for Top Esports, despite getting poked and prodded a little bit and eventually losing out on a 2-for-1, is that they were able to secure that second dragon. That Chemtech going to be pretty big, especially you know, with how these fights have been going so far. You need all the little advantages that you can potentially get for yourselves. It did seem like, though, around that dragon fight, that TES was a little bit disorganized in terms of what exactly they wanted to do. You saw Jackie Live back away as Weon went forward, and that was the result, you know, of this Jace going down.
They are not going to save the mid lane turret there, as it's going to fall, and Hope's going to get a little bit more gold in his pocket. AL is starting to become a bit of a problem in these side lanes, getting more and more gold into the pocket of Yorick and Galio and Victor, which is important for this comp, but you're absolutely right. That fight scared me for Top Esports because it really didn't feel like they had a clear direction on what they were supposed to be doing. Preem had 0 health. It was clear that Jackie Love was disengaging. Swayon goes full in when the rest of his team is already dead. Just didn't really feel like the communication was there. It's been a problem for Top Esports already at the start of this split for them to be able to play as a unit together. That's going to be a big issue for them if they can't get on board with that towards the later part of this game.
Oh, fight for the crab. This time will go Tarzan's way. Both junglers sitting at level 13, but Tarzan has had the advantage just in terms of picking up some extra camps. And now has about a 1,500 gold lead over the Lee Sin. They need all the damage that they can get in these 5v5, so Tarzan being a bit accelerated, you can see he is going for a more damage-oriented build. It is the Sundered Sky, Black Cleaver, and then most likely working towards that Death's Dance.
Definitely needed this game as we get the dreaded pause that we all hate to see here in the LPL. We can only hope that this is going to end soon. I don't think I could deal with a 0-0 game at 18 minutes into 22-minute pause. I think that would truly be the worst case scenario for game number 1 of this series, but you're right, Graves. I'm glad you pointed out the build here for the Jarvan. I think it's really important for him to be that secondary damage dealer in this game, mostly just because who else is going to do it? This is Tank Galio, this is Yorick in a side lane, you've got Shen support. Like, if you don't have Jarvan diving on top of people and actually bursting them down with that low range, like things like Ryze and Cassio that can't really step up, it's going to be a big problem.
Looks like Jackie Love potentially having an issue with his PC as you see a referee going to his aid. Again, this is the first series of what will be a lot of them here in Shanghai, the brand new arena of Invictus Gaming. We'll be seeing them later on this week. And so hopefully getting some of these technical issues out of the way early will result in a solid week 2 down the line. That's always a fun thing here in the LPL. These players traveling cross-country, you know, Shenzhen to Shanghai. Not a very close distance, you know, it's like that's a plane ride that you're going to have to take to go week to week. I do like how it is kind of road shows or homestands, I should say, for each of these teams. Perhaps reducing that travel a little bit and giving fans a clear week where it's going to be all League of Legends all the time in their home city.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you heard the excitement, the enthusiasm from the fans here in Shenzhen. Like, you're obviously, you're in a spot where you want to cheer your team on, and, you know, you're going to have the opportunity to, especially with this new stadium. It's absolutely beautiful, as we saw from the intro as well. I think I'm excited to see what happens when IG actually gets a chance to play at home. I'm hoping that the crowd's going to be loud for them. I know they're down in Group Nirvana, but they looked really good in Series number 1. At least today, Anyone's Legend definitely taking the fan favorite vote, and, you know, we'll see if they can live up to that. As much as I want to say that they're in a good spot going into the later part of this game, I think it is a little bit of a scary matchup for them. I think, again, you're just hoping and praying that Hope in particular on this Victor is going to be able to step up in some of these fights. Haven't exactly seen the best of Hope so far in 2026, but the mages have looked better. I mean, we got to be honest. Yeah. Mages have definitely looked better for him.
And perhaps a meta that AL can thrive in a little bit more when you have your AD carry not necessarily able to take the full mantle of the primary carry for your team, right? You can put him into the side lane on a mage, and Hope seems to have been able to do that decently well, at least so far this season. The thing is, though, normally that would result in a strong top side of the map, and so far Breathe has not necessarily been that for his squad. Is looking better, at least in this game specifically, as we're back to live here at 22 minutes.
Back to live and back to our, you know, kind of normal game state. Dragon in about a minute, I think, is the most important thing on the map. Yes, Baron has spawned. It's going to be almost impossible for either of these teams to really contest around Baron right now. This third Dragon, this soul point for Top Esports, I think, is crucial towards the success for them in this game. I think this game becomes a ton easier if they can get this Chem Soul closer and closer to online, especially because they can force these fights around the river where Ryze and Cassio are going to have a much easier time being able to play that front-to-back style with things like Alistar on the front line. I think this is going to be a big turning point in the game in about 30 seconds.
And so far, it is Anyone's Legend getting to the river first, similar to how they did just a few minutes ago during that last skirmish. I think a good thing that they were able to do was establish positioning around the river and then utilize things like the Victor lasers to issue poke onto the main carries of TES, resulted in the fight going their way once the Dragon ended up being secured. You currently see Shanks on the top side pushing a wave in. He has his teleport, likely to join his team soon. There it is, being channeled onto that ward as Kyle has already pulled the trigger. Onto Jackie Love, who has to immediately pop the ghost. Shanks goes in, finds the taunt only onto Joao, who has the Unbreakable Will. And Tarzan waiting to go into the flag and drag as Breathe currently at half HP. Zwayon coming in with the empowered shield of the teleport himself at level 15 should be a big boon to his squad as the dragon still has not been started up.
That's a horrible engage from AL. They burned so much to try and burst down the Casio and miss a lot of their damage. TES has way more tools right now if they can just get into this fight.
Yeah, okay. Arcane Storm no longer available, but still a lot of the crucial engage tools for AL are. Dragon started up barely, but then reset as we continue to do this song and dance around the river. Tagged by Tien with the Sonic Wave. Top Esports will go in first. Tarzan looking for a Cataclysm onto a backline carry, but both of them have Flash at this point. The knockup lands onto Tien. Dragon at 20,000 HP goes in, secured by Tarzan and AL, even up the Dragon count. Cataclysm goes in onto 2, and there comes the double flag and drag. Hero's entrance ends up getting cancelled though. That means there's no knockup to follow up. A huge Dark Procession delays the backline of TES and results in AL splitting the fight in half. Shanks goes in. It will be Zwayon that drops dead, and Cream and Jackie Love still on the run. The Realm Warp will lead the Rise to safety, but AL end up with a massive win around this 4th Drake.
I guess I have egg on my face because I just watched Yorick down 1,500 gold carry a team fight as Shanks overextends a little bit, but he should be just fine. Breathe was massive on the Yorick. Massive win in general for AL in terms of their success chance in this game. The fact that they got the Dragon and stopped Soul Point as well is a huge boon to them. And we were worried about where that damage was going to come from. Well, it came from Hope in that fight. I was worried that the Arcane Storm was not going to be back up in time. I guess that's where the egg is on my face because he got 2 ults off in that fight. We get a replay of exactly how this happened. This is just a straight 50-50 flip. Both Tarzan and Tien are in the area. This is just who's going to land the smite, and Tarzan is going to be able to get it down. Petrifying Gaze only lands onto the Shen. That is a massive disadvantage in terms of the engage coming out. And look at how much space is bought here by Kyle despite the fact that he's dying. Breathe is basically zoning off every single main carry, and oh my goodness, the cage just completely shuts off any counter engage from Top Esports. I mean, we were asking if Breathe was going to be an upgrade to Flandra. Well, Breathe is kind of a team fight menace. That's what he's been known for throughout his entire career. He's absolutely showing it off in this game.
Top Esports don't have to worry about just one cage, so locking down their backline carry. It's got to be 2, as Breathe was able to find a really great Yorick W. One of the highest value Yorick Ws I've potentially seen in my time casting League of Legends. That was incredibly valuable. Results in AL picking up that Dragon, and they have swung the gold lead back into their favor. 2,500 now is the advantage with Baron still available, and now AL are the ones driving the tempo. This is the snowball that they wanted to roll here in this game 1. And Tarzan and Tien once again duking it out, but it's going to be the Jarvan who ends up winning this. He's got 3 items and a Stand United on his side. Kyle coming forward, lands the taunt onto the Lee Sin. Another flag and drag will connect, and the Sonic Wave has no chance as Kyle gets on the board.
Tien, buddy, it's too late. You had opportunities to fight this Jarvan, and you gave them away in the early game. This guy's 2,000 gold up at this point. He's got his Guardian Angel completed. There's just no way that you're going to be able to fight him for these jungle camps at this point, and it's just disrespect. This is now a 3k gold lead, and we talked about the fact that Victor is obviously such an integral part to this team comp in the back half of the game, but Jarvan is also a huge scaling threat. He is building damage. He is building to be a problem in the back end here, and he has absolutely become a big issue with that gold lead. The question now is how much can they get when they get a free 4v5 push with all of these objectives now on their side.
You see Hope really coming online as well. He's level 15. That's one of the advantages of playing these mages bot lane. You allow your support to roam around. You really get a ton of XP down there. Level 15 now, nearing that 3rd item in the zone. As Hope going to become a massive part of this game. He already has been at this point. 3-0-2, nearly participating in every kill so far for AL.
I mean, it's just been a fantastic showcase for AL on staying patient and I guess understanding your win condition. I thought that the late game side lane control was going to be difficult to pull off if you weren't going to be able to get a lot of these early objectives. It's just not happening. I mean, AL, with their lack of damage, has been able to still overcome a lot of their 5v5 problems and be able to just outplay Top Esports in some key areas. This has been the story of these two teams throughout the entire year, even throughout last year as well. AL has just always had TES's number. That's very much continued in this game. Tarzan in particular, hitting that level 16, Guardian Angel completed. This is almost an impossible fight to take. Baron is on the map. Dragon, yes, is spawning in a minute, but I imagine that Purple Worm's going to be a bigger objective as I think it's started up here by AL.
Now can Top Esports find a response? Do not have a teleport on Cream, and he's currently stuck in the bot lane. Looks like Witchwoe and Jackie Love here. Gonna reset the Baron for now. starting it up again, albeit very slowly, is Breathe, and that's going to allow for Top Esports to fully join forces here around the top side of the map. Looks like just a tool to get Top Esports away from the bottom lane, as Cream ends up having to reset because of it. Oh, maybe getting a little bit aggressive. Could have gotten spotted out here by Tien if he did not pull the trigger.
I mean, here's the thing. 9 flashes are available right now. Every single ult is also available on the map. There are so many tools to be able to fight with. TES, yes, is down almost 4,000 gold, but it's not like they're out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. They can still teamfight around this Casio if you can get the right engage off. It's just making sure that you don't make any mistakes. It looks like Dragon's actually going to be a bit of a priority here. Spawning in 3 seconds. Top Esports are a little bit disconnected, but AL might be a little bit pincered here as well. Neither team wants to make a massive mistake.
Kyle already poked out a bit, but so is Cream. He gets locked in here. The baby cage is going to chunk him down to half HP, and that Maiden's doing a whole lot of damage. Cream already has the Seraph shield popped, and now Tien is in a horrible position. He's going to get easily taken down by Breathe. The Blast Cone only delaying the inevitable, as it's 7-3 in the hands of AL, and they're going to pick up a Chemtech Soul Point.
Top Esports are so disconnected on the map right now. It has been a massive issue for them here in game number 1. It just doesn't feel like they are on the same page of what they want to do. Tien and Cream are way too far forward. Jackie Love can't feel like he can actually play the game because his tank isn't stepping up and actually playing around him. You know, we can call this jungle dip. We can call this, you know, a bad play coming in from Cream as well to get chunked out. At the end of the day, these plays can work if you're connected. These plays can work if you're on the same page, but Tien being in this area by himself is worst case scenario. Look at how much this Victor ult is doing on the backline. It completely zones out the Alistar, and now you have no engage. Tien has to use everything to disconnect from the rest of his team. It's a free kill at this point. This is not the first nor the last time we're probably going to see Tien in this bad spot, but the biggest issue for me is just how bad Top Esports have been at being able to set up around these objectives, and now AL has priority over this Baron if they do want to try and take it.
Looks like they don't want to start it up just yet, but they're in a great position to. I mean, take a look at Breathe. He's pushing in the bottom lane essentially for free at this point. Sure, there's only an inhibitor tower left to defend there, but we can just start to, you know, continue this split push here by the York. And then Top Esports are either forced to respond with multiple members, or they'll just allow the base to be fully destroyed. And that will result in anyone's Legend having a good opportunity to eventually take down that Baron. And Tarzan has this Man United onto him. Kyle, he just wants to get onto the map a little bit quicker.
I guess they feel like they don't need it for this next objective. They just kind of want Kyle to be following Tarzan around, and if that's the case, that's fine. Zhuo is really overextended here.
I mean, he has Alistar also. He's going to be all right for now, but perhaps an unnecessary risk that Alistar just took. Nothing really to fight for at that point, and if Zhuo did go down, could have been an easy Baron start for their opponents.
I mean, no one was with him. There's no damage to follow up on. You're trying to get a pick onto the Shen, who's going to be able to survive a long time. That's Alistar ult down, and I get it's going to be up pretty fast, but Baron is on the table. If they start this up with no Alistar ultimate, it's going to be really scary to try and walk into it. For now, again, the problem with AL's comp in the back end of this game is that they're not really all that good at being able to force a lot of these objectives because they're more side lane oriented. They're doing a good job of keeping control, but Top Esports are at least keeping themselves in the game by not making a massive mistake and letting AL take this objective for free.
But the gold continues to bleed further and further into AL's hands. 4,500 is now the lead, and in 3 minutes time, Top Esports will be forced to go for that fight. Otherwise, the Chemtech Soul will just go the way of the Pandas. I think one area that we got to look for at this point, obviously the bot lane, or just the backline mages here for Top Esports starting to really come online. We're seeing 3.5 items on both Cream and Jackie Love. But Zwayon and his impact in this game have also been less than expected. Remember, all of the impact that he had in terms of snowballing this early gold lead for himself by taking the entirety of the bot tier 1 has not completely materialized. He's at 4 items, but it feels like his impact has been more or less obsolete at this point.
I mean, that's the real problem for me, is that there was a clear window for Top Esports to really push some sort of advantage when he had a massive lead in this game. It wasn't just him. When Tien was still relatively neutral with the Lee Sin, and they played so passive throughout all of the mid game, just giving over objective after objective and, trading things on the map, that they got themselves into this point where their biggest strength is not really a strength anymore. It's more of a liability. Jace can't carry you in the back end of the game. This Lee Sin is down 3,000 gold. A lot of your playmaking tools are off the board. Even Alistar is going to get bursted down at this point. That team fighting identity that you wanted to build around Ryze and Cassio, well, that becomes a much bigger problem when this Jarvan is so tanky with Guardian Angel that he can just run in, ignore all your damage, and Cataclysm your low mobility carries on the backline. Like, that's a massive issue, and if AL are just going to continue to dance around this Baron, start it up, and force Top Esports to make a decision, it's going to be almost impossible for them to respond. They can't even get here.
The vision game has just been so good on AL's side. Finally, this blue ward is going to spot them out, but it might be a little bit too late. Tarzan actually flag and drags over the wall, trying to bait Top Esports into their own demise. Jackie Love immediately gets taunted up by KL, and it's forced to burn both of his summoner spells, but now Tarzan could be in a little bit of trouble. Rove flashes in, lands a big pulve, and Jackie Love's got the poison coming down, and Kyle does not have the cure. First kill of the fight going TES's way, and now the snowball is starting to roll the other way. Miasma connects onto Shanks. He pops the taunt for a little bit of damage reduction. The poison is ticking down, but the Galio will survive. Still though, one kill into the hands of Top Esports, and they force the Galio back as they start up the Baron.
Zhuo, I've forgiven all your sins. Baron is on the table, teleport coming through. The fight is still happening. Top Esports is pretty low. They should get this.
They're going to get the Baron. The question is, will they escape with their lives? Hope still at full HP, and Breathe has now been taunted up. Tarzan goes in with the flag and drag, lands a big knockup onto Jackulov, who was forced to go golden, but Breathe is still alive. Hope now flashing away. In goes Shanks, back from base, able to nearly take down one, and he then takes down a second. Jackulov will go down next. The Arcane Storm raining hell upon Top Esports. It's a triple kill for Hope. He's not going to be able to make it a quad as he's a little bit farther away, but it will still be the ace secured for anyone's legend. They don't get the Baron, but they're pushing down 2 lanes and are going to swing this game right open.
Anyone's legend. They made it interesting in that final fight. They get caught in a choke point, overextending for a fight they did not need to take, but it doesn't matter. TES are able to throw at the Baron like they always do, and Hope, the player who's been criticized the most here for AL, steps up in a big moment on these mages to push them to a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, still 15 seconds on TN. The death timer is just too much at this stage in the game. Top Esports looked for their one moment back into it, but AL slammed the door right back in their face. Nexus down at 35-30, and AL up to a 1-0 lead.
There you go. I mean, that's exactly, I think, what we all expected from that point in the game. It's actually just so funny how things break down for these two teams. It feels like every time AL and Top Esports go head-to-head, there is one insanely weird play around a Baron that just throws the entire game. In this case, it's Top Esports getting the smallest glimpse of hope, actually winning a fight, being able to get Jackie to free hit on the backline because AL use all their engaged tools. But at the end of the day, it's an overreach. The Baron ends up being their death sentence, and it's well played by AL. I think if they had a slightly better team fighting comp, perhaps that game becomes a little bit easier, but at the end of the day, a win is a win.
A win is a win indeed. It's a slow, methodical gameplay, similar to, honestly, the way that AL used to really make their money back in 2025 when they were at their peak, right? With Flandra being this great team fighter, Breathe, I think, really filling in that role nicely this game. He didn't need a ton of jungle attention, but was still able to maintain his lead in that counter matchup, or maybe not a lead, but at least his dominance in a side lane, and that resulted in his team getting so much pressure, and AL actually might have found a formula that could work for them at this point.
I mean, that's it, right? It's just, let's get out on the map, let's roam, let's move around. That clearly is something that AL is very comfortable with. I think that there were a lot of things in this game that went in their favor. I think Top Esports being so patient in the early game was not ideal for Top Esports, at least in their, in their comp that they drafted for themselves. If you're going to pick Jace and Lee Sin and get a big lead on the top side, you want to take advantage of that. I think there were weaknesses in what AL was doing. I think they just played better in a lot of these exchanges, and I think that is the encouraging part, right? Is that Tarzan can have this big pop-off game on the Jarvan. Hope, in particular, was unbelievable in this game on the Victor. He was not just this big damage threat in that final team fight. He was a big damage threat throughout every fight. I specifically remember, I want to say it was the 4th dragon of the game, maybe it was the 5th dragon of the game, where he gets 2 ultimates off throughout the span of, I guess, a longer team fight in that area. Really important stuff. Just fantastic showcase by AL on exactly what they can do in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane mages, we thought at MSI, right? And we were wondering, going into this LPL season, which team would be able to benefit from that the most? A lot of us did say AL, just being able to put Hope on the weak side, not having him, be on these like super hard carry lane dominant bottom lanes that were controlling the meta earlier on this year. And it seems like that is a style that has worked so far for Anyone's Legend. Obviously, they still did lose to BLG just a couple of days ago, but against a team like Top Esports, the other MSI representative, this was a very promising win and a sign of potentially good things to come.
Definitely promising. I mean, again, AL has kind of had TES's number. This is really something that has gone their way throughout the entirety of the year up until this point, let alone throughout the last year and a half, when they were playing last year as well. So, it's really something where you're looking at them kind of seeing Top Esports as their biggest competition for this number 2 spot. They're going to be able to win games like this consistently. That is a big, big benefit to them. The slower paced game definitely favored them in general in terms of their players. The question now is, how do you react? How do you respond, I guess, if you're Top Esports, and, what do you do moving forward? Because I think it's pretty easy to say that they made a lot of mental mistakes in the game, but honestly, TES look pretty tilted right now, just in general. It's kind of been the case throughout the beginning part of this split because of MSI. They're coming off of a weird series against ThunderTalk. They need to rebuild momentum pretty fast here in Game 2.
Yeah, just never really felt like they had everything going at all the same time, right? And there was positioning errors that we can call out. I think that just in general, the team as 5 didn't look completely prepared for each specific moment here in these team fights. This looked like it could have been the opportunity for them to get back into the game by taking the Baron, but Hope just does so much here. Tarzan able to stay alive eventually once he comes back with the revive, and Hope just really dishing out damage to give AL their first win of the series.
I mean, the communication, the synergy, I guess, on Top Esports was just so low in this game. It never really felt like they were on the same page of what they wanted to do. Tien, Cream, they were very disconnected from what the rest of the team, was at. I mean, Jackie Love, we saw his damage chart at the end of the game. He did very little damage on the Casio. I think a lot of that is because he just didn't really have the opportunity to step up and fight. Zhuo was really far behind a lot of these plays. Casio was never really involved. It was just split fights every time. AL right in the middle, Top Esports on either side getting picked off and going in at different times. That kind of synergy is the difference between a team and Anyone's Legend that's been able to overperform at times in the past, and a team like Top Esports that seems to kind of be on the back foot right now. For AL, I mean, if you get Hope into positions like this where he can just take over in the late game, not worry too much about what his laning phase looks like, he's going to be good in that phase. And again, Tarzan had such a massive lead in the jungle. Those two players are essential towards AL's success chance.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will be looking towards Hope as that player of the game, but I was going to maybe throw some love towards Tarzan as well. 100% kill participation was part of some really massive fights. He set up a lot of what Hope was able to accomplish in the backline.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan was the player of the game. He absolutely dominated a lot of the late game team fights in terms of those cataclysms and making sure that those low mobility carries on the other side really had no way to play. I do want to give a big shout out to Hope. I think he is going to get underrated for how well he played. Not all of it was just Tarzan setting up and creating everything for the team. I think specifically some of those ultimates to zone the Casio out of fights were really important. But at the end of the day, this was an AL team win, and I think they all deserve a lot of praise for it.
So Top Esports going to have to try to bounce back here in order to avoid their first series loss of Split 3 here in 2026. Headed to a short break, but before we do that, got to give a quick shout out to all of our Elite Coffee supporters. And if you would like to support LPL English, you can consider becoming a coffee member. It is the best way to support the LPL English project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments have gone into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also pairs on-air talent and content creators like ourselves. You can subscribe to the coffee. It is linked in our chat right now to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. Thank you to all of you watching here on LPL English. We'll be right back with Game 2 of AL versus TES. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, our first day of Week 2, off to a slow but still exciting start here. Top Esports falling to Anyone's Legend in our opening matchup in Shanghai. Grapes and K-Man here for that second game coverage. And we thought this series, K-Man, was going to be very closely contested. Top Esports didn't give us much of a fight in that one.
Look, I'm going to be honest. Top Esports didn't show up in game number 1. Like, there's really not a lot else for me to say. This is a comp that's drafted around Lee Sin and the ability to play through Ryze Realm Warp, getting Cassio into spots in the bot lane where she can carry, and you did nothing throughout the entire game. You allowed side lanes to be completely controlled by AL despite a big gold lead on the Jason. Lee Sin generally being in a good spot. TES just looks so passive. I mean, you can't play like that against a team like Anyone's Legend. If you are a team that you are, worried about having worse macro on the map, AL, one of the better mid to late game teams in terms of decision making even this year, you can't be drafting a comp like this and just playing on your back foot. I think TES have to be more intentional about game number 2, because if they play like they did in game 1, they're just going to slowly die again, I think.
That was definitely not the Top Esports that we had seen over the first week of the season. And game 2 is always interesting. At least it has been this split so far in terms of what the draft priorities end up looking like. Of course, game 1, when all champions are available, you very often see that, stupid song and dance of these champions swapping all over the place, mages going top lane, tanks going bot lane. But once the champion pool has kind of been reduced, we have seen some teams kind of just go back to the marksman, right? Things like the Ezreals, the Varus's, the Jins, even things like Kai'Sa and Zeri have kind of popped up a little bit in the meta. Wondering if that is something that Top Esports would want to go back towards, given that JackeyLove is such a strong player in his own right.
Yeah, look, honestly, my first thought when I'm thinking about like what I want to do on the bot side here, I want to play for JackeyLove early. I mean, when I think about how Hope got away with a lot of what he got away with in game number 1, I'm thinking about him basically just having a free side lane to farm up on throughout the entire game. Now, I do want to give him a lot of credit. I think Hope was very good in those team fights. It wasn't just the damage. He was obviously top of the game in damage, but the ultimates that he used to zone the Cassio out of fights, chunking the Alistar before fights even started in a lot of instances, and making sure he can follow up on a lot of the priority engages. Hope was very comfortable that game. You've got to do something to disrupt that. That has been the clear pathway towards beating AL, is putting pressure onto the bottom side of the map. I don't want to see any more passive bot lanes. I want to see something that can exploit maybe the advantage you have in the AD carry role.
Yeah, especially because, bot lane is potentially a weakness on AL's side, and JackeyLove was looking like the best marksman that we had in the LPL, at least through the Split 2 regular season. The big carries in the backline here for TES is, I think, where both of us are looking, right? We already talked about JackeyLove, but we have both been so in love with Cream's gameplay throughout this season specifically, so seeing him kind of play this Ryze, farm up, and then really not do a ton in the late game was a little bit disappointing.
I mean, he was just alongside TN, and TN was much more egregious about this, but both of them were so disconnected from everybody else on the team. Like, Zweon did not feel like they were on the same page as everybody else. The bot lane was definitely not on the same page as everyone else in that game because they were playing really passive. Cream just has to be a lot more in line with whatever the call is. Now, maybe that's in favor of Cream and TN, who were looking to fight a lot more frequently, and maybe it's, Zhuo and Zweon that have to step up a lot more, consistently. Either way, you have to start playing around these carries, because Cream was in that game playing Ryze, stepping up and being like the pseudo frontline for the team, and really not being able to output any damage, mostly because the Alistar or the Jace just were not in the right position. You can't really do that to your primary carry.
Again, both Cream and JackeyLove have been big drivers to their team's success. TN as well had very disappointing game number 1 on that Lee Sin, which he has been very well known for throughout his time in the LPL and just in professional League of Legends entirely. So hopefully a reset coming here for Top Esports. You see the record at 2-0 and thinking that was a good start, but again, I think you mentioned it in our last post game, very sloppy 2-1 series against ThunderTalk just to wrap up their week. And so sure that the series score is looking good, but if you lose that series, if you have that series against TT and then you just get swept out of this one by Anyone's Legend, all of a sudden the outlook for what this team can look like suddenly looks very different, I would say.
I mean, TES have so much to answer for right now. It's not just the fact that they underperformed at MSI. They're making a bold call to go away from the young rookie that they brought in that performed really well at the start of the split in Fengyue to go to a veteran in Zhuo to increase their floor. If their floor is not going up, That's a problem. Like that's the reason you bring in Zhuo, is the veteran experience and communication that he's supposed to bring. So far, Zhuo is not added to this team in the way that they have wanted. This is a massive game for him to turn that around. He had a big fight at the end of game number 1. He very narrowly was able to pull that game back for Top Esports by being able to set up Jackie Love particularly well. That has to happen here in game number 2. If we're looking at the bot lane, if we're looking at Jackie needing to be better than Hope, a lot of that is going to have to come from Zhuo actually being able to step up and start to dominate in the way that this team clearly expects him to with the moves that they've made.
Yeah, I mean, a number of times now, Joel has come in Split 3 to kind of be that ringer at the support position. We saw him last year pair alongside TES on JD Gaming, this year over to TES, and this is not his first stint on Top Esports or even his first stint playing with Jackie Love back in 2021. Also getting an opportunity to be a part of a team with him, Carson Knight, 369, unable to make it to the World Championships. A bit of a disappointment for Top Esports, hoping this time around things go a little bit differently, but we have not seen the full peak of what this Top Esports roster can look like with Zhuo just yet. Time will tell what exactly that ceiling ends up being as we head into the draft of Game 2.
Yeah, similar bans to start off here. The Poppy has basically been permabanned against AL, Tarzan, and Kyle, both prolific Poppy players. It makes a lot of sense, but I'm very curious by the Akali ban coming out from TES here. I think they want to limit as much of this aggression as they possibly can. Things like Orianna, Ezreal, even Vi, especially now that Jarvan is off the board, they're just too high priority. There are not a lot of junglers that are going to be able to answer something like that. Notably, Syndra's left up. We talked about this in the pre-show as the strongest mage in the game right now. I think that's pretty clear, at least from my perspective. This champion can dominate both mid and bot lane. Whether this goes to Cream or Jackie Love, I think this is a good pick for Top Esports.
Still opens up the door for some flexibility. Cream very good on the Syndra, and Jackie Love can definitely pilot it as well. The response for anyone's legend going to be the Gnar Nefiri top side. So making sure you get your physical damage out of the way, breathe, very comfortable on the Gnar, and Tarzan, you know what he's able to do on these assassins.
Look, AL is going back to the formula. I mean, what have they done all year long? Tarzan on a carry, whether it's Kiana, whether it's Nefiri, it's Tarzan, please save us, go out there, carry the game. We're going to enable you. We already saw in game number 1 that Tarzan can be the better jungler of these two, and I think that has been the case for most of this year up until this point. We'll see if he can do it on a carry here. Blind picking Gnar is always very dangerous, though. Zweon getting his choice of counter pick, and he's going to go to his pocket pick, something he's been playing for his entire career, that Olaf on the top side.
Yeah, there's a number of different ways you can counter Gnar. You can go with things, you know, like the Vayne or the Varus. That has always been one answer. The other answer is to just run at him like this with the Olaf. Now, we saw earlier in this week or last week, LGD had a similar situation. They ended up swapping the Gnar into the mid lane for Tangyuan. Well, I don't know if that's exactly going to be the plan here for AL, but it's always something to consider, just given the fact that they were willing to flick this champs up very early in the draft.
You know, knowing Breathe, something tells me he's not letting go of this Gnar. I think he just wants the champ, basically, no matter what matchup he's in. I love Nocturne plus Syndra. Usually I'm only a fan of Nocturne if you have someone that can dive with him onto the backline, but Syndra I think is a really great match. Zig's a decent enough answer here. This is certainly going to Hope. It's been probably his second best champion across this year up until this point, behind the Varus in terms of what he's capable of playing. Interesting to see him go for it in this matchup. I think Ziggs in particular has a good matchup into the Syndra because of the wave clear on the bottom side. So kind of, you know, indexing maybe the Syndra more towards the mid lane and just hoping and praying that you're going to be getting one of those marksmen that you're taking off the board with the Kai'Sa and the Sivir here.
Yeah, it seems like AL confident in that Syndra going mid, or at least trying to force it into the mid lane right now with the Kai'Sa and Sivir taken away for Jackie Love in this second phase of bans. On the other side, Top Esports want to take options away from Kyle, who was very impactful on that Shen in game number 1. They removed the Camille and Nautilus, two champs that very much like getting out onto the map.
Yeah, I mean, the Rel is still up, the Leona is still up, which has been a massive pick for Kyle. All of these roamers are still available. I mean, you can limit the crazy playmakers if you think Camille and Nautilus are just better and more consistent, but Kyle's going to get his playmaking champion. He is definitely not going to be, you know, taken off of the playstyle if he wants it. I think it makes a lot of sense. You're saving that counter pick for the mid lane to see if Syndra ends up getting flexed, but for now, Top Esports once again have to show their hand as they're not going to have counter pick. Lucian Milio would be very strong here as a potential early 2v2, and we wanted to see Jackie Love and Zhuo go for some power. I would really like that here.
You know, the meta swings one way, but then once some of these other options go off the board, you know, things like the Ezreal that can play a little bit safer, sometimes just fight fire with fire. Go for the full-on 2v2 down in the bottom lane, and that is what Top Esports are going to do. They're sending that Syndra into the mid lane, making sure that Cream is on a comfortable champion. See what this final pickup is for AL, though. Still a lot of options on the table. A lot of opportunity for Shanks to go for something aggressive.
Ah, God, I want to see the lock so bad. I've not gotten the pleasure of casting a lock game yet. I played so much of him in solo queue. I just really want to get some sort of lock coverage, but it's going to be the Silas that's going to be the lock in here for Shanks. You know, one of his signature champions, if not his actual signature champion that he's been able to play throughout his entire career. I honestly don't think the game state is all that different in totality from what we had. I think it's just in a different way from game number 1. I think you are still looking at a big mid-game power spike coming in from Top Esports. They need to play around this Nocturne and Lucian because their damage in the mid game is absolutely massive. Their ability to control a lot of side lanes and find those picks, I think, is going to be crucial for success. But look at the sheer amount of engage that AL have. I mean, if they're going to be playing these late game team fights, you've got Gnar and Rel for frontline. You've got Silas to be able to attack the backline if the Syndra is unguarded. If Nefiri gets fed, this game is going to be very, very difficult. I think there is an avenue here for TES to win, but they're going to have to keep their foot on the gas, unlike game 1.
Side lanes definitely have to snowball for this TES composition to have some level of success. If you can get that early push, get yourself some slight advantages, that makes Tien's job even easier on the Nocturne to go in with these paranoias once level 6 has been accomplished. Top Esports looking to avoid their first loss of the regular season. Would come down to a sweep if they end up dropping this game as well, with AL trying to bounce back themselves from a win or from a 2-1 loss to Billy Gaming at the end of week number 1, proving that they still can contend with the best of the LPL.
AL looking to revitalize their Worlds campaign. This is a team that has yet to make an international tournament after going to basically everything they could throughout all of 2025. They are hoping, they are praying to be able to continue this good run of form to compete with potentially a weaker Billy. This is their chance to really secure their spot as the team to beat outside of BLG.
Well, we're on to the Rift. It's game number 2 here in Shanghai between AL and TES. TES fans maybe coming into play just a little bit more this time around, as we see some early trading here. A very nice trade for Jackie Love to start this bot lane off.
I mean, here's the thing, like when it comes to Top Esports draft, you have 3 winning lanes. I think when you really look at it in isolation, especially if this Nocturne gets really active once he hits level 6, it's going to be kind of hard for AL to control any part of this early game if TES end up playing well, so definitely going to be interesting to see how that plays out early. This Lucian Milio is essential. We've been hyping up Jackie Love so much this year. He's got to be able to make it happen. Big trade level 1.
Leon chunked pretty low. You see the lethal tempo on Breathe, more of the meta rune choice on the Gnar as of late, getting a little bit of extra early trading power, result in him hitting level 2 at approximately the same time as his opponent. Going to be a tough matchup in general for Breathe on the Gnar, especially as he hits his exhausted forms, meaning that it'll be just Zweon being able to run him down, especially once these two parties hit level 6.
Yeah, and Zweon especially is just so comfortable in this matchup that I feel like he's going to be very confident in his ability to take some of these trades in the early game. Olaf is very, very difficult to deal with at this point, and I think that's a champion that, honestly, Shocked has not risen in priority more for people that know how to play him. For now, it's just going to be Zweon trying to continue his good run of form as we saw early on with the amount of agency he's had, not only in this series so far with, even the Jace game in game number 1, but also throughout the split. Breathe, somebody that is known for his Gnar, is going to have to lock in and be that big engage threat, but I think a lot of his viability is probably going to come later on in the game as we get, I guess, a little bit of another opposite side start. Shanks is going to get pushed out of the mid lane here, but Jungler's not going to be interacting too much early.
Yep, it's going to be the trade of the Scuttle Crabs. Looks like Tien focusing towards getting his bot lane in a good position, whereas Tarzan is trying to bail Breathe out a bit with a little bit of priority of his own. You saw some heavy trading, resulting in Shanks dropping pretty low. He's able to head back to base and match his teleport alongside Cream, so no harm, no foul in terms of any blood being spilled over there. So it looks like potentially some engages could end up happening, but instead it looks like both sides looking for mid laners here as Cream targeted just a bit, but doesn't want to go too far forward with Tien in the wings.
Yeah, definitely not a fight I think either jungler really wants to commit to fully right now. Nocturne just wants to hit level 6, and Tarzan's a little bit scared, I think, of the Silas. That being said, Tarzan's jumping in. Tien is a little disconnected. He should have the spell shield. I was going to be surprised if that actually turned into anything. We can see the supports are going to be roaming, and once again, Zweon's going to force the flash top.
Yeah, already just a one-shot, 100-0. This guy knows the limits of the Olaf and will be able to pick up first blood. Now in the bottom lane, it's JackeyLove limit testing a little bit of his own. Dashes forward, finds the double shot, and it'll be Zhuo who ends up taking the tower shot to save the Lucian's life for now. Here comes Tarzan, though, and JackeyLove going to try to get a plate. They give the kill over to the Rel.
JackeyLove. It's just a destruction in the bot lane. It's a crazy play basically everywhere around the entire map. Insane stuff coming through. Not sure if we've lost Grapes, but definitely a massive play on the board. Top Esports getting a 1K gold lead. Zweon getting so much of that on the top side, but JackeyLove also pushing a lot of his momentum on the bot side as well. This is what happens when you have some winning lanes. Shanks going to try to take a nice trade, but even he's not going to be able to win in his own individual matchup. Just a really good start here for Top Esports. I was scared of them not putting their foot on the pedal. It looks like they're definitely going to be back in a better spot here for game number 2. Gonna get a replay here of what happened on the top side. Breathe gonna be making his way out. He's just gonna flash way too late. Zweon, as we talked about earlier, just absolutely knowing the limits of this Olaf. We talk about the potential counter picks being range-oriented. Well, Zweon's an Olaf one-trick for a reason, or at least he has been in the past. JackeyLove also recognizing the sheer amount of power that this Lucian has early on in the game. The barrier comes through. Zhuo just takes too many heated-up tower shots and ends up going down. I think the lucky thing for Top Esports is that it was an execute. Kyle picking up the only actual kill in that exchange, and looked really good overall for Top Esports. About as good of a trade as you could ask for there. JackeyLove up 750 gold. Pretty massive game state as Dragon is spawned on the map. Not quite sure if we're desynced here. Definitely trying to see what's going on with Grapes, but we do have Tarzan hitting level 6 and coming into the mid lane here. Dragon is going to be started by Top Esports. Shanks in the area. It looks like we are going to be getting the Dragon stopped, at least for the time being. Kyle going to run into both bot lane members here of Top Esports. He's going to look for the engage. Hope is in the area. Could be a little bit of an exchange. Great satchel by Hope to be able to pick up some more damage. Tarzan in the area. They could look for the dive here if they do want to go for it. It's going to be on JackeyLove. He's going to be bursted down. He's under tower. He's taken down by Tarzan. The re-engage coming down with the ultimate. The invulnerable is perfect. Tarzan on this Nefiri is an absolute monster. He's going to pick up the double kill on the bottom side. He's going to regain a lot of that gold in favor of anyone's legend, and that is the exact play that AL needed to make on the map. Tarzan on a carry is going to be able to dominate. Dragon's going to be started up here by Top Esports, but the teleport is coming in from Kyle. This is a scary situation for TN to be in. He's basically pincered. Shanks going to re-engage onto Cream, gets a ton of damage down. Well played there by Shanks. Steals the ultimate, but doesn't quite have the damage at this point in the game. Dragon still being fought over. We are not losing any sleep in terms of what's going on. We will see here if Grapes is going to be returning.
Hello,
Grapes,
can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I don't know if the stream can.
I think we are in the clear now. Apologies for that. Some weird Discord issues happening. But K-Man, I'm sure you did a great job filling in for me. Will be this Dragon secured now by Top Esports. Okay, fill me in with what just happened, because I was trying to solve some technical issues here.
Yeah, pretty massive play on the bot side. Tarzan picks up a double kill on a very nice dive, just an overextension for TES's bot lane. JackeyLove ends up getting taken down. Tarzan has completely gotten himself in the game, an 800 gold lead for the carry jungler on anyone's legend.
Alright, so Tarzan off and running on the Nefiri. We'll see if TES can try to respond with TN now hitting level 6 on the Nocturne in his own right. Of course, we also saw that solo kill for Zweon onto Breathes Gnar. Was a very big play on the top side of the map, and maybe they can try to take advantage with the Grubs now spawning and TES getting here first.
Yeah, this is a really good start for TES. They need to get something on the map here, but AL might be collapsing. We'll see. This is a kind of dangerous exchange for Tarzan if he wants to go for it.
Oh, did he? No, he didn't get that one. I think it's TES who secured that first grub. Now, in goes JackeyLove. He pops that Relentless Pursuit and forces the thrill of the pack by Tarzan, getting him away from things and allowing for Top Esports to claim all 3 grubs.
Yeah, well picked up here by TES. It's nice to get anything on the map This game has been a lot more explosive than game number 1. We've already got one more kill than we did at 20 minutes in game number 1, so that's definitely good to see. Hope getting quite a bit of gold on the bottom side. Him catching up in this game, I think, is going to be really relevant towards whether or not AL can play the side lanes the way they want.
But it still is anyone's legend with that slight gold lead, all of it really belonging to Tarzan at this point. A little bit for Kyle, who picked up that unfortunate kill onto Jackie Love after he did go for that 1-for-1. I think overall that was a good sequence for the TES bot lane, but obviously Tarzan paid it back in full by going for that double kill underneath the tier 1 tower. So Tarzan going for an invade on the enemy red buff, and he's really farming up a storm so far here in this second game.
Yeah, you want Tarzan to feel comfortable, put him on a carry champion like this Neferi, and you want him to feel even more comfortable, give him a big lead over a Nocturne that basically has to make plays around that level 6. This is a big power spike time for TES, and their jungler feels probably like he can't be as aggressive as maybe he would want to be in this circumstance. That's obviously not ideal, but you can't take your eye off of the prize. I think TN getting to that first item power spike is probably going to be the most important part of this game.
Blizzy Neferi. You love to see it. I'm glad we get that skin back. I feel like some people have been maybe turning away from it, but Tarzan, one of the OGs on that skin when it first came into the rotation last year. That was one of my favorites. As now TN to return back to his Krugs, but you can see the vision that has been inputted onto the top side of the map, allowing for AL to see exactly where he is. Of course, there's no major objectives to fight for until this next dragon in 2 minutes.
Yeah, not too much to force, at least at the moment, especially with that gold lead. For TN, it's again, just about farming up. I think you have to keep an eye on him. He's somebody who has been under a lot of fire, a lot of criticism as of late. His MSI performance, obviously not ideal, but even so far domestically, he's made a couple of mental errors. We saw in game number 1, he was completely disconnected from the rest of this team. You know, the Nocturne, I think, is a huge part of this pick-oriented comp that Top Esports has drafted for themselves. He's going to need to stay active. Right now, it's Weyon that could potentially be a target on the top side, though.
Yeah, gonna try to maybe fight things out. Breathe jumps the other way to force Weyon into a tough position. Regardless, Breathe with the Rage fully stacked, able to get his first kill of this second game.
It's a really nice gank from Tarzan, a great timer to be able to make his way topside, and Zweyon is just not expecting it. Breathe with great setup. Fortunately, does burn his flash there, which is certainly not ideal. You did not need it to secure the kill, but at the end of the day, getting more gold onto the Neferi, and especially getting gold onto the Gnar, is very good, as TN has to try and get something elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, TN has not been as active as Tarzan, and speaking of, looks like the Neferi could have another gank opportunity, forcing Cream's flash. And now TN going to be in some trouble as well. Kyle able to put that Magnet Storm down onto the Nocturne. Abscond Abduct does not connect onto him. And so TN's life will be saved for a little bit longer, but this dragon once again spawning in 40 seconds, and TES is mid-jungle in a very precarious spot.
Cream getting his backstop there is incredibly relevant, as he's going to be super late to whatever play is made. He does have teleport, but he's not really going to be positioned super well for any setup. Once again, it's just a bit of a mistake overstepping from Top Esports. I don't really blame them for the gank topside. It's just a good timer for Tarzan. There's really no way to counter that if you're TN when you're down an item, but overstepping in the mid lane and getting caught out in that circumstance as well with Dragon spawning in 15 seconds, certainly not ideal. Breathe is definitely now going to have some tempo with that extra kill, and once this Dragon spawns, if TES can not get to it first and AL can stop the stacking, that takes away another potential win condition for them late game.
AL, just like game number 1, have a chance to even up that Dragon count and make sure that TS don't have that win condition for themselves. But it is the Nocturne getting here first, alongside TS, who have been able to push the mid lane out with Jackie Love and Zhuo. Has that Essence Reaver spike for the Lucian. It's a really big opportunity for TES to try to swing this game back into their favor. The Dragon is ticking, maybe about half HP as Tarzan jumps over the wall scatter, not connecting initially, and TN will be able to retreat back to the Dragon. It's at 50 HP, but it is secured by the Lucian with a final auto attack. TN doesn't get the Dragon with his smite. His team will end up collecting it, and it'll cost him his life. In goes the Neferi ulti as Tarzan is on the hunt for more. The Unleash power comes out, not finding the kill onto the dog, but the second proc of the Q will from Shanks. A double kill opened up for the Silas, and he might try to make it a third. Dashes forward with the chains, misses the Q, but still will be able to result in 4 kills going the way of anyone's legend.
It's just a massive fight for AL. When it matters the most, they are always outperforming top esports in these big 5v5s. It is their bread and butter, and once again, they're able to secure basically everything they need. Now, top esports do get the Dragon, which is important. It's basically their only win condition at this point in the game, but Breathe is level 11. Hope is going to be able to pick up a tower on the bottom side here, getting him almost 800 gold up on the Lucian, which is a disaster for TES, and everything is once again going in favor of AL, even more so than in game number 1. Just bad synergy, bad execution, and AL is happy to capitalize.
4,000 gold now in their hand. Hope maybe greeting a little bit here. Doesn't get hit by that scatter from Cream, and so it will just be a free reset for the AL bot laner, who has had a great time on these mages in this best of 3.
I mean, Hope's looking super comfortable. We even got to see it a little bit in this fight, the amount of damage he was able to output before things started. Look at the poke on Deshwo. He's half health before Tarzan even jumps in. The smite is not very good, but luckily Jackie Love is there to be able to pick things up. With the spell shield available, Tien's able to survive for a little bit, but that Nocturne is so out of position. Once Shanks gets flanked, I think he just commits himself to trying to do as much as he can before he dies. Deshwo's ult is actually really good in this exchange, but Cream is just way too low by this point. He doesn't really have the damage on the Syndra. Well played by Shanks. This dive almost gets turned because Jackie Love plays pretty well in terms of the flash on the Lucian, but even getting just 2 kills onto Hope in this later exchange is phenomenal for AL. Again, getting him in a strong position for the side lane is essential, and now even Breathe has an advantage in this side lane. Oh no.
Yeah. This is not good here for Zoyan. He still has the ulti, but just gets hit by every piece of the combination on the Meganar. Breathe sets up Tarzan for his killing spree, and AL continue to dominate here in this second game.
I mean, it's getting a kill on the top side, it's getting free Rift Herald. Jackie Love continuing to try to do the best that he can on this Lucian to keep his pressure up, but even he is down 500 gold at this point. Kyle is in the area. He's going to get poked out quite a lot. Jackie Love playing super aggro. It's going to force them off the Herald, which is a good thing. See if they can actually pick up this objective. It would be something, but again, waves crashing on the top side. Tarzan still in the area.
This Rift Herald started up now by Top Esports as Tarzan hovering to try and contest it. Overall, it's a 4v3, but that's going to change with a teleport coming in from both top laners. Actually, it's Shanks joining on AL side, and he's got a massive flank. In comes the Magnastorm, finding 2. The Rift Herald is secured by Top Esports, but they aren't going to be able to win the fight in response. Zoyan gets dragged right back in to the ensuing composition of Anyone's Legend. Stolen away Nocturne ulti from Shanks, looking for a little bit of extra razzle dazzle, but it'll force a flash away here by Jackie Love. Anyone's Legends win another fight, but they're not done just yet. Tarzan jumps over the wall, looking for the kill, but Jackie staying alive well enough.
I mean, that is the best team fight that AL have played this entire series. The setup is brilliant and beautiful. Tien has to stay in the pit if he wants to try and take that 50-50 smite. Obviously, the fight doesn't really go his way, but the Nocturne is almost entirely neutralized. You're asking yourself, okay, where is the Syndra? What's she going to be able to do? She's getting flanked by the Sylas and completely taken out before the fight even starts. Just really well done by AL. They are clinical with their execution. Jackie's kind of low, but that satchel might have saved Hope's life.
Dashing forward, Hope's going to die. That's a big chunk of gold going the way of Jackie Love. He'd been waiting to break this matchup open in the mid lane, and this is the exact strength of the Lucian Milio that was drafted.
Somebody pay for Jackie Love's back surgery for how much he's going to have to carry this game on the Lucian, but we're going to get a replay, I guess, of what happened in this fight. Again, the teleport from Shanks is incredibly good. We can watch the way that this fight breaks out. Tien is just doomed if you're going to be looking for a play. Cream is stepping up and taking all of this damage from Tarzan. He dies almost instantly, and when you're losing your mid-jungle duo on a pick comp like this, and you have to take a 5v5 against a team with more engage, it's already cooked. But, I mean, in general, AL's positioning basically forced them into a spot where they had to make some sort of decision. It just happened to be the wrong one from TES.
So Rift Herald was secured here. Zoyan was, able to pick it up. Bit of a saving grace, but in the bottom lane, it'll be Shanks going for a 1v1 onto Cream. Uses the Unleash power, but he's unable to get the full charge in. Now, in the top side river, another skirmish around the Scuttle Crab, and it's being won once again by AL. Tarzan hunting down Jackie Love. He dashes away from the Q. Will be able to get a little bit more damage down, but nobody will fall on the AL side. Breathe and Zoyan now engaged in a 1v1, and of course it's the Gnar to win out on the end of that play. 4 kills going over, as it's only Cream who survives.
I mean, Hope's happy to be farming up in the mid lane. I think Hope has been winning for AL, and Hope is clearly being lost from top esports in terms of their expectation for the rest of this game. It's just complete disaster across the entire map. Cream at this point is not a champion. This Syndra can't exist in a side lane against Sylas, and of course, there's no way for you to be able to win an exchange. JackeyLove continues to try his best to outplay this, but Tien once again is just way overextended. He feels like he can actually take a 3v2 at this point in the game. Sorry, man, Tarzan's just a little bit too fed, and not gonna be able to do that. Shanks, is he gonna be able to kill Cream once again here?
Oh gosh, he's gonna go in for the Q2, and there comes Tarzan looking for even more damage. They already take down one Tien, going to be the next to follow like a swarm of honeybees going towards a lowly flower bed. Tarzan and the rest of AL collapse upon top esports.
Tarzan is running the rift. Shanks is a menace, but Tarzan is unstoppable on this Nefiri. AL looks so reinvigorated from what they were in the previous split. Did we have another death in the mid lane in picture-in-picture? Oh, we had to burn Hope's flash. So he is going to survive. JackeyLove once again just continuing to try to pressure this Ziggs out, but how much does it even matter? I mean, they're up 9,000 gold at 20 minutes. Baron is spawning in 20 seconds. There's no reason for them not to pressure this objective.
It is looking clinical here for anyone's legend, who seem to have found a formula. Entering week 2 in Shanghai, they have really been able to win out on the jungle support matchup. That was what we highlighted going into this series. Came in, and Tarzan and Kyle, you know, you had the meme of Kyle looking over towards the rest of the AL roster, and so far that has worked out well.
Oh yeah, I think it's been pretty good to have Kyle on some of these playmakers. The Shen was relevant in game 1, but maybe not the carry. And Cream's maybe dead again?
Yep, there goes Tarzan, who is a level up on the enemy mid laner. Forced to flash away, though, as in goes the Magnet Storm from Kyle. Cancelled a little bit by the Ultra Mega Fire Kick, and a big scatter of the week is going to allow for top esports to pick up the first kill of the extended engage. 4v5 on the map. Tien, though, very low, and a lot of tools no longer available on the TES side. Breathe, building up the rage, looking for a Mega Gnar, but isn't going to find it just yet, as JackeyLove looking to chase him down alongside Zweyan, who has popped the Ragnarok, looking for another kill. Is the Lucian. He dodged away from the bouncing bomb. The Cozy Campfire trying to keep him alive. Another scout of the week lands onto Hope, but there's not enough juice left in the tank here for top esports. It looked like a big fight, but it'll end up only being a 2-for-2.
It's Hope that actually saves the fight, as it's not
scatter.
over.
Oh, makes it a 1-for-1 as the Mega Inferno Bomb rains hell upon Cream. It is still an even trade, and hey, even is winning at this point, but Tarzan's not done just yet. He sniffed out JackeyLove like his champion suggests. The Tarzan Nefiri able to pick up double-digit kills at 21 minutes.
It was looking so good for top esports. It felt like they were going to do the impossible and win a team fight down 9,000 gold, but alas, Tarzan is simply too unkillable on the Nefiri, even when he makes one of the most aggressive plays you can make, dashing over the wall into 3 members. He's invulnerable, he can flash out, he can survive. JackeyLove does his best to dance around the fight, but as we're going to see in the replay, he makes the fatal mistake of dashing right into the Ziggs, who just completely obliterates him in the exchange, takes away his entire health bar, and takes away top esports' chances of being able to potentially get themselves back into this game. Baron has been started up by AL, and I don't know if TES can contest this one.
Yeah, they used a lot of their resources for that first fight, so don't have much here for the second. Going to be an uncontested Baron going over to AL. They'll be wearing purple for the next 3 minutes. Maybe the fight afterwards can also go their way. Shanks hunting out Tien and Zweyan, but instead going to send a reset in as we take another look at how this fight ended up going in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is crazy from Tarzan. I mean, this is just an insane hop over the wall. I mean, he has flash, so I guess he feels confident. This is a 4v1 at the start of this fight. Tarzan has to burn his flash, and at this point, you actually don't really have a lot of damage. Shanks isn't going to be able to take down Tien very quickly, and JackeyLove is very strong. He had 4 kills going into this fight, so it was an overextension from AL, but at this point, it actually looks like, you know, top esports can continue to go forward. When that scatter lands onto Breathe before he turns Mega, it's actually pretty big. Is see something in picture-in-picture? Kyle's going to be able to survive. Here's the big problem in the replay as well. I mean, Jackie just going right in front of the Ziggs and getting bursted down by the ground that he's dashing upon. Massive, massive issue. He just loses too much of his health bar. Cream does a good job to at least trade for some kills here. I think at this point, a 1-for-1 is incredibly worth it, but as you said, Tarzan using his champion's, I guess, overall aesthetic to the full effect, sniffing out JackeyLove. No vision in this bush. Perhaps he sees the Millie W go down and just understands, but big fight win for AL to be able to turn around what could have been bad.
It's a wild play by Tarzan, who has just had his presence throughout this entire series. No matter where he is on the Rift, the rest of Top Esports are feeling him. 10-0-8 on the Nefiri. Now Baron buff into AL's hands for the next 90 seconds. They're looking to potentially close this game out 10 minutes faster than they did the first.
Their shove is incredibly dangerous. I mean, the amount of engage on this team is staggering with Gnar and Rel and potentially Silas on the backline as well. Weyon going to be trying to get something on the top side, but if AL pull the trigger, the game could be over instantly.
Weon's going to have to come back sooner rather than later to save the base. Looks like Jackie Love clearing this wave out good enough, as AL instead turn their attention to this mid lane tier 3, and also Cream, who has been isolated and taken down by the Gnar. In goes the Magnet Storm, finding 3 members underneath the turret,
Jackie?
but maybe they went a little bit too far. Jackie Love still alive, and now it's Swayon hunting down Breathe with the help of Joe. Culling comes out as well, Breathe approaching Mega, but he will not reach that threshold. Swayon gets a double kill, he's flashing onto Hope, and Top Esports stay alive through a triple kill onto their top laner.
It's a complete fight wipe from Top Esports with Dragon on the map. That's going to be sole point for them. It's certainly not the entire game back in their favor, but that was an unbelievable exchange for TES. It's Tarzan that just goes way too deep. Jackie Love being able to survive and to put out so much damage in that exchange is really the thing that ends up changing its way on. Finally getting the chance to take over on this Olaf, but it's trusting the process too much. If you are Tarzan, if he goes down, you don't really have that much damage elsewhere on the team. Big mistake from AL. It loses them the Dragon. It cuts their gold lead basically in half, but they should still have control over this game. They just can't do that again. We're going to get a bit of a replay here. Once again, this is way too deep from Tarzan. I understand that Cream looks very killable here, and if you are able to pick him off early, that's very good, but Joe keeps him alive for a little longer than maybe he should be. At this point, Tarzan is half health, and Tien, despite being the target, is not useful at all on Nocturne. Trading Nefiri for Nock at this point in the game is not worth it. Jackie Love survives and is able to pump out damage. Weyon is untouched, and this Olaf is really paying dividends in the back end of this game. The counter pick in lane might not have worked out in the way that they wanted outside of the solo kill, but he certainly is showing why he was one trick of this champion back down in the LDL.
And Jackie Love also getting extremely paid on the Lucian in that fight. He picked up that 1100 gold shutdown onto Tarzan, is now at 4 completed items, including a Lord Doms and an Infinity Edge. This Lucian, typically, you know, a bit of a late game, an early game champion, but the late game damage still absolutely going to come out for him. The only problem right now for Top Esports is they are significantly behind in experience as well. Jackie Love and Tian both level 13 compared to level 17 on Tarzan, and even Hope's at 15. So that's going to be a big difference just in terms of the base stats that these champions have around this next fight, which would likely be the Baron in just under 2 minutes.
It's a great call out, Graves, because we're worried about the range, I think, in general on this team. Tarzan, Shanks, they have a lot of ability to be able to find their way onto the backline in general as champions, but Lucian, like Nocturne, these aren't champions that necessarily have ways to avoid that. Spell Shield is crucial on Nock, and of course you have Milio ultimate to potentially keep Jackie Love safe. He's done a great job ducking and dodging around fights, but what happens if that Nefiri ultimate was on Lucian and not onto the Syndra? Perhaps the game just ends in that instance just the same, but you got one fight. You just got to be able to do it again. That level lead is definitely important for anyone's legend, but we've seen games be thrown from more winnable positions than this. That Baron fight is going to be massive in just about a minute.
I think AL, you know, Tarzan specifically, right, going in underneath the tier 3 tower, probably thinking like, okay, what's wrong with me, guys? We gotta reset here. Turn the brain back on a little bit and just not go fully for the end of the game before, you know, potentially it was ready to be ended. AL still in a great position. I think if Tarzan can just play his cards a little bit more safely, that they're going to still be in a good position to pick up this 2-0 win.
I mean, that's the thing, right? AL has a 6k gold lead. Tarzan has a 6k gold lead. Like, he is the team's damage. He is the team's gold. He is the team's hope chance. Like, he is everything right now for AL, and that is a little bit scary. I mean, he does have to make sure that he's in a spot where he doesn't get bursted down at the beginning of the fight, but Nefiri, a champion that should have a lot of flexibility with how you end up approaching some of these exchanges, so as long as they play around their star jungler, who, let's be honest, has been able to carry them in a lot of instances throughout the last year, I think they're going to be just fine.
making really easy work of TN. 6,000 gold still is the
Disgusting.
advantage. What an incredible gap in terms of just the resources that both these junglers have at their disposal. It's 4.5 items for Tarzan, just 2 and change here for the Nocturne. And that kind of leads me to a question I have for you, K-Man, at this point. You see, Top Esports have Soul Point. They have some big spikes on players like Jackie Love, but maybe not on TN. With this Dragon spawning soon, would you go for the fight at this point, or would you use this opportunity to reset as the Baron is likely going to go AL's way?
Well, I guess the choice that they made was, hey, we're going to get some push onto the bottom side and just survive to live another day, give over this Baron basically for free. I don't know if that's the right call. I think you're at some point going to have to pull the trigger, but really the main thing I'm worried about for Top Esports is them overextending. AL is likely going to have to make some sort of mistake in the back end of this game. Giving them Baron isn't exactly a death sentence, but they do need to play around this soul in 1 minute.
So you think they should fight here?
I think this soul is essential. I think you can't win the game if you give this dragon over for free. I think it's nearly impossible for them to, consistently be able to find their way back into this game. Is this a tough fight? Absolutely, but Infernal Soul is really your way back in to be able to re-enable this Lucian and this Syndra who's really far behind to be able to play the game. If they can get that, there is an avenue for them to win the game here and even win some fights around these neutral objectives. Baron doesn't really offer all that much for AL at this point in the game. They already have so much of the base, kind of close to broken open that at this point it's really just a couple of extra steps in favor of the soul fight.
Taking a look at what exactly each team has at their disposal. All 3 teleports down by Anyone's Legend, so they have to be at the dragon fight first if it wants to be contested here by them. Kyle also picking up an Elixir of Iron, making sure that that girl's going to be pretty big as well, going in for those big engages. On the other side for TES, they have basically everything available. Double teleports on their solo laners, all 5 flashes, and again, 4 items nearing a 5th for Jackie Love. If the dragon is started up by Anyone's Legend, they're not going to go for the fight, K-Man. They're giving it up.
I just don't know if that's the call. I don't know how much easier this game is going to get if you give more resources over to AL. I mean, that's 2 Infernal Dragons on their side. I understand that it doesn't feel crazy to get, 6% extra damage coming in, but, it matters. That's the kind of stuff that can change a fight here. TES gonna try to potentially catch them out of position. I just worry about the longevity now that AL are gonna have a chance to storm the base.
And Inferno Bomb tagging Cream. And this fight is crucial for the series to remain intact. In goes Zwayan on a big TP flank, and TN already entering the fight with the Paranoia. Scout of the Week landing on the Kyle, but the Rel still surviving for a little bit longer as the first casualty will be Breathe. Sanks is in the back line, looks for Jackie Love, who's already forced to flash away, and Breathe sends the bot lane straight to their doom. A double kill for the new top laner of AL, and it's an absolute team fight wipe. 5 for 1 for AL. It'll be a 2-0 win for them as they go up to 3-1 in the standings and give Top Esports their first loss of the split.
Anyone's Legend proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are a top 2 team in the LPL with a monstrous victory here today. It's an unbelievable look for a team that we had questions on, for a team that we did not believe in the same kind of way that we did last year, but I think those questions are very much starting to get answered, Graves. This team looked fantastic here today. Tarzan is an absolute monster right now with the form that he's in, and this might be the perfect meta for them.
That was impressive, to say the least. There's been a lot of domination of Anyone's Legend over Top Esports this season, a continuation of that here. They go up to 8-3 in terms of game score this year alone, and TES, after a shaky series against Thundertalk and then now this loss to AL, are definitely starting to question what exactly their future does look like here in the first round robin.
This team has lost all of their confidence. I mean, it's so clear watching them play that they just are not the same team that they were in the previous split. It feels like the soul has been completely, drained out of them with the way that they played in the beginning part of this split. You have to hope that they're going to be able to get it back, but Tien looked awful here today. Wasn't just Tien, I thought Cream had a pretty bad game number 2 on the Syndra. Jackie Love was incredible on the Lucian, trying his best to 1v9, and Zwayan had some moments, but these are very, very minor situations. TES feel like a shell of their former selves. They have to get back into form soon. This is not a long regular season.
I mean, that first series against WE gave you the confidence that maybe this team was back and ready to go after MSI's disappointing run. But since then, it has been a bit of rocky waters to say the least here for Top Esports, and losing to Anyone's Legend here, they're going to have their work cut out for them if they want to contend with that top of the table. They still have, teams like BLG and JDG that they will have to face 2 times before eventually going the way back around and facing off against AL and WE again.
It's not going to get easier. Like, your schedule doesn't get forgiving in Group Ascend. Like, yes, you've got some teams that obviously you feel good about playing, but even teams like LGD and ThunderTalk, I mean, we saw ThunderTalk take them to 3. LGD is a team that I would be scared of right now if I'm Top Esports. I think they have some good matchups in a couple of areas that I would be worried about if they're able to get some early game advantages. Like, this is not really a situation where, TES is going to be fine in a general sense. They're going to be a playoff team. They're going to be able to compete. This team wants more than that. I mean, this is absolutely a squad that should be competing to, be close to winning the LPL, at least make the finals. And I just don't know if they're in that zone right now. AL has clearly overtaken them as the second best team in the LPL, I think, from at least the early part of this split. And I mean, we can talk about them as well. This is a team that just went to 3 against BLG. It's not like, their 2-1 was fraudulent or false in any sort of way. They took down LGD, the team they needed to. They beat JDG, a team that people had expectations for. 2-0ing Top Esports puts them officially as, one of the teams to beat in the LPL.
Yeah, TES, again, they had yet another disappointing finish at an international tournament. And it feels like the Top Esports fans have been begging. They've begged for some sort of change to happen at that international level, but they tried to respond by putting in Zhuo, dropping one of their rookies, and trying to go all in for this split. And so far, we're seeing a little bit of growing pains, right? Obviously, we are still early on into this regular season, but Top Esports are going to have to pick it up sooner rather than later. Every win is very important when it comes down to seeding in this very competitive playoff bracket that is upcoming here in the LPL.
Competitive is a great word, Grapes. I am very excited to see how the rest of this plays out. I mean, there are so many teams that are just up and down, good and bad. There are so many teams with so much volatility right now in the LPL that I think this has got to be one of the more fun splits I can remember from an expectation standpoint. AL is on top right now. They're randomly going to lose to ThunderTalk or something like that later on in the split, plummet back down in terms of people's expectations. Top Esports is going to go on a 5-series winning streak after this and just completely change the way that they're playing the game. We know the script here in the LPL. We know that this isn't the end for either of these two teams.
That's kind of how it goes, right? There's ups and downs, big swings, except for, generally BLG winning at the end of it. It's what the last year really has foretold. But for AL, you got to feel really good about where you are at right now. I still don't even think they really have integrated Breathe onto the roster in the way that we've been hoping for yet. And the fact that they are still 3-1 with their only loss being a narrow one against the defending champions in BLG is certainly a really good sign.
Look, Breathe Breathe's getting a present for Tarzan in this game because he completely saved him from some pretty bad, I think, moments in the early part of this game. I understand Breathe gets a solo kill later on, ends up with that massive Gnar ultimate. He got solo killed at level 4. I watched that too. I think we all kind of watched that. Breathe was brought on this team to be more aggressive. He picked a signature Gnar, he picked another tank, something that Flandra was very good at throughout his entire tenure on Anyone's Legend, and I still need to see Breathe get integrated. I think people are going to be looking at AL's success and go, oh, well, Breathe is better than Flandra. I don't think it's quite that simple. I think AL were always going to get better going into this split with the way that the meta has changed. The question is, if Breathe can be an upgrade to Flandra, that needs to start coming in. I will say, we've seen it in team fights. That's where Breathe has absolutely been an upgrade already. This guy's been a 5v5 monster, just like he was on IG and just like he's been throughout a lot of other sections of his career.
There were times on Weibo last year where Breathe was a very exceptional laner, and even sometimes on IG when he was on that team before eventually getting replaced by the Shy last split. And so if Breathe can kind of tap back into that alongside the exceptional team fighting that we have seen from him so far over the first 2 weeks for AL, all of a sudden this group of 5 becomes very interesting as we are awaiting some highlights before we wrap up our coverage of this series today. I think in terms of player of the game, definitely have to give it over to Tarzan. That guy has just been absolutely insane. And I think you have to give him player of the series as well.
Oh no, AL wins the series and Tarzan's player of the series. I've heard this story before, Grapes. It happens every single time this team plays. Tarzan just... I mean, when you get a victory for Anyone's Legend, it's almost always this guy that just absolutely carries them. I've talked about this a lot, but there is absolutely a correlation between AL and their ability to play consistent and Tarzan getting a ridiculous amount of gold in the early game, especially on something like Nefiri. This is the carry jungle team in the LPL. Tarzan is in some great form right now. If he can get to that even, next level that I think he can get at, it's going to be even scarier for this team. just a fantastic overall showcase. Chakilov did 30,000 damage. You saw that in that game. He was trying his best, man, on that Lucian to 1v9. Ultimately, it just was not possible. Tarzan was a little bit too strong on the dog.
When Tarzan is on, he really is on, right? His presence is like cigarette smoke in a crowded New York City bar, just lingering throughout all of Summoner's Rift, unable to be ignored. And that is exactly what we saw throughout both games here of this best of 3. Tarzan, absolutely incredible. I think his kill participation nearing the 90s across both of these games. It was 100 in game 1, 83 here in game 2, a part of nearly everything that AL had in store.
Jungle gap. I mean, that's pretty fair to say in this one. Tarzan has been one of the best players in the world for a long time. I think at this point, some people will have some revisionist history on some of the things that happened. I think at the time, like, people were a little bit lower on Tarzan, a couple of years ago. I think he's proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that the people who stuck by him, the fans that continue to believe in him, even when, communities like LNG back in 2022 and 2023 might have turned on him a little bit more, he is absolutely still worth all the investment that these teams have been able to give him. And he's arguably the best jungler in the entire world when he gets a lead like this. Now, can he stay consistent? You never really know with him. He's going to have his bad games every once in a while, but the good games are always going to be as good as anybody else in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I agree 100%, right? We've seen it throughout any kind of team that Tarzan has played on, whether it be Weibo, LNG, Griffin back in the day, and then of course now here on AL. He can always be one of those top junglers in the world and just a huge floor raiser for a team. You think about the rest of this core that AL had, went to like a top 6 finish at the end of 2024. They brought in Tarzan, and all of a sudden they're a top team, and I think that's no surprise and no coincidence.
At this point, there's no denying it. I mean, Tarzan, bare minimum, is a top 3 jungler in the world. I think it's just really hard to make an argument in another direction. Maybe top 4 if you really want to get a little fancy with your rankings. Him versus Shun is really the fun matchup that I think you're going to be wanting to see more of. It was really fun to watch them play last week, but Tarzan wants to make a case for himself to be an MVP once again. He was definitely getting a lot of MVP conversations last year. See if he can run that conversation back here for split number 3.
Yeah, aside from this one play where maybe the maggots entered their brains a little bit, started chewing away at the thought processes of AL, but it didn't end up mattering because they were up 10k gold. Ends up being just one more team fight that goes their way. And this one I thought also maybe TES had a chance if they were just a little bit stronger, but this is where we really saw Breathe make his impact on the Mega Gnar.
Breathe had a great mid and late game. I think that is something that I really want to point out. And if you do want to say, like, okay, where is Breathe going to immediately be the upgrade? Well, that's clearly been in team fights. He has been an absolute monster in these 5v5 so far this split. It's really been kind of his specialty so far for anyone's legend. He might not be having the lane impact that we wanted as that strong side top laner that was supposed to be this more dominant player than what Flandre was, or at least more consistent in losing matchups, but he's definitely making up for it by the fact that he is arguably the best team fighting top laner in the entire league right now.
Man, AL are starting to get me excited here, K-Man. I know there's still a lot of season left, but that 2-0 sweep against TES is making me excited about probably our best team in the league that has not been to an international yet. Of course, LPL will be sending 4 squads to Worlds in North America. AL and TES both hoping to be that. Potentially AL off to a better start, as it is Tarzan, unsurprisingly, winning player of the game.
He was up 7,000 gold at the end of the game. Yikes. That's pretty good. Tarzan was an absolute monster here today. I mean, game 1 was fantastic. A little bit slow, but still a great Jarvan game, 100% KP. This is the game from this series that people are going to remember from Tarzan. This is classic Tarzan taking over 11, 1, and 13 on Nefiri. This is going to be one of the better games he's played throughout a majority of this year, and he absolutely deserves all, count him, 5 of the MVPs he's already gotten at the start of week 2 this split.
And AL's only won 6 games. That means all but one of the games that AL has won, Tarzan has been the most valuable player for his squad. Expecting him to win that player of the series as well. But that's going to do it for our coverage of this matchup. Top Esports end up falling to anyone's legend in 2-0 fashion to pick up their first loss of split number 3. K-Man, a pleasure as always, but our time has come. It is time to move things over to Dia and Quacks for our next series, BLG against LGD.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast. You haven't seen us since last season, so hi, I'm Dia. I've got Quacks with me today, and we are going to be covering the second series of the day, BLG versus LGD. For those of you who were with us through the first series, we know it was a 2-0, we know it was a little short. We'll try and extend this one, as BLG actually have had some of their series extended recently, notably against Thunder Talk, a series that should not have gone the distance, but it did, Quacks, so who knows what we're in for today.
You know, Thunder Talk have been making waves, I think, just across the Ascend split. They seem like an anomaly, Dia, similar to what I feel NIP was in split number 1, and that was the last time you and I really got to cast together, right? We were not put together whatsoever for split number 2, so how have you been? Like, it feels like it's been so long since we've been able to cast the LPL, you and I, and doing it together. I am extremely fortunate for that today. And like you said, it's BLG versus LGD. And if we want to extend this broadcast a little bit more, get to game number 3, I think a lot of it is going to have to be on LGD come this series, because BLG, despite all of the tumultuous stuff going on with their roster and Wembo's difficulties in the top lane, I think this team is still considered by far the strongest in the LPL.
Yeah, a lot of ups and downs, but you're still at the top of the pile, and that's the reality for BLG. Right now, this is how the standings are in LPL at the moment. We've still got our 2 groups, with LGD finally having made their migration up to Group Ascend, and with their 1 win, actually doing pretty well, especially compared to the competition. JDG and EDG surprisingly sitting at the bottom of Group Ascend right now. Still plenty of time in the split to make that up, and still plenty of time for a team like LGD, who has started their season well, to fall off a little bit. So I am very curious about today's game, because for BLG and LGD, this isn't a game that I think longtime LPL fans will have doubts about the outcome of. BLG are a heavy favorite in this series. It is about how it happens. And of course, if it doesn't happen, wow, we are going to be floored. But man, if BLG should be winning this series, LGD should be losing this series, but it's about how they find themselves in those respective wins, losses, and how long it goes that'll tell us a lot about the long term of both these rosters.
Like we said, there's been a lot of discussion around BLG, and so I do think the overall potency of this team, this roster, has been put a little bit into question. So like you said, Dia, it's not just about getting those wins, but it's also about making sure that when you look good, you look great, and just being able to convince everyone that you are still the big man on campus, that you are still BLG, despite all of the discussion and talk around your organization over the past weeks to month-ish since MSI, and they were unfortunately not able to take it home in the grand finals. So really, I'm just looking to see what the mainstay members have in store for us as they traverse themselves around the regular season here in split number 3, because the expectation isn't around the regular season for them. It goes much higher than that.
And we'll take a look at the opposite numbers that they've got. LGD facing up against them, where expectations, as we mentioned, have sat considerably lower. This is their first split in Group Ascend of 2026, and as such, they have done very well so far. This is a team that I was very excited about in Nirvana. I love casting LGD. I love talking about these players and the individual breakout moments that they'll have. You guys may notice that I'm kind of hyped on Bertle. If he goes off, you're going to see me very excited. But when it comes to the grand scheme of things, LGD have had moments of brilliance. Those moments need to turn into full games and then full series. They've got, as we said, moments of hope. Bertle, Hung, Tong Yuan have all looked really good. Even Xiaoya has looked good recently, especially on his Yunara. And Chris, I will say, really impressed me as well, coming into the roster this split and actually being quite an active part of making their early games much more aggressive than they've been in splits past, Quacks.
And I think a lot of the success, a lot of the firepower of this team really does come from the mid jungle. I think I have been most impressed from Hung and Tong Yuan so far in not only their individual play around the early to mid game, but also how they've played the 2v2s. I think their ability to win games, even just going back to last split, really does stem from strong mid jungle synergy around skirmishes in the river, invading the jungle and looking for proactive plays. That I think is what has gotten them into Ascend. But Dia, it feels like that kind of strategy isn't nearly as effective as it was in Split 2. We've got meta shakeups, we've got meta changes, and I do think that when talking about teams that have struggled to acclimate to all of the different things that have come in Split 3, LGD would personally be among the top of my list. I think that they have had a difficult time getting toward these drafts, getting these mages in the bot lane, and just playing the stuff that has been pioneered as Split 3 is starting to warm up around the world. And that is no more apparent, in my opinion, than with Xiaoya. This guy has not played any mages yet, and he's going up against Viper, who I think has been the best at acclimating to this new style that the AD carries have had to adjust to over the course of the Split 3.
And there has, as you say, been a lot of adaptation. Viper's really been at the forefront of that, especially in the AD carry role. And one of the roles that you mentioned earlier, the top lane, has been in constant discussion for BLG. Right now, of course, we've got Wenbo. But I'm using the words right now because if you guys are chronically offline, first of all, thank you for watching the broadcast and taking the time out of your, I'm sure, very organically fueled day. But secondly, I mean, Wenbo being here at all has not been easy for him. How much longer he'll be here is in question.
That is in question, but just the general level that I think Wenbo has been able to display of holding his own enough for the pedigree level of the rest of his teammates to kind of carry through, he has been serviceable, and I think that is literally all we can ask of him at this current moment. You know, he's kind of a fish out of water. The overall level of Ascend teams is really high. This is a guy who's basically from the LDL, so I think that the jump in skill is pretty drastic, and we are still early on into the split. So even if this guy was the mainstay for BLG throughout the split, I think a little bit of grace is warranted, just given how early it is and how sudden this change was just in general. So definitely we'll be looking out for Wenbo in this game to just hold down the fort in top. I do think that Birdle has had some decent performances so far in split number 3, and we'll definitely make him work for it.
And we've got a lot to be excited about when we're thinking about Wenbo again, whether he's on BLG or not, because oh my god, guys, please like open Twitter or something, like just look at what is going on around the LPL. But we've got a lot to be excited about with Wenbo because this is a great thing to have on your resume as well. Wenbo has had 3 great series with BLG so far. They've managed to perform to expectations, the expectations being that BLG will and will always continue to win, and those have been set up not just by people arbitrarily putting together, oh, this is an all-star roster. They've just done it the entire split, the entire year. BLG, I mean, you can read the graphic. They won playoffs. They won the regular season. They won for, like, what else do you want from this team? The expectation is that BLG will do that again this split. Anything short of that, as you tend to suffer when you succeed in this way, anything short of that is a failure to BLG.
It absolutely is, and I think that struggling against LGD, a team that is finding their footing stylistically, like I said, and still trying to get toward a sense of synergy that works out relative to the new meta here in split number 3 would be a bit concerning. But for LGD, any chance at being able to put up a fight, being able to make BLG work for it in this series, I think would hint at them actually being able to find that footing, actually being able to come up with an identity going into Ascend, where you will be facing off against stronger teams. And that's where I really like that you actually mentioned Crisp, Dia. I think that they brought this guy in for some of that extra experience because he has been around for so long. I think that Xiaoya has a bit of a tendency to go off the rails. When he's good, he's great. When he's bad, he's really bad. And I think that Crisp has done a decent job thus far in this split at being able to raise up the high highs while mitigating the low lows. And that really is his job, in my opinion, on this team, to add that experience and to just make sure that Xiaoya can rein it in a little bit more. Just tell him no. Don't be a yes man, Crisp.
And right now, I mean, especially in the first series, he really impressed me. We'll take a look at a couple clips from LGD while we get the chance to talk about them and the moments of brilliance that they've had, because as we mentioned, we've of course had Crisp giving them a lot of openings 2 plays. I think that was especially notable in their first series that you'll see here up against EDG. But Xiaoya has looked great, especially, I think I said on the Yunara earlier, but we've got the clip of Kaisa here where he's certainly able to find an isolated kill up against a mage bot lane that is dominating the meta right now. Tang Yuan whipping out the Gnar mid, I know caught a lot of attention last week, and I mean, I'm going to be giving us Bertle copium all day, so I don't need to talk too much about him now because that'll come later.
I mean, I am certainly excited to see Bertle, come through here in the top lane matchup. I do think that we have seen some fun carry performances from him so far. The Ambessa, the Rumble, attempts on things like the Jace. We don't talk about the Aurora game. But everyone has those games, right, Dia? But yeah, I think that this is maybe a matchup where Bertle is obviously favored and can really put himself back on the map, because I think there have been a plethora of top laners in a sense so far that have really impressed me. We just got back from a series where Breathe absolutely styled on all of top esports and really showed his mark on the map and his mark on his new team, so that was extremely impressive. Let's see if Bertle can, match that level here in this series against BLG, which is a pretty tall ask. But really for LGD, I do think that on top of needing to find a style, needing to acclimate a little bit to the meta, needing to compromise a bit, it also just feels like the overall synergy is a little bit less than what it was in split number 2. Talking a little bit more, I know we weren't going to say it. I know we were going to say that we weren't going to talk about it too much, Dia, but I mean the Aurora top lane where Bertle was clearly out of his element. Things like the Gnar mid, I think that had to have been swapped at the last second. I think all of these are a product of LGD just not knowing their strengths, not having that camaraderie, and not having that synergy in draft to start their games out on a good spot.
As we head into the stadium and our players start walking out, we may see this play out pretty quickly as well, because we are going to talk a lot about the gameplay. I mean, 99% of our job is to sit in game and talk about what's going on at the time. But the first part of that might be the most important, and might be where we see the biggest difference between BLG and LGD. Because again, you mentioned the Aurora top lane, and it can become a side note. Well, it can become we don't talk about that. It can also become something that is symptomatic of a lack of direction, a lack of flexibility in draft.
Right.
And if that is the case, we're definitely going to see it against BLG, because BLG don't just pick whatever champions they want and then head to the Rift. BLG also have really definite draft plans, and they should have some prepared against LGD. Because even at this point of the season, you don't want to come into a match unprepared and suffer an embarrassing defeat. So I am expecting this draft to be actually quite tense for LGD, and especially in the second and, God willing, third game, getting us to a point where LGD are pushed to be flexible, perhaps beyond their point of comfort.
I agree with you on that. I think that BLG, like we said, the expectation for this team is so high. It transcends just the LPL. You're looking at internationals for what this team's end goal is coming into the rest of the year. And so I think that the wide champion pools support that. We have seen it in playoffs. We have seen them willing to bust out the crazy stuff. We finally got to see Shun's Kindred, by the way, which I clapped my hands super loud and was had to stand up after that because I was so excited about it. So yeah, that is something LGD will have to match, and that is kind of a bar that they will have to meet if they hope to challenge the Titans of the LPL here in 2026.
You know, I was thinking about Shun because Mazel mentioned Shun as being really important to BLG's game plan, and you know, when he brought it up, it was sort of like a meme point of like, oh, he brings good vibes, he smiles all the time. So, you know, seems like a fun guy, and well, yes, that is important. I also
he's
think
smiling
that
right
Shun,
now. He's smiling right now.
I mean, you're it's a great day to be on BLG, to be honest. Again, expectedly. But Shun also can be a point of weakness for BLG. We've actually seen him in a couple of games this split be a point of overextension for the roster, and while it has not cost them series, it has cost them map pressure specifically around mid lane, which in a regular game of League of Legends, you go, okay, well, this team just doesn't have a lot of pressure around mid, and that's fine. But it's BLG, and when people talk about BLG, they talk about Knight. They talk about this deity that you have in the mid lane that is supposed to win you games. So when BLG don't have that, it's really noticeable. And I think a lot of that has been coming down to Shun and not knowing when he can or should push an advantage this early in the season with the roster that he's got.
I think that Shun is still getting used to the fact that supports aren't even in lane anymore. They literally get level 2, reset, and then are in mid. They are patrolling the jungle. It is very difficult to get those early aggressive plays off when you are constantly being monitored by another pair of eyes on the enemy team. And so I think that puts an extra bit of spotlight onto Crisp. How is he going to be able to patrol Shun? How is he going to be able to prevent him from having that mid pressure that you speak of, Dia? Because I absolutely agree with you. I think that Shun hasn't had the early game map pressure that we have expected from him, that we have seen in Splits 1, in Splits 2, in the internationals they've attended in 2026. And a lot of that just has to do with, I don't think he is necessarily warmed up to the fact that he is significantly more policed around the early game with what his actions do and what his movement requires of him. So we'll be looking out for that. I also think that a bit of a side effect of that overextension has been trying to make up for it in mid-game and looking silly in a couple of plays, but we are going to start making the picks happen as draft has begun, and already 2 marksmen have been eliminated by LGD, the Ezreal and the Vayne. Obviously, Vayne a flexible pick as well, but some respect over to Viper specifically, Dia.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this guy has been incredible at adapting to the new meta, and for that reason, I'm not even that worried about the 2 marksman bans. I think they're respectful, but they honestly don't limit Viper's options that much. And seeing what Viper is going to choose actually may be something that we wait a little bit later in the draft for, depending on how BLG want to approach this. I'm expecting them to have an aggressive draft strategy, but I'm also hoping that they end up showing us their top side a little bit earlier. Because I don't think that BLG is going to win through top side, I'd rather have sort of an established safe strategy there and then start exploring options through the rest of the map.
We have already established that Wembo specifically has had some difficulties in the LPL thus far, so I think giving him the option of counter pick would help alleviate some of those concerns going into game number 1. If that's what BLG decide to do, I think that would be a pretty solid plan. But we see the Nocturne already brought on up here for Hung. Again, one of the big playmakers of LGD, does allow him to have that skirmishing potential and that map impact once he gets onto the Paranoia. Does maybe give BLG a bit of an opening before then, though, and so they are going to slam the Neferi for that early game aggression that we mentioned Shun likes so much. But I really want to see a roaming support like the Bard, like the Camille, to help make this threat extra potent early on.
Especially thinking about the jungle pool and the fact that these 2 have been locked in for later. I am really hoping that we get a Kiana later in the games. I know that's been really good for Hung, and I'm very curious, I guess, without that team fight ability, whether he's able to convert in the same way on Nocturne. I like the lock-in on Syndra for Chang Yuan. This has been a very good pick for him this split. The Jace immediately afterwards, though, I did not see coming.
Very strong topside here already for LGD. You've got a lot of damage being stacked by all 3 of these guys, and a lot of scaling around the 2-item mark for all 3 of them as well. So I do think that BLG, I'll be interested to see what they respond with. Yorick, obviously a really good lane counter into the Jason, also does provide that side lane threat, which Nocturne is decent at dealing with if you're desynced, but like we have said so many times, this is BLG, and I don't expect them to be super desynced. Also, again, we expected the Wembo counter pick. Came a little bit quicker than we thought. Was expecting it maybe on 4-5 here, but still is going to be giving himself a favorable matchup to, again, alleviate maybe some of the concerns we have. This fish out of water narrative that we've kind of put on him, maybe going to be less in this game number 1.
As we enter the second phase of draft, a Poppy ban and a good takeaway. However, I think that right now I'm really looking for any sign of where this Cassiopeia is going to end up. I'm expecting it to be in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Anybody should, but it's 2026, it's Split 3, and Knight's Cassiopeia
Viper
did not
has played a
wow
Cassio
the last
game.
time it came out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Viper has played the Cassiopeia in the bot lane before, and this is a matchup that I think Syndra generally wins just because the stickiness of Cassiopeia in the laning phase, the ability to keep on trading, landing a Q, and then spamming out E's is something that she really likes to do. Syndra with a Scatter the Weak can just immediately peel you off of that, so does make it a bit difficult for Knight to heavily trade in the laning phase. Can definitely see a world where they decide, hey, let's just send it to the bot lane. It seems like LGD are kind of living in that world. They've got the Akali ban and the Galio ban, so they're fully prepared for this flex if BLG decide to go for it.
Rel's up if you want to. If you want to snap that up right now.
Camille too.
It's a good option. Yeah, and I say that, and I'm like, oh yeah, of course, Camille, the Camille
How
that
could
has
you
been
forget?
terrorizing lobbies. Yeah.
Has been basically globally permabanned, pick or ban, and not surprised to see on it this time. Leona is the typical counter pick just because every time you go for a hook shot, Leona is going to be there with the Eclipse to block it. Shen as well, another answer, does also give you some of that global pressure, and syncs maybe a bit better with the Nocturne as well. Paranoia plus Stand United gives a bit more safety and a bit more boldness over to Hung on which engages he decides to go for. And a lock is going to be locked in, Dia.
Okay.
So our first game casting the new champion.
Okay, good. I have done my prep in solo queue for this.
Yup,
I think I'm
yup.
ready for the pace. You know, every champion brings a little bit of a different pace to a team fight. I think we've got locked down. It may be that he blows up this game and we have no chance to really prepare, but a Vladimir lock-in last is exactly what BLG set themselves up for. Not the champion, but the opportunity to pivot here, because as we were talking about, they saved the pick for whether or not Cassiopeia would be going down to the bot lane. Until now, how do you feel about the fact that we've now gotten Vlad in bot lane?
All right, so I think that this is a pretty good lane for Vladimir overall. Scales extremely well, and that is the thing that I'll be looking at here for both of these teams. I think that both squads have a decent amount of early game pressure, but then once you get toward that mid to late game, it's going to be about which team is capable of handing that baton off to their late game threats. You've got Syndra versus Vladimir. Locke as well does have a lot of scaling, so he can also be counted as some kind of late game threat if he snowballs decently early on. So both teams have threats early, both teams have threats late. It's really going to be which team gets those rotations down and which team is able to kind of have that seamless transition from the early game threat to the late game threat.
It is going to also be, I think, a question of how much we can snowball, because Locke, especially when you've got a Nocturne and a Syndra and a Jace in your team, like you talked about, we have these really potent 2-item spikes. This seems like a game where the snowball is really what it's all about, especially once you hit second Drake, once you're around the 2-item mark, that you have to be taking over the game with this composition, or you are just going to slowly but surely get steamrolled in the late game by a Vladimir Cassiopeia. Like, what do you do?
LGD! LGD! LGD!
Maybe some more love for BLG in the crowd is to be expected, and already we're fighting over Raptors.
I mean, why not start things off this way? Shun, once again low, flashing away, is going to go down for first blood. Given over to the Lock, one of the worst case scenarios, and on will follow a double kill this early on to Xiaoya on Lock. Oh, hey. We are going to be doing some crazy things this game.
All right, well, we said that we haven't seen Xiaoya on a magic damage champion yet, and he starts out the game 2-0. That's a pretty good start to a style we have yet to see from this player. Wouldn't you agree, Dia?
I would. I'm scared. This is one of those things where I'm experiencing solo queue emotions. I see those kills go down in the mid lane, and for Viper, I go, oh no, man. Oh my god.
Vladimir, APC, by the way, not been played since 2019, so has been a very long time. One of those teams you saw V5 doesn't even exist anymore, Dia, as we already see On maybe getting punished for his excessive roaming. Viper did get some free CS, but now that Xiaoya has those 2 items, it's just very difficult for Vladimir with those high cooldowns to actually get the wave in a favorable state, and I expect this to kind of be the norm. I think that the Lock Shen lane should have favorable lane states and mostly keep that prio maintained until Vlad gets some of that that haste to be able to spam those Qs out.
Gonna get a good bit of damage in here as well. Just already having the ability to jump so far forward and take aggressive trades. He could kill On then, but instead Crisp is going to be the one to go down as Viper's decided this is a winning trade. Xiaoya doesn't have the damage to take on Viper just yet, but with 2 nail stacks up, maybe. He chooses not to try and turn it as he misses the 3rd nail, and Viper manages to get a kill back. And a little bit of redemption in this lane.
Bit of an oopsie there from Crisp. Takes a turret shot. Viper picking himself up a kill, and now actually being able to shove in the wave. It was going to be slow pushing for them, but if LGD were able to keep both members alive, they probably would have been able to thin that out and just keep the wave in a position that was favorable to them. Now On is back in the mid lane.
Get pushed away, but still flash forced out of Tong Yuan. There's a lot of summoners that have been used in the first couple minutes of this game. Shun still has his on cooldown. On, of course, burned his in the same play. Crisp, Xiaoya, and Tong Yuan now missing them. Even Hong doesn't have flash. A lot of tools are missing, but most of those tools are on LGD.
We're gonna get a replay of the fight yet again, and Crisp initially blocking the wall shot there from On, and then the damage coming through here onto the Camille. I think Crisp, yeah, just greeting to try and walk up for that auto attack, takes a turret shot, was trying to secure the kill for LGD on the bot side, but goes a little too close and does end up paying the price. Now I think Viper is able to pick up those Ionian boots, so ability haste acquired will at least allow him to have some more trading power and thin out the waves a bit, and maybe not get nearly as bullied by Xiaoya.
It's funny to see that out of Crisp as well, because we were just talking about him in the pregame as being the guy in this lane who had to hold things back, who had to put Xiaoya in the right positions, but knowing that they've got an advantage, this bot lane as a whole, it does get a little bit aggressive here, and it's for good reason. Crisp does really like looking out for kills in the first series alone that he had with this squad, was able to pull out an 88% KP and has kept that up. So whether living or dying, Crisp is going to be involved in the fights.
Looks like Hong might be involved in this gank here as Wembo is pushed up. Bertle is not anywhere close to his jungler though.
Bertle, fortunately, is one of the few people who has flash, and Hong did get his back up. Wenbo, importantly, though, has managed to hold on to his, and this gank, as well timed as it seemed, didn't even let Bertle take out the Maiden, which is actually quite bad, given that you've just spent the time of your jungler to show top lane, exposing this dragon, and not even getting Yorick's Maiden down?
Shun gonna be able to pick up that neutral. At the very least, it will give Bertle a somewhat favorable reset timer for himself on this chase. I think pretty important when you're playing a champion of this magnitude that really is all about resources, is all about gold, as Crisp is a walking bag of resources, it seems, for BLG.
It's almost like a replay because we started the game with a fight here, but Crisp gets away this time. Ignite down also for On, but it's flash back up in case they want to try and make another play around the bot lane where On is heading just now. 6 minutes in, we do have first dragon already taken down, which means that all of BLG and LGD should be focusing on one objective and one objective only. The Void Grub's coming up in about a minute 30.
See some control being gained there by Shun, as On is actually going to commit. Viper.
Is Vladimir, unfortunately.
Yup.
Definitely
So-
looking practiced on the champion.
Does manage to get out of there, but crucially, we do have the junglers hitting on to level 6 here. So Hung, we talked about it in the draft, on this Nocturne will start to be able to make some of those more aggressive plays on the pick. Meanwhile, Shun, really for this Nefiri, for me, it's all about how he pairs up with On. So I think with the grubs coming up in about 45 seconds, you can see Camille already hovering around that mid lane. We are going to have to see how those two sync up together, because that is a lot of single target damage. If you're able to get the resets, I think that opens up the door for Shun to really wreak havoc on the rest of the fight.
Who's able to isolate better? Will it be the Nocturne Shen, or
Yeah.
will it be the Camille Nefiri? It's an arms race early on in the game, but a lot of that is already being won by BLG in terms of the vision that they've got set up around Void Grubs. That needs to be contested to set up the isolated plays that LGD won.
So we do see LGD walking a little bit into the river. I'm looking at the top lane now, and we do have a swap coming through here. Viper actually going to be in the top lane himself. You were mentioning how a lot of summoners were burned early on, Dia. A lot of those are also coming back up. Crucially, I really want to pay attention to this Vladimir, though, who has Flash and Ghost. So if a timer does open up for him to get aggressive, might not be on these grubs, as LGD are just going to take that without any contest from BLG. But if he has an opportunity to get aggressive, we saw it in that failed attempt kill by Chris, he will absolutely take it. He will throw down a summoner spell and charge at LGD if a window does get open for him to do so.
Viper immediately taking a trade with Bertle. Does not have to be afraid on this Vladimir. Gets to play up close and in your face, even this early on into the game. Twist for him. Tang Yuan ends up ulting an invulnerable Shun, and that is an ult down for him. The Dragon coming up in just over 2 minutes. Should be back up by then, but Shun still continues exuding pressure, even in a 3v2. Soon to be a 3v3 as in comes Knight. On recommits to the fight. Another Scat of the Week, stuns 3, but a Nocturnal ult in the backline will finally take down one. On will fall for his hubris. Hung will join him, and Shun even ults onto Chris, just to assert his dominance.
And now look, I mean, Tang Yuan is going to cut away from mid lane to try and bully Shun off of the wave, because he really doesn't want the Nefiri having access to that part of the map. Xiaoye maybe going to look for the kill.
Oh, he actually went for the Ashen Pursuit immediately. Shun gets out of that, but the fact that Xiaoye even thought he had the kill,
You know,
an odd moment. You know, it's his first time playing Locke.
It's a valiant attempt there, and he does manage to pick it up a little bit, so refunds 20% of the cooldown as Viper, very bold walk up there, almost goes down, has to use both of those summoner spells that we talked about. He maybe wanted to save to be more aggressive, but now On is here.
Yeah, Viper actually baits out Xiaoye again to recommit to the fight, leaving Chris all in his low.
Here's Knight.
Knight shows up to the bot lane as well. Ends up with an ult directly to the face, and 2 kills go to BLG. On does die, giving another kill to Xiaoye, but that is a big trade up for BLG, who lose nothing in the process. Wenbo may be the trade, as Hung's got his ult back up.
But Wenbo, I think, really good recognition there that Hung didn't appear toward that bot side, is likely looking for a cross map. He respects it, backs away, and will likely be the thing that saves his life. The only thing the Nocturne will be getting are some chickens at the end of the day, Dia. But now, Dragon is up. The Nocturne has to cross over, and crucially, we do have Knight getting his first item of the game. So Roa Complete does make that Cassiopeia significantly tankier and harder to take down. And LGD, we talk about that single target threat. Feels like the Cassiopeia has been removed from that list of champions LGD will be able to absolutely one-shot.
Now, in the pre-game, we had listed LGD's composition as being particularly strong around second Drake. Well, it's second Drake right now, and they are taking it on spawn. Shun wants to try and contest for the smite still. Will he be able to get close enough? The answer found out very quickly is no. LGD just a little bit too powerful at this point in the game, and with a even now small gold disadvantage, they still have a win in the larger scope of this game. Right now is some of the strongest that LGD's comp is going to be now and for the next, I'll call it 10-15 minutes.
When BLG really don't have a way to enter into the fights without Camille going for a hook shot, I think that is when LGD can really get the green light to make a lot of these plays. We saw there that On was significantly chunked out, and unless Shun is feeling extra bold without his flash, there really is no way for BLG to enter into that river and actually contest for that dragon, as Scat of the Week does hit.
Shot to try and take him out. Unfortunately for On, it is not nearly enough. LGD still control this river, and BLG once again misestimate their strength, but this time it is not Shun making the overcommittal. It's On that's getting punished for this.
It's now 4 kills over to Xiaoya, has the Lich Bane complete as well, and is feeling bold enough, despite being a level down, to actually look for these trades against Viper, but Viper will take that.
The auto once again goes for the kill, but this time doesn't have any stacks up. So Xiaoya will just take the damage on Viper. The Viper should be very comfortable healing back up on Vladimir.
Yeah, we'll be able to catch this wave. Is getting closer and closer to that first item. I've seen a lot of debate on what Vladimir actually likes to go as a core component first item, because he's not really a first item champion, he's more of a third item champion, as we're gonna have to hold that thought. Wembo is out of health, out of mana, but he's not out of assistance from his jungler. Shun is gonna be there to clear the wave, but it looks like LGD have more members on the top side. Still though, won't be able to make that dive happen. At the very least, though, they're going to get some vision around this Herald in about a minute and a half, where I imagine both of these teams are really going to put emphasis on trying to siege for this, because no turret is even really close to dying yet, Dia.
Well, LGD, they do get a little bit of extra pressure on the top side, so maybe, just maybe, we see that become the focus for them around first tower, but like you say, Rift Herald really seeming like it's going to be the big indicator of that through this game. I do wonder whether BLG will choose to contest it or not. Earlier, I think they had plenty of options to contest Void Grubs. They chose not to. Now, with the second topside objective spawning, I don't think they're in the same position.
I don't either. I think BLG trying to look for a contest on this Herald is something they will struggle with. Like we said, it is very difficult to get an engage onto multiple members if you are this BLG comp, but they found one isolated.
Yeah, finding the single member, that's where it gets much easier. Tongyuan does flash away, but still goes down to the dogs. BLG pick up another isolated kill. Getting themselves, or rather keeping themselves, I'll say, ahead in this game, but still not at their most powerful point in the game. This, however, really good for BLG, because if they're able to keep themselves in this even or ahead state and continue abusing the bot lane, they are going to have things going so well for them in about 5 to 10.
And now they stall out any threat on the Herald as well. On with 1 HP is...
He gets out. He gets out. He's gone. He's gone.
To make out. Yep, he's gone. So that not only extends the timer for BLG to set up vision, get some pressure around this top side to maybe contest for this Herald, but also Knight on a side lane is now Viper in trouble.
Having to flash away from the ult. Tongyuan doing a good job by setting up these stuns. Is Syndra actually bringing a lot of utility, not just in this game, but even in previous series for LGD. So certainly a bright point that they can look to enable Xiaoya, who, despite the fact that he hasn't had that much action since, he's still sitting at 4-1. This lock can snap his fingers and kill someone.
Yeah, you know, it's funny too, because, hold that thought, it's not very funny for On as he just goes down, 5th kill over to Xiaoya. At some point, you don't even need the nails necessarily as the lock. Once it gets to a point where he doesn't need all 3 to one-shot you, that's when the Doomsday Clock starts to hit 12. And I do think that Xiaoya getting those stacks on the Darksteel, getting closer and closer to 2 items, he's going to be hitting that moment. And there really isn't a humongous central tank onto BLG. You've got a decent amount of health stackers on this comp, but I think the lethality of this lock will be there if he continues to have this much pressure on the map.
BLG have done an exceptional job of playing around the power of lock so far, actually removing yet another dragon in their favor. Third dragon of the game going to BLG. This could be in trade for a Rift Herald as LGD want it to be, but BLG actually feel like they can contest this early in the game. 16 minutes in, and BLG mount a resistance, stopping LGD's Rift Herald.
I mean, look, we see that Xiaoya is isolated from the rest of the team. He's going to have to walk into the fight at a pretty uncomfortable angle if he wants to get involved, but they just want to go on to Viper.
I mean, Viper does make the mistake of wasting his pool early, and unfortunately for the rest of BLG, this means they can't do the Herald anymore. They actually had a pretty powerful position earlier on, but now they may lose mid tower and so much more as LGD are able to do 2 objectives at once, clearing out some of the vision around this Rift Herald, taking the mid lane tower down to a couple hundred HP, and turning back onto the big purple crab.
Is going to reset for the time being. Maybe Shun can look for a steal. He does have flash to get back over the wall.
We're not fighting. Shun wastes his invulnerability, chooses to expend the flash. BLG may be able to win the fight afterwards, depending on Knight, who's been corralling LGD into a corner right now. The first reset coming in through for Shun. Xiaoya flashes away, but will still be slain by the fangs from Knight. And On even collects a kill onto Tangyuan. Bertle wants to answer that back. Should be able to, with Knight chasing him down. Could be the end for Bertle as well, but he's got just enough speed with the acceleration gate to get out of there. BLG winning the fight after Rift Herald. A big victory for them.
Bit of mayhem up at the Herald Dia, but BLG, like you said, even though they don't get the objective, they get so much pressure on the map. Top lane tier 1 is going to fall, and then also, as we are going into the replay, Viper is able to lane and get some CS on that Vladimir. But going back into the replay here, we do see Knight, I think, just a critical couple of abilities to land on this Cassiopeia that's been accelerated, and that gives the green light over to Shun to engage the fight. And even though he does go down, it gives an opening for the rest of BLG to pour onto LGD to get involved in the skirmish. And that has been the big struggle for this game. They finally find their moment, but sacrificing one of your pieces for a potent engage doesn't seem like a very replicable strategy in this game. So I do think BLG from here on out might have to get a bit creative if they are the ones that want to start the fights.
Yeah, I'm of 2 minds about this, because BLG have been managing the disadvantage that they got into at minute 1 in this game very well. I've really appreciated the way that they have gone about this. And I look at this last fight and I think, good news, wow, BLG just won this fight. The other way to look at that is bad news. LGD had all the advantages and they completely lost control. They even lost first brick afterwards. So they fight for the Rift Herald in a 4v5 that they should win every single day of the week with a fed AD carry, AP carry, and still losing that. I mean, you know, it is BLG, but it's something to be criticized about the way that we're playing League of Legends. LGD should be winning this.
It's also just the fact that Camille's support does a lot of damage. We saw Camille support solo kill Tangyuan on the Syndra, so I do think that when you're talking about number disadvantages, it's very important to remember that Crisp isn't going to really be doing damage on the Shen. Meanwhile, the Camille is going to be solo killing mid laners. I think that is something that will make the difference and maybe does give a little bit of breathing room over to BLG. If they do lose a member, they can always say, well, we have more damage on our support to maybe make the difference possible. And that certainly was something that factored into that last fight as On did get that solo kill.
And Knight's Cassiopeia is looking a lot better than it did during his last series as well. The way that he's able to manage basically as a one-man army on the side of the fight through the entire Rift Herald sequence makes the future plays for BLG look quite promising. Knight's already got his Roa all the way stacked up and is one of the major scaling threats on the BLG composition as he heads back to mid lane. We've got 20 seconds left until this dragon spawns. LGD are picking a fight. Can BLG claw another win out of it?
They're looking to try. They get the ult onto him.
taking out one source of damage. Remember, BLG have 4 left.
Yup, they do. Herald going to be spawned here. I think Battle Herald has been a pretty common strategy here in the LPL. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, as Shelly's actually going to get blocked by the playpen, so good on there by Wembo. But now the York is completely cut off from the rest of his team for the time being, and I think LGD should have a clear way to take this dragon unless they can get Shun into this river, but there are the empowered blast cones.
BLG go for the fight after the objective. It looks like they will. Viper tries to find an engage, but unfortunately without On there, there's just no way to start a fight. You mentioned it earlier. When On is the only way that BLG can really engage, it's not a great look for them. When he's dead and they can't engage at all, that's even worse.
I also think it adds an extra layer of scrutiny over to BLG from that last fight, as Nevermind Hung is just flashing onto Shun.
Shun is very, very dead. Flash over the wall from him does force one out of Bertle as well. Knight teleporting
That's
in.
Juggler down.
Bertle's going to be able to get out with this blast cone
Viper.
only into Viper, however, as Viper's trying to assassinate Xiaoya, and he will. LGD forced back into their own jungle. 1 for 1 in the overall trade. The BLG are striking ferociously for the throats of LGD, even as LGD are managing this pretty all right.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pick onto Shun. LGD looking to play with Alacrity, turn that into a Baron, but now we're starting to get to the point where Viper, he's got the death cap, has some of that MR shred as well, so will be really starting to hurt in these team fights. And this is the conundrum of Vladimir. I mean, you're awful early game, you've got extremely high cooldowns, but once you get to that late game, once you get some of that haste, once you get some of that AP, you become an absolute demon. As we are going to get the replay here. Shun just not able to really go anywhere. Does use the flash, but then look at the damage coming through from Viper. Drops an E, ults as well, and then empowered Q. Xiaoya gets isolated, and he's got nowhere to go. And at the same time, the rest of LGD are forced away from the river, so that Baron becomes an afterthought at that point.
It's a weird thing as well, because Xiaoya did get so many kills early. We've been talking about him as being this big threat for LGD, but that is mostly what he's been. He's gotten a bit of big damage onto some carries at some point, most of it actually on. But Xiaoya, in terms of actually converting on this, has had a pretty low success rate. Viper, on the other hand, as he continues to scale on Vladimir, I don't know who's stopping him from just running at Xiaoya every time and murdering him.
Goes in for a trade, but nothing going to come of that. Yeah, you always got to hold your breath, because I feel like every single attempt at a kill or every single attempt at a pick has been acted on, and usually someone does actually end up dying. So always got to hold your breath for those plays. But surprisingly, nobody dies, despite both teams getting a little bit rough with one another in the mid lane. As now Wembo, freed up from his shackles in the top lane, is just split pushing and opening up the door to go onto Bertle.
This is not going to be the game where I'm sitting here hyping Bertle up. He has been all right on the Jace, but a overstep like that does cost him, and more importantly, his team. Their bot lane inhibitor tower. BLG get to back away from this. Should they choose? It looks like they want to try and stick around for the inhibitor. Hookshot does save On for now, denying him the chance to engage for a moment, and BLG as a whole will decide that the engage wasn't really worth their time anyway. Backing off, they've got about 1:30 left until the Dragon. Baron's been up for a while as well, so if you get a pick onto somebody not like Bertle, but like Hung, that really opens things up for a game-ending buff.
Hung really is the only thing on LGD, I think, keeping this gold lead in relative contention between these two teams. I mean, it's a 1.9k gold lead for Knight, it's a 1.6k gold lead for On, but on the other side, Hung has a 1.7k gold lead over Shun. So if this Nocturne, like you said, does get found out, if that gold lead does shrink, I think LGD's chances of coming back into this game do significantly shrink with it. And a credit to LGD in this game, regardless of result. We said we wanted to see identity. That was something that we were really concerned about going into this series, given that it feels like they have had a style that was more reminiscent of something you would see in Split 2, and this is a very different meta from what we have had in Split number 2, now that we are in Split number 3. But a comp like this, where I think you've got a engage theme, you've got a strong top side, you've got the lock to add on to the damage as well, and you're finally allowing Xiaoyu to pick some of these more magic damage-centric champions, does answer a lot of the concerns we had going into this game, Dio.
So just to make sure that I'm sort of like hearing and interpreting correctly, when you're talking about wanting to see identity from a team, it's not so much seeing a strategy that they're able to select and make work. I mean, although of course that's the ideal, but more just seeing that they're going for something at all, because that is definitely what I'm seeing out of LGD. But they are definitely falling short on making it work.
They certainly are, especially because we have criticized BLG's comp and a lot of things haven't been going right for them, but now they're going to look onto a pick on to Wenbo.
Could be the first time that we see Wenbo, and it is, falling in isolation. But even that is going to be traded back. This is soul point secured for BLG. LGD would really like to trade up. They've taken down the top laner of BLG, but the rest of BLG is collapsing on this. Shun still pretty safe on the Nefiri, can commit to the Baron Pit at any time that he likes, and BLG have by far more pressure. Viper's actually going to pop the Ghost, and BLG are certainly going in. Viper's all over the team fight, flashing in the back line on the Tongwon, but he gets deleted immediately after the pool expires, with Shun and An collaborating to take down Bertle. The rest of LGD throws themselves into the Hextech ultimatum, only to fall one by one. BLG will be clawing back this team fight once again, and his Knight doesn't quite get the stun on the ultimate. What he will leave LGD as is petrified, because an ace has been completed, and it's BLG's Baron.
And you can see smiles and laughter from On in the player cam. He loves playing a champion that can do some damage. 6 kills over to the Camille support, and BLG wiped the floor with LGD. Viper, the guy looking for the engage this time. He's the only one that falls. And we are going to get a secondary replay here. And again, this is what we said they needed to do. Find an isolated member, which is your entrance into the fight. Viper gets a little bit too aggressive here, but still, he corrals all of LGD into an area. Bertle separates himself, and now we're back to live. Wenbo potentially in a 1v3, but the Maiden and all of the Baron-empowered minions, he's going to get out of there no problem.
This is the problem that you've always got when facing down a Vladimir, but especially with the way that Viper is playing him. Again, Viper has made this Vladimir look really good. Is that, yeah, you can kill Vladimir. They do destroy him once he gets out of pool. But he's gotten a full rotation off onto like 3 or more people. And it's Vladimir. He's 3, almost 4 items deep. That 4th item going to be a Zanya's Hourglass, letting him get almost 2 rotations off.
It is pretty dangerous now, again, because he is starting to stack up those magic damage items. I know a lot of people that play Vladimir say that the Death Cap really is the Doomsday item, how he just becomes so unbelievably strong once he has that, and then from there on out you just stack ability haste, and that is what he's doing with the Proto Belt on top of that. So it's going to be difficult to not only take down Viper, but also withstand his damage, because as you see, the inventories from LGD, there is pretty much no magic resist whatsoever other than a couple of Merc Treads, and that is just not going to cut it.
As we foreshadowed in draft, this is not the point of strength for LGD's composition. The taunt does come through, and Viper's going to get assassinated. The core of the comp still functions. You Nocturnal somebody, you Shen taunt them, and profit. But it is past its point of optimal usefulness. LGD are going to get picks occasionally, but in terms of the 2-item spike where they are most powerful, we are far beyond that now. And in 5v5s, BLG have a definite advantage.
They do. When Viper is on the screen, when Knight is here, as well as On is found crisp. Shun is in the background here, but currently it's actually a numbers advantage for LGD. They're the ones running, though, Dia.
It's really difficult to deal with Shun at this point in the game. Xiaoya can't get out of the Hextech ultimatum, is going to stay alive for a little bit longer than another champion might, but even then, it's still a deadlock and a numbers disadvantage for LGD, with a top lane tower being pushed down by an ulting Yorick. We're going to be saying goodbye to this top lane tier 2, and likely quite a bit more with a Baron buff for BLG.
Oh yeah, subsequent turrets are also going to fall here as BLG are sieging on, but now it's Hung trying to 1v1 Viper. Will probably succeed, actually.
Do it, to be honest. Forces the pool out, forces out the ghost as well. Viper starts turning this, though. That is a lot of damage to come out of the Vladimir, and Viper in the 1v1 will take down LGD's jungler. 32 minutes into the game, we have seen yet another solo kill go down, but this time it is a snowball that is starting out of control for BLG. We have seen it coming for a long time, but a 5k gold lead is a lot worse than it looks.
And there is the proof of BLG definitively in the driver's seat and poised to take this game. Dia Hung, the shining light for LGD in this game as far as the gold difference was concerned, as I don't even have time to talk. Knight is now engaged on.
I mean, in case we needed another indicator, Knight actually does almost win this. Might still kill Bertle. Nope, hold on. It's all good, all good. Overreacting. However, Soul point going to BLG. If they had Soul, or sorry, Soul going to BLG. If they had Soul there, Knight wins that.
That is true. That is very true. But now, I mean, BLG are going to pick up Soul for themselves. Don't have the Baron buff, though, anymore, so maybe a break on the power of the sieging that BLG have displayed over the past couple of minutes when they were wearing and repping the big purple worm. But really, I feel now at this point in the game, all it will take is BLG finding one of these key members, whether it's Xiaoya, whether it's Hong, whether it's even Tang Yuan, to push down a lane and really start putting the finishing touches on this game. And now it's Hung looking for a rematch.
You know, where have we seen this story before?
Oh!
This
Hextech Ultimatum got spell shielded by the Nocturne. I was not sure if that's how it works, but he actually, does not get ulted there by On. He ends up escaping. So LGD will hold on for a little bit, albeit barely.
So it's a fun little present, right? It keeps your Nocturne alive for a little bit longer, and it does marginally improve your chances of winning the next fight. Does it improve your chances of winning the game? For that, they're going to need another Nocturne ult, and the difficulty is really where are you putting it now? If you're not able to consistently kill Viper, there was a way in via killing On earlier in the game. We saw that be a point of strength for LGD when they were able to isolate the support and deny BLG a chance to engage. I'm not sure that strategy's aged well. I'm not sure it'll continue to.
Does feel really difficult, not only because even if you find yourself onto On, if you're actually able to get to the Camille and get that pick, there's no guarantee you're getting out of there. I think that BLG have done a really good job at waiting in the wings, going in the shadows, and being sure that if LGD do extend for a pick, if they do end up looking for a fight, the rest of BLG are there to respond, are there to answer. And in multi-man fights, like you said earlier, Dia, BLG just have the clear advantage with how hard they've scaled it.
Most important is keeping themselves present in the mid lane. Unfortunately, BLG have identified that, and they will be removing that presence expeditiously. That's what I'm looking for. LGD lose 2, and no more of them in this mid lane, and most importantly, around the Baron pit, which is what BLG are really looking for to end the game.
Yeah, I think they admit they don't really have much sieging power outside of Wembo on the Yorick, so they're going to say, all right, we need the Baron, we need to go for this objective, and On is traversing around the map, but we have seen this story what feels like thousands of times before, and he's just going to get blown up for his transgressions.
Watching an AI monkey weep. Well, the support gets one shot. What is happening as LGD? Unfortunately, seem to be in their last couple minutes of this game. Knight is going to lose his blue buff, maybe reclaim it off of Hung's body. It's a GA for Hung if he wants to last a little bit longer. A teleport from Europe we just saw fly by us, and the game has truly deteriorated at this point, Quacks. You know it as well as I do. Watching as this plays, BLG know that they're winning this game. It is a matter of how they do it. And Hung, though he really wants this kill on Shun, is not going to find it. The fiesta has begun, but it cannot be long-lived.
Yeah, Maw of Memortius really against the AD champion. It absolutely saved Shun there. He didn't have that Maw. Oh, it was over for him. So he is going to survive. Chemtech Soul as well. You know, maybe Chemtech Soul had something to do with that. It's just a theory, though, is now BLG in a 4v5 are going to barrel down into the mid lane.
Wenbo knows that he's effectively immortal right now. And that's not true for Xiaoya, nor is it true for Crisp, who get to position aggressively, but not to too much effect. BLG pick up those 2 kills, and they should be able to pick up the game right now. Bertle can do little on this chase. Tong Yuan might have another ult to find somebody, but it does not do nearly enough damage, and the Nexus dies before anybody from BLG hits the ground.
Convincing win there from BLG. A couple of hiccups in the early game. We were getting a bit concerned about Xiaoya growing in strength and being able to get that snowball on the lock. But once team fights started to come around, BLG do what they do best, and they scrap tooth and nail. And the scaling was just too much at the end of the day. So credit to BLG for holding on until they hit those critical breakpoints. And Viper as well for his endurance with being able to awful Vladimir early game, because it was rewarded with an equally, if not more fun to watch late game.
Yeah, you know, okay, he did really well. We talked about Viper early. I mean, he played incredibly. I'm in a weird impasse here in terms of how we approach this, because LGD did do pretty well, all things considered. However, they also started with a double kill on their AD carry. And if this were, let's say, who's BLG's going up against top next? Let's say they're going up against top esports, and a double kill goes over to top esports in the early game, and BLG lose the game. Love. Yeah, but you know, we just sort of go, well, I mean, of course they were going to lose that game. The fact that that doesn't happen here is both incredible for BLG and a very bad sign for LGD in terms of their competition at the top of the LPL.
I will personally die on the hill that I think no matter what you do to Vladimir, you can never put your foot off the gas whenever you're against this champion, because the moment he gets 3 items, the moment he gets a kill, it's like Kassadin levels of dangerous. Like level 16 Kassadin and 3 item Vladimir, they're like the same exact strength in my mind. So for me, I think that Viper just being able to hold on, maintain relevancy, and not have too many egregious plays until he hit that death cap spike, that really is the highlight for me. And I think Viper has done a really good job this split. We didn't get a lot of time to talk about his individual performances. A lot of our compliments toward him in the pre-show had to do with him being able to play the mages, him being able to acclimate to the new meta that all AD carries have had mixed results on so far in Split 3. Not only has he done really good on the mages, he's just been having generally good performances on basically any champion he has picked. I think that Viper over the course of 2026 has been scapegoated a lot for any struggles BLG have had over the year. And so it's really cool for him to have this bounce back, him to have a lot of these flashy KDAs and a lot of these flashy plays to show that he is still the man himself. He is still that former world champion, and he can still bite you if you get too close.
So let's build on that by asking ourselves, and more importantly you, a question here. Is that an MVP performance from Viper? He laid into a guy with 2 kills. He did great. What more do you want from a man?
I mean, good point, right? Give it over to Knight, because he's Knight. That's what I have to say. Because it's Knight.
Fair enough.
No, I would personally feel like just the journey that Viper had to go in order to acquire this scoreline, in order to acquire this level of damage, like it was way more difficult than what Knight had to go through. So I would say just for the journey, I would give it over to Viper. But if we're talking purely stat lines, Knight's looks better. So there you go.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, if you just like look at the scoreboard later, let's assume that they end up sort of following the vein of this conversation on the official broadcast and giving the title to Viper, which I would agree with. By the way, I'm on your side here. I think that, you know, people would look at the match history later and go, but what are you talking about? Knight was so clearly carrying.
There's a story to it, though.
Exactly. There's this whole context to the game that really makes Viper's performance that much more impressive, especially when you consider the fact that he is also, like you talked about, bringing a lot of value to the team even before the game starts. The fact that they're able to pick him, Vladimir, and go, we trust you to do well on this. The fact that he does well enough to lane into a 2-kill carry on the other side and still do, I want to say fine, but even good. Like, yeah. These are the things about Viper that I think when you talk about him being scapegoated or maybe undervalued, these are the things that are being undervalued, is the consistency and flexibility that he brings to the roster.
I mean, you know, I think that Viper, just for like the hero's journey that he had to go through, really have to compliment. You know, we just had a movie come out that, about a hero's journey, The Odyssey. I mean, Viper had to go through. He had to go through. Well, I haven't seen the movie yet. He has to go through like a stinkhole in the middle of the ocean. He has to fight a Cyclops. He has to do all of this stuff. Metaphorically speaking, I think that Viper went on a journey of similar proportions in this game to get to a valid scoreline. So, yeah, credit over a lot to him for just being able to endure this game, but also just to the rest of BLG. I think we mentioned, talked about, and really elaborated on the struggles that some individual players have had over the course of split number 3 as pertains to what we have been experiencing with the meta. And I think like Shun did a really good job at being able to rein it in. On was still very present around the map at times to his detriment. It's still the same BLG that we all know and love, but I do think some of those growing pains are beginning to show. And I do think that with performances like this, it is clear BLG are beginning to get over it.
And well, I did not immediately see it coming. The Camille support did look really, really good. Wenbo on Yorick is going to be a talking point because, as we alluded to, it is likely one of Wenbo's last games of the season. The fact that he was playing very well on Yorick, was absorbing a lot of pressure, I think continues to go to the credit of this player. And speaking of players, they have decided, the LPL gods and/or staff have decided that Knight gets player of the game, which is fair. Scoreline looks really good, but I bet it was the AI's doing.
It's got to be Knight, you know? Cooler, flashier looking KDA always wins, and Knight has the coolest KDAs in the world. Everyone was talking about it at MSI. We were talking about it en masse in Split 2, and he's looking to add to his already ostensive collection of cool KDAs and gets himself an MVP for game number 1. But again, I feel like everyone, have to reiterate, from BLG had a really solid performance, and that is just what we expect of them at this point in this, time of the year where those kinds of things we need to be seeing from them, and we need to be seeing it consistently.
I've seen enough. Give Knight Series MVP. Whatever it is, just if they win,
we're
just
gonna go
boom.
to game 2. We're gonna go to game 3. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, just I've seen enough. Knight MVP all the way. Now, I mean, like you said, really good game and expected to be a continued really good series. As LGD did certainly put up a fight in game 1. I look forward to seeing what that looks like in game 2. Whether they can take this to 3 games as Thunder Talk did up against BLG, or whether they will fall in 2-0 fashion to the strongest team that the LPL has to offer. We will find out after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast, where Quacks and I are taking you through BLG versus LGD, with BLG taking the first game in impressive style. I think if you did miss it, I would definitely recommend going back and watching it, because it says something about the way BLG were able to deconstruct the lead from LGD, and otherwise, I think was sort of what we had expected. Outside of deconstructing the lead, we expected BLG to win. We expected them to have control of the map. They did both things.
They did, and they were managing to do it in a style that was true to them and getting over a lot of the hurdles that I think we set up for them before game number 1 and during, specifically the early game, where we said some of the players had struggled with a lot of the roaming going around with the fast-paced action that has been befalling basically every single region globally. I think that BLG are getting some of those growing pains, as are a lot of other teams. But games like game number 1, I think, are proof that, like we said before we went to break, Dia, that they are starting to get over it, that the pain is no longer nearly as bad, and we are returning back to the BLG that everyone knows and loves, and if you're against them, fears.
Yeah, I mean, and the reality of BLG is that this is a team that's probably going to win the split, and something insane has to happen during the split.
We're jinxing already?
Yeah, I know, but like something has to happen during the split that changes our minds about that in a huge way, and that until proven otherwise, those are the expectations for BLG. And for LGD, as we've mentioned, there is a contrast here. However, they still have work to do this split, and I don't just mean generalized like, oh, we sure would like to do well, but LGD, they have the opportunity to, in a way, go as far as possible. I think the best that they've done in the LPL is a top 4 performance. This is, if I'm remembering correctly, because I didn't write it down.
They made Worlds one year. They were at Worlds in 2020.
Yes,
I believe they were the play-ins team as well. I remember that because the story around that team was absolutely insane. They had to play with like their coach, I believe, and a bunch of substitutes, and they still managed to take games off of NA, and I think they actually did make it out of play-ins, regardless of all of the inconveniences, I should say, that they faced that year. But no necessarily inconveniences have followed them to Summer Split 2026. I think that our biggest question going into today was, are LGD capable of playing the champions and the style that so many other teams have been working to adapt to? Like we said before, we hadn't seen Xiaoya go for any of the magic damage champions. We hadn't really seen Crisp capable of playing to a specific style up until last game. He had 6 unique characters, so really questioning what he was going to do, what his role would be in the game. And so I think we have gotten some more answers to those questions, and so at least gives us a little bit more confidence on where we can take LGD from here on out in terms of how they want to play and what they are really prioritizing in the drafts.
Yeah, and are they comfortable picking it? Are they comfortable going for it? Do they even look comfortable playing it? The answer seems to be yes. Then we have the subsequent question in this series specifically of whether that's enough to take down a top team in the LPL, and that is still TBD. In the first game, the answer was no, but second game, there's always the opportunity for something to change. This is League of Legends. This is the LPL. There's a lot of chaos in both of those things that this match is, so we can look forward to LGD giving us a game to perhaps win, if not at least a good fight. However, as we prepare for this second game, it is also worth noting that there's something else to look forward to before we even get into the game, and that is, of course, the draft. The draft where, as we had said pre-game 1, we expected BLG to have an advantage, and I would expect that advantage to be even more present in this second game, because it is fearless, because the difficulty ramps up with every game. I would expect BLG to just be able to, in theory, outdraft LGD.
That does kind of seem like the common theme for BLG when they play up against some of these teams that maybe aren't on the same level as them. They just have a lot of really solid prep, and they are good about being able to achieve a similar style of play with multiple different champions. I think that it specifically has been Knight, who has really been capable of that. He always manages to have these insane KDAs, like we said before we went to break, no matter what character you give him, because he's always aggressive, he's always looking for picks, he's always kind of doing the same thing, but on a different champion. So that dynamic capability of BLG, I think, going to maybe give them a bigger advantage in game 2 than in game number 1 for sure, Dia, going into the draft, as we have hopped in there already. And Vayne, Ezreal still going to remain the bans, although this time BLG are actually the ones taking off the Vayne.
Yeah, just making sure that that's not an available option for LGD. If LGD had wished, they probably could have let the Ezreal ban just fly by and gone for it later, but
yeah,
suppose nervous enough about it that it's just not worth introducing into the pool as a BLG potential pick. Vi and Jarvan also removed. We saw the Jarvan get banned last time, and I believe the Vi as well, although don't quote me on that. I think I'm still waking up at 2 p.m. Gnar taken away as well is actually an important flex pick to remove, as Tang Yuan's Gnar will be and constantly remembered and brought up by me during the split.
All right, I'm about to get really interested in this draft if we do actually end up leaving the Orianna open. LGD probably want to not let Knight have that champion. There was a lot of discussion about Knight's KDA on this champion in spring split playoffs and just how dominant he was on the pick. And despite all of the crazy nerfs and crazy buffs and meta shifts going around, Orianna is still pick or ban, and BLG are going to give the man himself his best champion. They really want him to get the second MVP.
Yeah, I've seen enough.
Yep, give him the series MVP. It's over. All right, I don't even need to cast. I can sit down.
Yeah, this did seem like, in terms of the draft, sort of a is everyone awake check from LGD. Now, Tang Yuan's Rise is something that he really likes to play, is something that he's really good on. Is it an even trade? No. I'd say LGD sort of performed the wakefulness check. They went, hey, will you recognize that Ori's still up? BLG did. They now have Ori, and even with a Rise lock, and even with this being a powerful champion that Tang Yuan is comfortable on, I can't say that this draft is going even.
And I do think some of the traditional ball deliverers for Orianna, obviously Nocturne, Fearless away, Nefiri was kind of that secondary one that a lot of teams relied on too. Jarvan banned, so I do think Skarner might honestly be your best bet. Not only is it a good ball delivery system, but also is a good disruptor against this Lee Sin and making it difficult for him to use that excess mobility to really maneuver around these fights. But it seems like BLG are going to be content with at least saving the jungler for another pick. I say that and they immediately snag up the Skarner and fake me out. So full top side going to be brought on up here by BLG, and LGD probably going to respond with a counter pick to the Cassante. Ambessa is the first one that comes to mind, but Cassante doesn't really have a ton of true counter picks outside of ranged top laners. So this feels more like a skill matchup that Bertle is putting himself into more than anything.
And I will say, you know, I didn't really get the chance to hype up Bertle last game because he picked Jace, and to be honest, that is not the pick that I was thinking of hyping Bertle up on. Or sorry, but Ambessa is. I really like Bertle's Ambessa. I think that he has really good game sense around public executions, even as, I remember Alc Battery mentioning this, I think again it was last week, just about how Ambessa has sort of fallen off significantly since the start of 2026, where she used to be just a face world champion. But now, I mean, I still think that she's in a good place specifically for players like Bertle, because she brings this specific utility, but also the ability to win lane pretty hard if you play her correctly. Against Cassante, that win lane is sort of miffed, but Bertle's team fight's still really good on Ambessa.
So although it has been pretty cut down over the course of the transition from Split 2 to Split 3. A lot of bot lane pairings are still up and available if you want traditional marksman. The Ashe Seraphine, that's banned. Caitlyn Karma, that's banned. Lucian Melio, Lucian is taken off the board. Anything with Nautilus isn't open. So Bard really is going to just be the most obvious pickup here. And that means we'll probably see a mage come out here from Xiaoya just so that you can 1v2 the lane with relative ease and you don't have to put yourself in any of those precarious situations. So might see something like a Xerath come through from him. But BLG, now that they know the Bard is open, have the chance to, if they want, slam the lane, get some free scaling on their side, and make it difficult for Xiaoya to actually maybe lane 1v2 if they decide to go that route. And Yunara Lulu, the only pairing basically open and available that hasn't been banned, they are going to snag that one up. Yeah, I mean, I like something like a Xerath here for Xiaoya, something that can farm safely. I mean, Varus works, but I feel like this has the opportunity to get heavily punished if Xiaoya walks up even a little too far.
Yeah, long-time League players will know that Varus, his champion splash art may have more aura, but Xerath is the true Chad's pick here. Xerath would have gone insanely hard. I was kind of hoping as well, I know that Yunara Lulu is really powerful. I was kind of hoping that we would get something like a Rel to accentuate the Orianna a little bit more. I think On performs really well on Rel, and additionally, she's extremely strong at the moment, but I understand, right? Yunara Lulu is just too good to pass up.
Right. It is, and I think that BLG, the lack of ball delivery system can hurt them in the team fighting, but just generally speaking, I really favor them in the scaling game. The 5v5s look better for them overall. They've got a lot of lockdown. They've got a lot of ability to make it difficult for Hung to have efficiency in those team fights. That early to mid game, though, is really where I'm looking at the Lee Sin to make his mark. You've got a lot of CC from your lanes. You've got a lot of opportunities to really be aggressive early on. If you can get that aggression, if you can get that snowball for Hung, I think you can circumvent all of the lockdown that BLG have built up in this draft to deal with you later on. So my eyes will be on this Lee Sin. They will be glued to his every move here in game 2.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on what Lee Sin is able to do. As we were talking about earlier, I do think that with the Orianna, regardless of how well they were able to draft around her from then on, the fact that Orianna went over to BLG is a problem that I didn't see LGD solve in this draft. They do have to solve it, as you mentioned, with Lee Sin in game. It has to be up to execution, because draft-wise, there's not a compositional answer that made me go, okay, this was worth giving up Orianna for.
And it's just Knights Orianna. You always have to be fearful of what this guy is capable of on this champion. Has been shown so much respect, not just in the LPL stage, but at the global level as well. So many people have been talking about this guy on this pick, so we'll have to keep our eyes on mid as well. As true to what I said in the draft, Lee Sin going to start on the Raptors. So looks like he's going to go for maybe a bit of a reverse clear. Maybe ends up on the top side and just overall wants to make sure that he secures all the resources for himself. This will mean he won't have to fight for that top side crab as Shun is pathing toward bot lane. And also probably not a dive threat too worrisome here for LGD early on, as I do think the damage from this Skarner, Yunara, and Lulu is probably not enough to one-shot a Bard or a Varus under the turret.
Is it me, or is this an insane camera angle? What is happening? I've never seen League, I mean, not never, but I've rarely seen League from that angle. It's like, it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah. I remember watching a video as a kid. It's probably still up on YouTube, as Hung is just going to be 3-camp ganking, by the way.
Yeah, we start with the camera angle. Things get more and more uncomfortable by the second as Viper goes down for first blood. LGD manufacture a play, and that is exactly what we're hoping for when we talk about all eyes on this Lee Sin. Tong Yuan invading is just the cherry on top. He might kill Shun.
Shun?
He's gonna kill Shun. He's gonna kill Shun. Never mind. On
oh, he is no mana.
Tong Yuan is selling his team right now. He was either gonna win and be God or die.
Yeah, I mean, the Tyler 1 soundbite, you have no mana, was blaring in my ear, or blaring in my mind, I should say, as Tongyuan not going to be able to find that kill for himself, and does at least give Shun some equilibrium in the gold relative to Hung, who got the first blood.
Are you going to be forced off of this wave, which I believe is still in an okay state for him, so not the worst thing in the world, especially when you consider that he has taken teleport into this matchup. So anything that Xiaoya might otherwise be denied is going to be, well, not true in this particular case, because he chooses to have that additional lane presence instead of the Ghost that Viper went for additional combat utility.
So, will mean that Viper maybe has to take advantage of those timers when he does have both summoners to get a bit more involved in the fights, because Xiaoya will just have the teleport to catch more CS and get more resources, as Hung flashes to interrupt the Ishtal's impact.
Manages to do so and actually could get a kill here. Hung is low, but Shun is much lower. And with Tongyuan not picking that one up, choosing to give it over to their mid laner. Shun overextends in the mid lane, which is the thing that we were talking about in game number 1. We didn't really see it manifested there, but for those of you who remember, who were here before game 1, that's what I was talking about.
Just feels like Shun at times tries too hard to make aggressive plays happen, or goes to parts of the map that he really has no business stepping into. And I do think that is an example and something that he does have to work on. We saw it get a little better in game number 1, but still showing that there are some kinks to iron out here and there, though, as Hung is now 2-0, and that's pretty good for a Lee Sin, where we said the game kind of hung in the balance for him. No pun intended.
Yeah, yeah. I was noticing, but I know you're a good pun enjoyer, so I think we've got plenty more of these available to us a little bit later on in the series, or in the game, depending on how this one goes. Bertle being chased down a little bit by Wenbo, who does still have plenty of mana to continue the trade, thankfully for him, while Hung has returned to his own jungle. This is a more calm state of the game, as a lot of our waves are just being crashed around this next dragon spawn, and a lot of focus is going to be put on who's better prepared for that. Right now, neither team seems to be in particularly good position, which may lead us to a dragon for grubs trade.
I think that Hung just kind of wants to wait until he has level 6 before making any declarations around the dragon, just because that dragon's rage is so effective in the team fights. But has Prio in mid, has Prio in bot, so he's actually just gonna go for it straight up. On the bot side, or rather was on the bot side, is now crossing over to the top side Crab, so that should get him level 6, or at the very least get him very close to level 6, where he'll have access to that Impale. And again, I just feel like this is a game where we don't expect Shun to have a ton of early presence akin or equal to the Lee Sin, but the late game disruption is going to make it very difficult for him to actually capitalize on any late game presence that Hung does manage to get for himself.
Shun at least manages to pick up Raptors in response. This seems to be the consolation prize just generically for junglers. If you can't get an objective, well, at least you got Raptors, and Shun definitely completes that here. Does go for a little bit more inside the jungle of LGD, but has Prio from Wenbo coming in this time. So Hung's engage on this is actually a little bit overzealous. Wenbo's going to get out of here as a Realm Warp comes in, and it is all 5 members from LGD that have shown up top lane, as Xiaoya even walks into the frame, leaving Viper alone in bot.
Get some plates here for the Yunar. This is what we talked about. At this phase of the game, it is not necessarily uncommon, as hold that thought, all out coming here for Wenbo. Good buffer from Bertle, and just looks like ships passing in the night after a couple of scuffles here from the top laners.
Oh, Hung got spotted by the ward. It was a very, very close thing as to whether he'd actually get seen or not, but having been seen, Wenbo plays like it, and we're going to see a couple of resets come in towards the top side, as Chris has expectedly been out of lane, but this is what it's costing him, as Xiaoya does get dove. The 2v2, or 2v1 rather. Deadly from Viper and on, especially with Yunara Lulu being the combo.
And Viper, the moment he popped that that elixir that you get with triple tonic at level 6 that gives you the 20 adaptive force, I was like, all right, they're going straight for a dive, dead giveaway, and they managed to make it work. Now, Xiaoya does have that teleport to immediately get back to lane, but still more gold going over to Viper. And on top of the plates that he got while being alone in the bot lane that you mentioned, Dia, this is a pretty good early setup for the AD carry of BLG, and something that they can maybe use to combat this Lee Sin that hasn't gotten kills in a while, is starting to maybe stagnate in power as he gets closer to that one item. Still will be strong, but does have a limit where he will get outscaled, and so long as BLG don't keep feeding him kills, should be in a position where Viper can start to take the reins of the game if he is able to continue getting resources at the rate he is.
Short in the bot lane, right place, right time. Spots a quick gank from Crisp and Hung. Crisp, again, very active on the map this game, and Hung actually may be going for something once more. All of this towards the bot side of the map, though, is a little bit strange to see, especially because we're 8 minutes in. Void Grubs are up. Yeah! This guy plays League of Legends.
Yeah, you know, sometimes here and there. But, not super surprised that the teams aren't chomping at the bit for this objective, only because I feel like the sieging power from both of these teams is very minimal. You do have side lane threats on things like the Rise, and I think Yanara would benefit from having some grubs, but it's not like an immediate thing that you have to get, as it looks like LGD have to get this Yanara behind, and they are moving everyone down to make that a reality.
Walk up for a kick, but given that Viper repositions adequately, it'll just be the Lulu that pays for all this time that LGD spent bot side. Shun will begrudgingly take these grubs. He's like, all right, fine, if you're going to gank my bot lane for the umpteenth time in a row, I suppose that I will remove your topside jungle for you.
Well, now they have the notification that grubs are gone. They know that he's alone. They're just going to go straight on to Viper.
So it's time for us to flash. Not dying, importantly, but a flash is worthwhile.
Whoa. Second time there that Birtle buffers the all, but Wembo says, get over here in Scorpion's voice.
Knowing, fortunately, that they were on top side, Birtle was appropriately positioned. It did cost him his flash, but if he had died there, it would have been a big problem, because the rest of LGD, as you said, clearly knew that Shun was top side. Given that he doesn't, I can only say well played to that, because realistically, BLG knew he wasn't getting help.
They did, and so Viper does bail out there appropriately. We'll have to say, though, grubs going over to the side of BLG does mean LGD from here on out have to be very careful about leaving Viper alone in a side lane where plates are readily available. We saw it already happen toward that top side a few minutes ago, and Viper got a lot of resources off of that, grew himself a gold lead that still has not been surmounted by Xiaoya here, despite a lot of attention being paid by LGD toward the bot side in these past couple of minutes. So really just kind of forcing LGD to play a bit more strict around these rotations and make sure that Viper isn't able to get these plates for free.
That is brutal.
Oh, that is insane.
That is like the where's the JoJo's music? I can't even sing it, but it's the like, oh god, what is about to happen next that you get with a polymorph slam into wall. You know that Hong is like hands off the keyboard already.
I mean, you could see Shun laughing at the player cam there, because I think he also acknowledges the ridiculousness of the timing on that pause. But Hong probably dead. I don't think there is a world where he gets out there. But so far, I mean, now that we've got some time to talk about it, Dia takes stock of the game that has transpired so far. I do think that it is interesting how we get these identities established in the draft, and both teams, I think, have been playing toward that. I think LGD have done an amazing job at getting Hung on the map, at making this Lee Sin's presence known, and making sure their map movements are all dictated by what he wants to do and what plays he wants to make. Meanwhile, BLG have done a really good job at scaling, at preparing for the team fights. It's always really fun to watch these games where both teams play to their compositional strengths, and it's just a battle of who is actually able to execute on it more and get to that point where everything tips over in one team fight or in one moment.
You know, one of the things that I haven't really considered because it wasn't as prevalent to me during the draft is not just who wants to do what, but when that is most strong, because that was such a big part of our first game of the day. And in this game, I mean, one team has Yunara Lulu, which makes me favor BLG as this goes later on. Does that feel right? Because we're also dealing with a Lee Sin who has relevance at all points in the game, but Yunara Lulu.
Right, exactly. And not even just like taking them individually. We've already highlighted the Yunara plenty, right? Where you're going to have the scaling, you're going to have the peel, you're going to have the damage once you get to 3 items. But then taking the Lulu as a singular champion too, I mean, it's the wild growth is going to be able to interrupt any Lee Sin combo that Hung might be thinking of doing to turn a fight around. He's going to be able to turn Hung into a squirrel. There are so many things, so many roadblocks that Lee Sin is going to have to hurdle over to get over if he wants to have relevancy in these late games. So I think that is the biggest difficulty I foresee for the LGD jungler, which is concerning because it kind of feels like LGD are putting all of their eggs in the Lee Sin basket and hoping that it amounts to something relevant later on against a comp that feels almost tailor-made to make sure he has a bad time in team fights.
Yeah, this is maybe the start of that we're seeing just behind the paused screen right now. One of the important things about this pick as well is notice what's just come up. Dragon is just spawned, so as we watch Hung get obliterated, it means bad things about the objective control for LGD right now.
Hung didn't really have a lot of moments there to go over the the stages of grief, but I'm sure he landed on acceptance eventually. Will accept his fate and go down for the first time in this game. That just gives the green light to Shun, and it looks like second Dragon will equalize the count for both of these teams.
I'm trying really hard to like simultaneously commentate and figure out what's going on while also finding the name of that stupid JoJo's song that is like right in the it's like it's not even playing in my head, it's just my brain knows that it should be playing right now. I've never experienced something like this before. The pain is unimaginable. LGD sorry, go ahead. I was getting back to the game, but you were about to relate.
I think one of the most frustrating, painful experiences is when you hear a song. So I have a Chrome extension where basically when I use it, it listens to the audio on my desktop to find the song. But like when it's playing over a montage where people are like talking, it completely messes it up. So believe me when I say not being able to find that one song that you really like, or that one tune that you really like, or that one beat that's really cool is like a experience I have had so many times, and maybe is one of the most frustrating things ever, as Knight is about to get frustrated that he's getting 1v3.
Yeah. Getting 3-man ganked is, I think, the second experience that is most frustrating. Yeah. Viper on the receiving end of another one right now as LGD are getting aggressive all over the map. Hung looking for On right now. It's still tough to kill a Lulu, but with the polymorph to save On, looks like they're just going to invest a Realm Warp to make this happen. Tongyuan dies for this. Tongyuan dies to On for this, and the Lulu lives to see another day. Another polymorph up, but not used as Hung does commit. Losing the Rise there is hilarious, embarrassing a little bit, but ultimately not the end of the world for LGD.
All right, Hung now in a 1v1. Maybe wants to try and take the fight. Has a lot of sustain on Lee Sin.
Could do it. We do have Xiaoya on the way to try and wrap this up. Behind him is coming Knight, so LGD have to finish this quickly, and Chains of Corruption is going to make that possible. Shun is still alive somehow, and as Knight shows up with the ball in tow, Hung commits onto him. This is still in kill territory for Knight. We're watching yet another rotation come up as On returns to the map on Lulu, but will be Knight clearing the wave and LGD backing away.
And LGD, true to the style that they have shown all throughout the year, continue to fight. They get a bunch of kills in that exchange up on the top side, as we're going to get a replay on the 1v3 in mid. Tangyuan getting the flash-empowered rune prison, and really, it's just Knight, nowhere to go. Use that flash to try and cover the distance, but the Tempered Fate onto Crisp locks him down. And then going into the replay here, yeah, Viper just looking to catch the wave. Hung with a beautiful kick to get the turret shot off. Even though Bertle misses the ultimate, Viper is still so deep in enemy territory that it's very easy for Ambessa to cover the distance without Yunara having really any place to go. And then what happens here? So Tangyuan just... yeah, you know, it happens. It happens, Dia.
I've been there. It hurts. I've done that to people, and I hope it hurts. And On gets to be very proud of himself for this brief moment of sunshine they experienced before being assassinated underneath the tower. The game, however, does go on, and all of this skirmishing has really left LGD still in a good place in this game, still in an advantaged state, and still very reliant on what it is that their jungler wants to do. Unfortunately, he's got no say in his own jungle. Crisp goes down to a very clean finish, and LGD are not fighting over the Rift Herald top lane. They have no dragon bot lane, and they're starting to let this game, at least for these last minute or so, pass them by.
BLG looking to focus down that Herald will mean they concede a good amount of space and territory on this bot side. Wembo going to respect that and aptly back off here. I don't think there is a world where he dies to the bow and the fists of Hung and Xiaoya, but Herald acquired, Knight getting a turret that'll probably be traded on the bot side as well. Interested to see if BLG actually do try to contest for this dragon. You can see the resets are starting to come through from a lot of the key crucial members, so they should be able to get back onto the map by the time this dragon spawns, and they are starting to get pretty strong on some of these scaling elements of the comp, so there is a world where I do think they can fight it.
Anticipating that, honestly, both teams should feel confident enough to take a skirmish over Dragon at this point. The game is dead even, or as dead even as it can be. Perhaps a little bit less dead than Tangyuan, but dead enough, it appears. Tangyuan not going to get out with the Realm Warp, although it was an honorable attempt, and a pick off on the mid laner does actually mean that the Dragon should go to LGD. Question is, what are they trading for it outside of the life of their mid laner? Are we going to get a few more plates to the top side, or is it just the life of the Dragon?
Looks like they're just trying to get some control over this top side. Xiaoya isolated, has to be very careful as Viper takes him down to about half HP. The big thing, though, is Shun having that Herald. I was actually thinking he might pop it on the top lane to try and threaten that inner turret, but will hold onto it for the time being. And yeah, BLG just looking for these really good cross-map plays, understanding that, you know, giving second dragon over, not the end of the world for the team that is supposedly going to outscale their counterparts.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fine long term. I think it's just a, you know, it delays theoretically your power spike. If you are confident in your chances of winning, which I would say BLG seem to be with the way that they are navigating this game, giving over Hex Tech is just going to be a little while longer if they even get to see Soul this game. Depending on how they feel, that's all good. I am really curious what they'll use this Rift Herald for, though, as we do have the next Drake coming up in around 4 minutes, but I'd be surprised to see the Rift Herald waited on that long.
Yeah, I think it's going to expire at that point, and then also, it feels really bad to use Herald to get that charge off on turrets that are essentially 1 HP. You can see that both the outer turrets in mid and bot stand, but they are extremely low, holding on by sticks and stones to keep them alive. So I think that really what Shun wants to do is wait until one of them is sieged and then maybe threaten one of the inner turrets. And speaking of threatening around turrets, Knight is just in trouble and in danger and dead.
does manage to pick up a 3-man Shockwave, which looks nice, but unfortunately the items just are not there for Knight to make that hurt as much as it could. Gets picked off underneath his tier 1, but Shun is going to be up here to defend it, so it is just a kill going over to LGD. A nice kill, but still nothing that changes the game state super significantly. In 40 seconds, though, these kills are going to start mattering a whole lot more. Right now, they're injections of gold, injections of pressure in one place or another. The next, now that I've been talking for a little while, 30 seconds, they could turn into Baron.
And I think that BLG have the ability to play a little bit further up because they took the top side tier 1 and the mid tier 1. You can see that the vision line that they're able to play around with is extended a little bit. So you get a pick, then, like you said, you could turn it into a Baron. And I think LGD, having not taken any of those outer towers on the top side, don't really have that luxury. So they're the ones that have to be careful, have to play respectfully. And this is going to mean not only are you not able to continue snowballing Hung, as I say that, he goes over the wall on the Knight.
We just get to keep setting up plays around this jungler and now letting it feed into everyone else as well. Hung could have stuck around, could have secured that kill, leaves it over to Tong Yuan because Lee Sin knows, a Lee Sin must know that your role is coming to an end here. He's 6-1. It's an impressive performance on Lee Sin, but Tong Yuan and Xiaoya have to be getting the gold off of these plays, or we're going to get 5 minutes from now into major fights and it's going to be worthless.
We're starting to coast the 20-minute mark, too. This is traditionally where Lee Sins, who haven't really snowballed, haven't really made a proper impact on the map, tend to fall off and tend to lose relevancy. And so I think that it speaks a lot to Hung being willing to make these side lane plays. And now onto the Baron. It's already half HP. It's gone, Dia.
No presence from Shun on the map, and unfortunately, with the amount of picks that have gone on, with the amount of readiness that LGD gave us, they've got complete vision control, they've got a Baron now, and BLG letting that slide by is a mistake.
It absolutely is, and there's a bunch of standing gold that they can get to. I mean, mid lane tier 1 is still open and available. Dragon is going to be up in 45 seconds, and LGD, they redeploy onto the map at a timer where you can really get those Baron-empowered minions into the lanes to make a difference for you in the priority game ahead of this objective. But it doesn't seem like they're concerned with the Dragon at all. They want Knight dead again.
That's Flash, that's everything, but it saves Knight, and he tries to turn things around as Viper shows up to the fight. The Shockwave connects, but in goes Bertle with the public execution, finding Viper with Hung on Knight in the backline. BLG are losing this fight. They're bleeding out to LGD, and On, running away through the mid lane, has to flash away himself. A double kill goes to Bertle, finding the play just in the nick of time. That is the Bertle I love.
And LGD are tearing BLG asunder. 3-0 series scoreline, be damned. They are not afraid of these guys. They are fighting tooth and nail. The LGD way survives through different metas and different splits. And they get the crucial fight win on the top side. River Replay coming in here, and Knight does a good job at healing for himself, but then I really want to pay attention to how Viper plays this engage. Uses the dash forward to go through, but then public execution lands. The knockup isn't able to actually get the Ambessa or peel the Yunara away from Bertle, so the CC goes through regardless, and then Hung is able to join the fight. Knight is completely isolated after using that flash. It just all falls apart for BLG, and LGD attack at the right angles to make that fight a win. And they get the Dragon Soul Point on top of that as we go back to live. The LGD are in the driver's seat here in Game 2.
The timing could not be better. Like you talk about, just following this play up with the Dragon means that the risk that BLG took earlier of letting this go one more Dragon, not picking it up right then, has now turned into a major liability. The possibility of Soul is very realistic for LGD, and this is not the kind of Soul that, like Chemtech, you can just kind of let go. We've seen the Hextech Soul end games.
Yep, we have, and do you see the Realm Warp coming through? Barely avoids the Shockwave, but I I think just looking at that attempted pick onto Wenbo really does speak to how difficult it is to survive the damage from LGD, because even though you get yourself out of the Tempered Fate, there's a Chains of Corruption, there's a Rune Prison, there's so much lockdown that we mentioned in the draft that makes it so difficult for BLG to escape the pick attempts that LGD are just constantly, permanently looking for here in this game. And so ultimately, I think really what it comes down to is, can BLG look for proper 5v5s? But when you're down nearly 4,000 gold, and when the Dragon Souls aren't in your advantage either, and your scaling threat is going to get lessened if LGD do in fact get Soul, it creates a really difficult game state for them. So I think in the next 2 to 3 minutes, we have to see them try to fight for something on even footing.
Viper gets to walk this wave into the mid lane. BLG get to claim some of the map for themselves, clearing out a little bit of vision around top side. The recipe is there for this team. Yes, BLG have lost control of the game at this moment, and in bot review, they're going to have to figure this out. But with LGD having the control that they do, there is still a chance for BLG to win a fight with these big team fight ultimates that they've got. But they've got a team fight for them. Right now, they're being picked off one by one. We're seeing this again with Wenbo.
Oh,
Chains of Corruption going to land a big double kick, connects as well. Wenbo is a tanky lad. The push below half HP. Hung is at least going to get impaled, and a little bit of HP gets traded back. LGD don't get the kills that they were looking for. They do find themselves a skirmish and ultimately win it for the bot side jungle.
Good little stun there by Chris. Doesn't amount to any kills, but does chunk out Wenbo and Shun for the time being. BLG, though, despite not having a front line, they are not afraid to play up on this wave. Viper wanting to clear out these waves. He's going to manage to at least give some breathing room over to BLG to rotate up toward this top side. And I really do have to highlight here how this might be the only time BLG are able to turn the fight around. You can see Viper has 3 items. Tongyuan doesn't have Actualizer. Hung also is still starting to, you know, even though he is snowballing really well, it is still a Lee Sin. If you can take him down just once, I think his threat level drops significantly at this point in the game. So BLG, they're going to be locked into 5v5ing, doing what their comp was made for. They've got crucial item spikes on their AD carry. I feel like this is the moment where they really have to turn the game around, because it's not going to get any better. Eventually, Tongyuan is going to get that Actualizer.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Nice.
Oh, God. No.
It was a pickoff in the making. Does flash away and does chunk out Hung, but that is the kind of thing that I'm afraid of. You're watching on the mini map Hung just sit in the jungle while his mid laner pushes up a wave. Get a little bit of space, wait for somebody to come up and go for the kill. It is this kind of avoiding of team fights that has gotten LGD here, and that could get them over the finish line.
It's no flash for the Orianna going into this fight. If Hung finds a creative angle onto the BLG mid laner, he is absolutely doomed. Is going to be able to take the Hex Gates to get back toward the rest of his team, but you can see how difficult it might be for him to enter into some of these fights, as we do see the replay come through. Yeah, just gets found there by the Lee Sin. Hung has did such a good job at being at the right place at the right time. Baron potentially being threatened, but Dragon Soul has also spawned, so we got a little classic dance of the neutral objectives, Dia.
I mean, LGD can afford to play this game of chicken. What they can't afford is to lose the fight on Baron. That's what they've got to be really careful of. Shun does look like he's committing for a moment, and it forces LGD to back off, but they don't want to let Baron reset. Tongyuan is tanking a lot of damage to keep it leashed as Hung goes for the Omega flank. Knight is positioned on the opposite end from him, but a small lockup maybe buys enough space, maybe buys enough time. Hung is spreading in the bush, goes for the kick, gets tempered faded, but still connects onto Viper. Wenbo isolated in the front line, manages to survive with a flash away. Everybody from BLG is alive as Shun flashes in for Chris, but Pirtle and Hung go in for the kill themselves. Hung commits onto On now, has got Knight all over him, but LGD know that they must press the advantage, even with the shockwave connecting, even losing their jungler. LGD win the team fight and push down the mid lane.
And I was questioning your Birtle supporting in game number 1, Dia, but I will not question it here. Bertle with the massive angle on the Ambessa gets himself into the fight. LGD scrap and scrape and fight BLG to the death. And this time, in game number 2, they will win out and tie the series.
LGD make it happen, and this is exactly the good news story that we need for this roster. It is proactive play. It is in their comfort zone, and Quacks, it beats the best team in the LPL.
It does. The aggressive style, the thing that allowed them to go from Nirvana to Ascend, is on display against the perceived and ranked best team in the LPL. Like you said, Dia, gotta give so much credit over to Bertle and Hung specifically with the snowball of the Lee Sin, with the crucial angles from the Ambessa. I'm on board with you, man. I'll be a Bertle supporter for the rest of this series. It might only last one game, but that's gonna be a very fun game.
Honestly, even if it just lasts as Ambessa game, just, next time we see the Ambessa, we just got to remember this game. His Ambessa is really, really good, and I'm really glad that we got to see it here. Of course, Hung's Lee Sin was on another level this game from even what we saw from him in Nirvana. You talk about it being this trademark aggressive style, and it absolutely is. It's also so much more than that. It is a level up that we are seeing with this team as they enter Group Ascend, because the LGD that played this style in Nirvana last split would never have beaten BLG. But the LGD that's showing up in Group Ascend now, they've actually got a shot to do it, and they managed to take a game off of them. As we say, they've got a shot. They did win one game. We are one game away from giving BLG their first loss, and while it is a far away possibility, the fact that it even technically exists at all should make LGD fans extraordinarily proud.
I think it is a big upset from what people were expecting in this series. I think if you put 100 LPL fans, viewers, what have you, in a room and ask them to give their predictions for this series, 90 of them probably would have said BLG win. Most of those would have said it's a 2-0. And so I think that really just speaks to LGD stepping up when it matters. And normally we don't talk about KDAs that surprise us in a negative connotation, Dia, but I don't think I have seen Knight have a game this bad all year. 1-5 on his signature Orianna is unheard of this year. I legitimately feel like this might be the worst KDA he's had in 2026. I'm probably wrong, but it's probably up there, frankly, just because he's had so many good and or amazing games.
I've seen enough. Give Knight the MVP. Thank you.
Yep, give Knight the MVP. Exactly.
I mean, jokes aside, the fact that they give over this Orianna, we said in draft, it didn't really seem like a draft that you needed to give up Orianna for. Like, did we really need to let that first pick through? The fact that they do that, win anyway, and win by dismantling that very same Orianna is incredible. And all of that comes down to Hong. So as much as I joke about giving Knight the MVP because he is going to get it, Hong should, in my opinion.
I agree. I for sure am in support of that. I think that Bertle showed up for a lot of the big crucial fights, but if you want the guy who was the engine for LGD, who is progressing the game forward, there is no question, there is no dispute that it was the Lee Sin. So really good stuff from Hong in game number 2, I think has been kind of the lifeblood for LGD over the course of this year. That aggressive trademark style that we have been mentioning throughout the broadcast, I think started with him. Him and Tung Yuan, I would say, have been the ones that have really stepped forward and kept that consistency of just always looking for fights, always looking for scraps, always having the ability to skirmish. And so it's cool to see that, you know, through all the changes over the course of the year, through the split, even through having a new support, it has not changed him. He is still the same old Hung, and he is willing to fight you for every inch of the game.
And in this game, It just it looks fantastic, and like not enough good things to say about LGD, and I think that the biggest one that we can really give them is that during this game we were going, look at what LGD are doing well, look at what LGD are doing well, and we weren't going, look at what BLG are doing poorly, look at how they're throwing. BLG were actually playing a pretty decent game. Were there mistakes?
We are
Of course
optimists.
there were mistakes. Like that. That's just the reality. You know, in a game where one team wins, the other team's going to be making mistakes. But BLG weren't being this uncharacteristic team that just seemed like they had no idea what they were doing. BLG were playing an aggressive game. They were trying their best, and credit to Hong for being, as you say, the engine that dismantled that.
Very, very well-deserved MVP. 88% kill participation and first MVP of the season. So congratulations to him. I think that this Lee Sin was absolutely instrumental to LGD's win. But now, looking ahead a little bit, Dia, to game number 3, this is where we said we would get a bit worried for teams like LGD, who maybe don't have the same amount of depth champion pool-wise that teams like BLG do. So I think, how are they going to be able to replicate this same formula that they had in Game 2 with different champions is probably my biggest concern going into the next game for LGD to try and close out this series, because you've got the Nefiri fearless away, you've got the Lee Sin fearless away, Jarvan has been permabanned in this best of 3 thus far, so a lot of the early game proactive junglers that have been flavor of the meta, I think, are no longer available to you. I'm just interested on if Hung gets a little creative, or if there's maybe a pick that we're missing. Maybe something like a Kiana, I guess, is probably the first thing that comes to mind.
I'm glad you said Kiana, because Hung's Kiana has looked really, really good for them during the split. So, I mean, if you know it, BLG must. You know, they've got to be doing their research as well, and we'll see what that looks like in the draft for Game 3. We have definitely cleared some serious levels here for LGD. Picking up that single win already is a big victory, and as we said, the fact that this chance exists at all, that they could beat BLG here, is huge for them. We are going to take a quick break and grab some water. I encourage you guys to at home as well, because we are in for an exciting third game, no matter which way it goes.
We are.
For those of you who, like us, were going crazy during Game 2, the JoJo's theme song that I was thinking about was Roundabout from the 1971 rock band Yes. Thank you all for going on this journey with us. And Quacks, I'm excited to take the final step of this journey, whatever way it may be, with you, as BLG and LGD have in fact given us, as they say in the broadcast world, a series. We are going to 3 games, and LGD could genuinely win.
They could, and you were talking about it being a journey. It's definitely an unexpected one, I think, because so many people were under the impression that this would be a swift 2-0 for BLG, slightly because a lot of people want this to be a 2-0 for BLG. I think that a lot of people that are fans of the region really want to make sure that their top teams are in top form and just dominating and decimating every single one of the competitors that they go up against. But I think that this really just means LGD are potentially being a little bit underestimated here. The fact that they are able to take a game and in convincing fashion against BLG, not because BLG are necessarily playing bad, but because LGD are finding these angles, are finding these routes, are finding these really cool opportunities to actually take the fight to Billy Gaming. That is the thing that pushed them over the edge. So a lot of credit has to be given over to them, whether they win or lose. The fact that they are able to take a game off of BLG after I think a lot of people initially were skeptical of them after their last 2 series were losses, that is something that you got to give them credit for, and you got to respect to some degree.
And as you'd illustrated in the 2 games coming up to this, Quacks, this has all been in a search for identity, both for BLG and for LGD. And in game 1, you were like, all right, LGD are showing me that they have something that they want to work with, and it wasn't quite catching, but they had something. And in game 2, we saw them double down on that, maybe even triple down around the way they were playing with Hung and Tongyuan, going, we don't even care that we're giving up a signature champion for the other team, because we're going with our comfort, we're going with Lee Sin, we're going with Ryze,
right.
And that is enough, as we said, to beat the best team in the LPL. And I know that, like you talked about, that can come with a bunch of caveats, as the LPL is always changing. The consistent thing has been BLG being at the top. And until somebody unseats them, BLG are going to keep holding that spot, at least for me. And LGD have the chance to strike at the Kings.
You got to forcibly remove them. They're not going to abdicate their seat as the Kings of the LPL. That's just not the world that we live in, as is the nature of competition. So going into game number 3, Dia, I think that, again, before we went to break, our biggest concern was, are you going to be able to have the same style that you saw success with in game number 2, but with those different champions? We know that BLG can play multiple different styles, that they have these really deep champion pools, but we don't have that same depth of knowledge for a team like LGD.
That's very true. And I think LGD themselves are, they're still figuring things out. They're going to be forced to figure a lot of things out during the course of this split, especially when we all know that this split ends in playoffs that has a whole different set of challenges. As we talked about, LGD, their aim in this split as an organization would be 4th or better, ideally better. And that would that would be a way to at least meet expectations, perhaps even past them, that they've set in previous seasons. But that has got to start here in the regular season, and that does have its growing pains. So let's see if LGD have prepared adequately for this 3rd game, for this test of flexibility that they'll have.
All right, we already see the bans coming through here. LGD going to make sure Ezreal remains perma-banned. Curiously enough, Vayne, who was banned very quickly in games 1 and 2, is actually being left open thus far in the draft. The Gnar ban from BLG maybe signals that they want to try and give Wenbo a potentially more aggressive, possibly even ranged top laner to try and kick off game number 3, which would certainly be a curveball, but it will in fact not be the Vayne, as LGD are going to take that one away.
I think it's nice that they gave BLG the opportunity to ban it, and then at the end, I think it's fair enough that you go, actually, We would rather not have this in our game. I'm very curious, honestly, what the rest of the map will look like, because a lot of signatures have been removed for LGD. A lot of champions that I associate with them as being very good. We talked about the Yunara pre-series. We talked about the Ambessa pre-series. The one champion that we talked about pre-series that we have not seen picked or banned is the Qiyana. And that's available for Hong.
Right.
And that is the big question for us. I mean, you even called it out, as we say. You have to imagine that BLG know about this as well. So Rumble lock-in first, however, for LGD.
All right, so we do get Rumble, like you said. A bunch of tanks are still available for Wenbo if he decides to go that route. Really, the only one that's removed is that Cassante. So, like, Ornn is still an option. You can still go Scion, even though he's kind of fallen out of meta. Galio is still there too. But BLG are going to opt to pivot a little bit and decide on the Aurora. I would imagine this is probably going to go over tonight. I think there is, it's pretty difficult to see a world where they give Wenbo the Aurora at this current moment, because although Wenbo has been adequate and good enough to, I would say, give BLG a fifth man to play around with, giving them something to apply pressure, I think him on carries has been an experiment that hasn't really been explored thus far to a very positive result so far for BLG. So probably not going to see the Aurora in top, though Caitlyn does mean Viper gets one of his best champions, and maybe we see something like a Seraphine paired alongside it, or a Karma to give you some of that extra oomph in the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, and some of those include flexes for BLG. Especially with the Aurora, of course, and I mean, I have to technically acknowledge the Caitlyn that can technically be flexed. I'm going to say it, even though it sounds silly.
Right.
But if it happens, man, do I want to have said it. On the other hand, LGD are going to continue with, honestly, some pretty classic picks. They go with the Jhin. I think it's a little early for a Jhin, but it does incentivize you to pick a tank top lane instead of just putting Aurora up there, which I think is a pretty heads-up play, so that you don't have to go with a Rumble into Aurora lane if they do choose to, I guess, go that direction as BLG. The Vi, however, does make me a little bit sad, because I wanted to see Qiyana. I'm not seeing Qiyana, and now if LGD lose, I'm going to say it's because they didn't pick Qiyana, and that's all.
Well, does still mean that you have a good amount of damage and you have playmaking from Hung. I think if you want to try and draw similarities from the Lee Sin champion of game number 2 to the Vi, you have a way to get into the fight, right? You have a way to really start things off aggressively. I will say the timing from both of those champions is significantly different. I think that Hung is now going to be way more reliant on the level 6 spike compared to last game, where it was just, hey, we loaded into Summoner's Rift, let's just fight as soon as possible. He has to play a little bit more cautiously until he gets access to that cease and desist. So maybe there is a window where BLG can pick an aggressive jungler for themselves to try and go for something like that. As I'm not fully convinced that this is going to be Shun on the Poppy. There is certainly a world where On decides to go for this as well, and it is a pretty good Caitlyn pairing as well to just get you those wall slams and secure those traps for you.
And you could go with another one as well. Flex the Poppy elsewhere, get an even more powerful pairing with Caitlyn for the lane, and just continue to pile eggs into this Caitlyn basket. Say, you want to deal with us, you want to find a win against BLG, you're going to have to take it off of Viper, who we are empowering to the maximum. And that seems to be the game plan here with a Lux lock-in. Everything is pointing to Viper picking Caitlyn, or rather playing Caitlyn, and playing, more importantly, the hero for BLG.
Not a ton of stuff to reflect here, so I'm not really super confident this Mel is going to be locked in, and if it is, I struggle to see how it thematically fits with the rest of what LGD want to do. Seraphine, on the opposite end, I think gives you another way to start up a fight. You do already, like we said, have Hung, who's able to get that cease and desist, but you're able to actually taxi the Encore with Vi. It follows her throughout the entire duration, so you can get some real range on that Seraphine ult if you use it correctly and if you time that combo with one another. So If they could get that done, that would be super cinematic and cool looking. But LGD, to finish off the draft, it looks like are just going to go for the Annie. A solid blind gives you more magic damage, and that's a lot of AP from LGD, actually. They've got a lot of magic damage and not a ton of physical damage until Xiaoya really starts to get some items under his belt. So gives Shun very easy access to just say, hey, let's go for MR items in this game, because they've got essentially 3 mages.
Yeah, and you've got somebody to deal with even in the later stages of the game. You throw Knight on Xiaoya, and he's not going to be attacking Shun. He's going to be running for his freaking life. There is a lot of threat onto the immobile carry for LGD, and Tongyuan you don't really have to worry about. This is arguably Bertle's chance to shine as a real player that can take over in the mid game, given the pick that they've gone for with him. I will say, I am not personally as hyped on Bertle's Rumble as I am on his Ambessa. That is not to naysay the player. He's an incredible player. But in terms of difference makers, it has always been the Ambessa where he is able to make the biggest splash for LGD. And that means that there's a lot that LGD have to deal with. We've removed the Lee Sin. We've got Vi in its place. We removed the Ambessa. We've got Rumble in its place. Both of these are good champions. Are they as good as the peak LGD we just saw?
That is the question. Can you repeat the same formula with essentially different components, with different ingredients? And I think that LGD have the potential to play aggressively in this game. Maybe not as proactively early, but still, they can fight and they can scrap, and I would have it no other way if they are going to beat BLG.
Even during the break, like outside of the game, just in the intermission, there was a lot of preparation for this play. BLG and LGD, the fans, the players, they are ready to draw blood, and a couple flashes blown already, maybe even some kills going down as the binding does land. Xiaoya getting away underneath the tower, burning both flash and barrier. Well, we've got all of that going on. Shun's going to be able to pick up a camp. Viper keeps both summoners.
Wow, that Raptor went to Narnia to be inconvenient as possible for Xiaoya, but it's inconvenient for everyone on LGD. There are multiple sums burned by them, and now Knight, Hung is 1 HP! He doesn't have level 2!
Flash on him! Flash on him! Knight
He's a Vault Breaker.
Really wants this, but Hung gets away. Hung gets away. Not happy about it, by the way. All those Raptors are up.
Yeah, well, so he doesn't get level 2. And he started with Q, by the way, so it's going to be really hard for him to take these Krugs. And look at Shun. Shun is back onto his top side. He's going to get found out here. Or wait, is he?
Checks the red. No, he checks the red. He's going to find him right now. Shun doesn't have flash, but he doesn't need it, because the real damage here, as much as I'd love to see a kill early on in the game, bloodthirsty man that I am, is that Hung isn't getting any freaking experience. He's not playing League of Legends.
It's like this is emotional and mental trauma being inflicted onto Hung here. He is still level 1. He started Q. He burned his flash. We talked about Hung being the aggressive engine. This engine, it's not even stalled at this point. This thing is broken down. You're on the side of a highway, and there is no cell service. You cannot call for anyone to assist you.
Yeah, you know those people that, like, they'll drive their car. My father's one of these people. They'll drive their cars, and it'll get low on fuel, and they go, I'm going to see how long I can go without filling this up. And it starts sputtering because it's on fumes. I think whatever less than fumes is what Hung is running on right now. He's got literally nothing. He's picked up 1 camp and a quarter, and he just walked into the bot lane to die. He's dead. He literally just walks into the bot lane to die. The guy is. If I'm Hung,
I'm rage quitting.
Like
I'm rage quitting. Drew Levin can get as mad at me as he wants. He may understand, okay? If I am good at being convincing, he might lift any punishment that is inflicted on me for rage quitting this game, as On taken very low. We've focused so much on the jungler over the past 3.5 minutes, Dia. We haven't even had time to check in on the lanes, but there's a lot of scrapping happening on this bot side.
And there's about to be a little bit more. Knight shows up. Of course, we know Hung can't do anything about this because he has been delayed to the maximum. Hung is starting to show up here. Tangyuan actually teleporting down, so for a second, Knight shows bot lane. He gets a teleport out. He drags the jungler down again. This is still a win for BLG, and nothing happened on paper.
Yeah, all you really did was you burned the teleport off, so now Tangyuan does have the flash still available for himself, so it's still difficult to get a lock on to this Annie, but if they can get a favorable wave state for Knight, if they can bully Tangyuan out of this lane, it will set him behind, just not having that summoner spell available. For the time being, though, it seems like things have mostly gone back to some form of normalcy. Hung is actually able to counter jungle this time around on the respawned Krugs and is actually level 3. So, you know, 3 out of 4 abilities unlocked ain't bad at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, the real struggle here is that he's going to be outside of the damage that he's already suffered to his psyche in the first couple minutes of this game. Also significantly delayed on the major power spike that you talked about. He wants to hit level 6. Not just Vise generally, but Hung specifically. We just saw him play Lee Sin in the way that he did. This is a guy who wants access to the backline. He wants it free, he wants it clean, and he wants it fast. And Vise gives you all of that, and he's going to get it like 3 minutes late.
He is, and I also think that not only does this affect Hung singularly, but this affects the rest of LGD. How are they going to be able to get these fights started, right? Crisp is in a similar situation XP-wise, where Seraphine isn't going to be getting level 6 on the same timer that their solo laners are. Hung is going to be delayed in his level 6, so this just means LGD can't really actually initiate any of these fights, as we do look top lane. Bertle completely whiffing the equalizer, but wants to get the kill.
Anyways, and actually forces Flash into Wenbo as well. So Bertle's Rumble pick at the very least has been delivering on what LGD used it for. Lane priority.
Right.
And the chance to make this a tool that they can win the game with later. As to whether that happens, we still don't know. Yes, the early game has rocketed out of LGD's control to the tune of 1 dragon so far, and of course the 1 kill. But as early games out of control go, it could also be significantly worse.
Yeah, they've brought it back to somewhere where they can actually cordially farm and, you know, get experience. I think that BLG, obviously a 2.3k gold lead at less than 7 minutes is still extremely bad and very detrimental, and Hung is literally down like half the CS of his counterpart, but I still think that, you know, compared to the first few minutes, it's all right. I'm really trying to be optimistic here about the level of competitiveness here in this game, because again, like I said, if you don't have these engage tools, it's hard for you to actually look for these plays. You have to be doing stuff like this, which is going to rely on dives, because now Wenbo is in trouble.
To the other side, Wenbo does get stunned, and he gets stunned outside of tower range as well. Tangyuan ends up moving up with Hung to make the play happen, but now Knight is here to try and collect the kill, make this a 1-for-1. Is going to look for it with the Shroud, tries to walk up on Tangyuan, actually flashes on him, but does not collect the kill. Shun is here as well just to watch these 3 walk away, and when Hung isn't able to step up, Tangyuan helps him pick up the slack.
Agent Shun. He is surrounded by LGD members, though Bertle can't really move to help him.
I mean, surely Hung doesn't die here. He does lose the Grump, but the man is fine. Ends up surviving this. Bertle gets to keep farming up just fine up against Knight. A solo kill here would not be unimaginable given Knight's
oh my god, it
performance
didn't kill the
in
wave.
the LPL, but unfortunately that cannon minion surviving does let Shun start walking underneath the tower, tanks up a lot of damage, but Bertle again survives.
Yeah. Knight not able to land that shuriken flip off of the wall stun will allow the Rumble to get out, but still he's forced to reset, he's forced to teleport back to lane, and BLG still have control over this top side. So all things considered, they will get the grubs. They will at least walk away with some type of advantage, even if they could have gotten the kill and gotten the grubs. At least they got one of those things.
Oh my god.
And they canceled on back. So BM from Shun.
Yeah, that's tilting. That's an emote moment, I think. That's what emotes were really intended for. As it stands, though, I mean, you know, we had mentioned that the early game, obviously not going super well for LGD. The fact that they're clawing something back is great. And this actually reminds me a lot of game number 1 for BLG, where, remember, Xiaoyu gets a double kill like 1 minute. It's a trash way to start the game. But they end up making it work. They end up making it competitive in the early game. And ultimately, BLG win the game because they're able to stabilize it. And I am seeing a decent amount of that from LGD right now. Yes, Hung got behind, but that's not out of control. He's level 6 now, and he's ready to make a gank bot lane. He finds On, immediately locks him up, and Shun is on the way, but Shun is a little bit late. Hong gets to pick up the kill, and Viper looks for an answer. Flash into Xiaoyu should be able to find it, and even through the shield will do so as Knight comes down. Hong is now running for his life away from Shun, but an ace in the hole will finish him off. A double kill for Viper, and it's just as LGD started to come back.
And Viper, I mean, he's been collecting plates. You can see how low the bot side tier 1 is. He's so much further ahead than Xiaoyu. He can go for the 1v2, and he manages to get a double kill for himself. Xiaoyu and Crisp just not prepared, don't have enough damage, and don't have enough distance to actually follow up with that engage from Hung outside of the Deadly Flourish. Now Wenbo is potentially in trouble. A trade of ultimates from top laners, but looks like it is going to be fine for now.
On throws his in there for good measure. Just, you know, participating in the top lane for now.
Yeah. You know, he's trying to include himself in the scuffling activity there, but going back to this replay here, yeah, I mean, Hung, access to level 6, this is exactly what you're supposed to do when you have the cease and desist. You look for a play, but the thing is, Xiaoyu basically costs his entire health bar just to support his jungler going for that kill. He basically puts himself right in the line of fire, both literally and metaphorically. Viper is able to easily pick him up with the flash follow, and then Xiaoyu following as well does end up going, or Hung rather, ends up going down. So Viper now in a really commanding position. I feel like unless you're able to make up the difference somewhere else, or you're able to punish this Caitlyn at some point, there's no world where you will ever be able to contest these future dragons as LGD.
Yeah, to me, Bertle has to essentially transcend, because Tongyamon's not going to do it. I mean,
our Bertle believing has to come through in like full force.
Yeah. He's got to become a top prospect, top laner in the LPL for this game to be won, because as it is, Annie's not going to pick up this slack just as a champion. She's not going to do it. And there's a 2,000 gold lead in the bot lane. That is more than half an item that Viper is up on Xiaoyu. It is going to be a mad mid-game transition for this Caitlyn, and that's going to be with 2 dragons backing her up, as Shun, of course with the pressure that Viper had earlier, is able to just grab these.
Ana's in the area as well. You can see they're looking to try and put a dive onto Wenbo, but Flash is available for Aurora. Ult is coming off of cooldown, and Lux is here to peel. Let's see how it goes.
This better work, but teleport.
All right,
it doesn't.
And foiled again. But LGD maybe looking for a cheeky engage onto On, but he's maybe gonna fall for it.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I mean, what LGD really wanted, they can get it. Like, that's what the ult from Vi is for, and a kill on the support is something. It's something for their time.
But it's an ultimate for a support. It really feels like the trade at this point isn't great for LGD when they're having to expend that many resources just to kill one of the less valuable members on BLG at this point in the game. Luckily, though, it is at a timer where it's kind of difficult for BLG to punish that. No objective will be up for a while. We've still got a little less than a minute and a half until the Herald spawns. So by then, all the ultimates will be back up. And Flash, crucially, will be there for Hung as well. So some engage potential will be there for LGD. And this is kind of the moment where we were hoping if the game was at parity gold-wise, they would start looking for those engages. They would start looking for those plays that we saw in game number 2. But Dia, the gold difference is very much so not in parity.
Yeah, this is hugely BLG favored, because, I mean, at this point in the game, 3,000 gold means a lot, especially when 2,000 of it is on one person. Viper, I know we said Bertle needs to transcend. Viper's actually the one doing it right now. He's going to be a full item ahead of anyone else in the lobby if they keep up at this pace, as first tower has already fallen in the bot lane. He's taken a good chunk out of the second one in top lane as well. And things could not be going better for an AD carry to be drafting yourself a lane where you were completely in charge and manifesting that 3-0 2.3 KO.
And despite the Herald spawning in 10 seconds, you can see BLG really have no reason to hastily go for that objective. They want to continue influencing the map as a whole. They don't want to all group up in order to take an objective. They're trying to play this game fast and choke out LGD before they can group up and look for this wombo combo that their team comp is built around. So good awareness there from BLG, just recognizing what LGD want to do and not really giving them any moments or opportunities to actually accomplish that.
Viper's legit 2 items, by the way. Xiaoya has a Yomu's and a Cull.
Doesn't even have it completed.
Viper's 2 items. It's just the reality that LGD are dealing with right now. This is a good flash, though, from Tangyuan if they can find Viper, but Viper gets away, flashing out over the wall, completely safe now on Caitlyn. I say as Hung jumps on top of him.
Oh, he got him!
Hung picks up the kill, plays hero for a moment. It is 2 for 3 in the favor of BLG, but killing Viper is an unimaginable buff.
That is absolutely worth it for BLG, and I mean, Shun now isn't really able to advance to the river at all to threaten the Herald. There's nothing that will come of getting more kills at the end of the day. He's going to have to reset instead. So LGD finally find their way onto Viper, and crucially, he loses his flash. Dragon is up in about a minute once we get back from this replay, so that is something Caitlyn won't have going into that fight. But on this replay, you can see Viper gets aggressed onto, but Hung just with the flash. Viper not respecting that summoner spell is possibly available for the Vi. He gets taken down, trades his life for it, but as we have said, that is so unimaginably in favor of LGD being able to shut down Viper and get all of that gold.
I mean, it cuts down Viper's lead on Xiaoya by like 30%, and it completely reverses Hong, who was behind in gold earlier. He's now ahead. I mean, he's ahead technically. He's even with Shun, but that is a big remedy for an early game that sucked for Hong.
It really did, and Dragon, 20 seconds here. You can see that LGD zoned off from the bot side just because even though Viper went down, this is still his 2-item Caitlyn. He still inst clears waves. And so BLG are going to just hold on to control over this zone that allows LGD to cross over to possibly contest the neutral objective spawning in just a couple of seconds. But crucially, Herald is still here, and Tangyuan is caught, by the way.
Should be able to get out, but Shun flashes to secure the kill. With that numbers advantage, I think it makes it an easy Rift Herald for BLG.
Can certainly go for it, as we do still have ultimate now from Shun, so we'll certainly sway the 50-50 in favor of BLG, but he's more concerned with fighting.
Stepping 1 foot out of line once again, and Encore will connect with him, and trading 1 for 1 is all right, but when you trade jungler for mid laner, the objective becomes available.
It does. LGD going to go toward that top side. Herald should be there. So without a jungler, BLG don't really have the opportunity to trade necessarily for the neutrals. They will try to trade for a turret, but I don't believe the remaining wave is big enough, so that will stand. to where now the rest of LGD can cover for that wave. But they don't really have great wave clear and or damage, so I think this is going to go to BLG regardless, Dia. They do manage to find at least something back in return for losing the game.
And a standing gold going the way of BLG is propping up still a pretty massive gold lead, but it is still propping it up. These are the things that matter the most, are the temporary objectives, the dragons that BLG have been able to collect on timers. If they're able to get access to Mountain Soul, it should be great.
We're gonna get a replay here of how exactly Tong Yuan got picked off here. The way he was moving made me think there might even just be like a 15% possibility he was looking elsewhere on the map, pans his camera back to his character and sees that he is being jumped onto. Speaking of being jumped onto, as we go back to live.
Once again, Tong Yuan. It's almost like a replay. It's not.
It's a replay inside of a replay. You know, I've seen Inception. Feels awfully similar.
If Inception wait, what? Wait, why is this tower not dead?
It's dead. And now. So, LGD will manage to get a turret on that top side, but Dia, I feel like top side tier 1 really doesn't have as much relevancy to the map anymore, because now the big focal point is going to be on the dragons, which BLG are on soul point for, and you still have to deal with tier 1 being up for BLG in mid and bot, so your ability to push up that vision line is stagnated. While you look on the other side, BLG have taken both of those outers. They're going to be able to get some deep wards on you ahead of that objective. So I think in the next few minutes, I'm really going to be looking at what LGD can do in the siege department. Can they threaten these turrets? Can they maybe get some priority around that area? Because if neither of those things, neither of those boxes are checked off by the time this Drake spawns, it's going to be a soul almost surely going over to BLG.
Oh my god, this is exactly what we need to do though! Assassination missions on Viper, who just doesn't get to play League of Legends!
Nope, Viper is it's on site for Hung. He really doesn't like he wishes that Caitlyn and Vi were enemies in Arcane. He had he subscribes to that being like a way more fun story, so he is just flash ulting him, making sure that he cannot have any kind of peace in this game. Though crucially, Viper does still hold on to that summoner spell. So as long as he is able to have flash by the time Dragon spawns, I'm not too worried about him dying.
I will say, you know, like speaking of flash, the good news for all that Viper was unable to press his buttons is that he was also unable to press his flash button. So having that actually kind of good. I can see how this could work in BLG's favor around objectives. As you say, 2 minutes out. That's really the big thing to look at for both LGD and BLG, because it'll make LGD's game so much harder if this Mountain Soul goes over to BLG. I mean, they're already tough to kill, but the 3,000 gold lead has neither shrunk nor grown in the last little while. It's oscillated back and forth, but at the moment, BLG have stayed just as far ahead as they were earlier, which as gold becomes less valuable, actually is favoring LGD, if anything can.
LGD are a comp built around team fighting, and I think that we're going to see that put to the test in about a minute and a half here. But Dia, my biggest concern, on top of Viper still being super strong as this Caitlyn, Knight has been growing that gold lead substantially over the course of this game. He only has 1 kill, but he is almost flame horizoning Tong Yuan at 23 minutes into the game. So he'll be really strong going into this fight. And if you're looking to 5v5, a flank from an Akali can break that up real fast, as Hung is still gets hit by the binding.
Binding, hitbox, Omega lol. Xiaoya is going to fall as well. The 1 pick was certain. The second sort of given over for free. BLG now get Baron as a result. And and I'm going to be molding about that hitbox for a while. If there's one
I
thing
might
I
be
love,
too.
Quacks, it's, I love an underdog story. I love seeing LGD fight their way back. That was a tough way to see him go. And you remember when we said that Knight was Omega farmed? Well, that's the manifestation of it.
We've moved on from farming minions to farming champions. Double for Knight as he's just going on to Bertle.
Let's get the ultimate down. Bertle does almost turn things on Knight, but Wenbo's here to help clean up. And as the Baron falls, so do all three members of LGD. That is a delayed and unofficial, but an ace nonetheless. And BLG now finally grow that gold lead, doubling it in under 2 minutes and heading towards the soul. There can't be many nails in a coffin. I don't actually know how many you need, but it's a dead body inside. But this has got to be one of the few.
I certainly agree with you. And that last play from Knight, there's only one thing that I have to say, Dia. Knight MVP.
Nice. I've seen enough.
I've seen enough. He has one flashy play, and he gets a triple kill. Knight MVP. That's just the way the world works. All right. Any good play from the guy, he gets the MVP. Doesn't get a good play, still gets MVP. I didn't make the rules. As now BLG with the Soul, with the Baron, with a massive, almost 7,000 gold lead for themselves, are barreling down in bot lane. Knight 2 in the mid lane, so a nice 4-1 split coming from them.
Does not seem stoppable, to be honest. Bertle's still waiting on ulti, and that's not going to save the inhibitor. The tower's already gone. How much more are we waiting for? Hung is again on this crazy flank that really worked in game 1, but against Knight is not going to work nearly as well. Hasn't been spotted just yet, but should be just in time for BLG to turn things around onto him. Quick pop from On. Just to look for the Vi. They know he's around here somewhere.
It's so difficult for Hung to get any kind of angle at this point, because even if you do manage to find a key priority target to hit with the cease and desist, there's no guarantee that A, that person is going to die right away, or B, that person isn't going to flash and take you deeper into the weeds where you will subsequently get one shot the moment you're out of your own ult animation. So Hung has to be really selective with how he manages to start out any of these fights, but beggars can't be choosers. He doesn't have a lot of options left, Dia.
Knight is so scary right now. I mean, like, ever since you started mentioning the fact that he'd been silently moving up in the side. He still hasn't technically Flame Horizon, but he is incredibly close to doing so. And
he's on a lane by himself.
5,000 gold up. That guy is anybody who steps up to him is going to die. Speaking of people who get chosen to die, Viper was chosen by LGD, and that does get completed. Wenbo gets out over the wall. The majority of BLG survive. But the base from LGD, constantly under threat by Knight, who, by the way, with all that,
Flame
Horizon, Donghyun.
Has to be careful. Does have flash available, so should survive the plethora of burn damage coming through from LGD. Is now On. Has to be careful.
Almost thought that another binding was going to come up in BLG. We're going to be able to turn it, but not quite going to be the case. 2 minutes and a half until the Baron 3, until Elder Dragon, which, if we can't find a way to win decisively a team fight in the next 3 minutes by LGD, they're just losing the game.
They are. I think that LGD built a comp around team fighting, and I think I've maybe seen a total of 0 5v5s in this game. It has all just been BLG finding picks, finding plays, being able to scale up a lot of their late game counterpart. Actually, I take that back. There was one 5v5 that we saw, Dia. It was technically a 4v4, but it was level 1 at the Raptors. That is like the most we have gotten. That is literally the closest we have gotten to a team fight, was level 1 when the game just started. That is how isolated all of these picks and all of these plays have been. There has been very little actual team fighting in this game.
is that, I mean, I agree, it's what the comp does. Is that a bad thing? Because LGD, had they 5v5'd, would have been, well, not doing this, not picking off individual members. But I guess they're going to 5v5 whether they like it or not, because BLG sniffed this play out immediately. Wenbo goes to the engage on Murder, just gets slowed up, takes a bit of damage, but LGD get out of this. Everyone's here. Literally everyone is in this side of the map. But no Quacks. They deny us our wish once again. No 5v5s here.
Baron up in a little less than a minute. Elder following shortly after by about 30 to 45 seconds itself. And Hung is disappearing into the jungle. Will actually be spotted by that control ward. Knight is, he's on the prowl.
Will they find Hung? I mean, yes, they will. And I'm looking around the rest of the map. 20 seconds to Baron, so it looks like they're going to find more than that as well.
All right, well, Hung was, they caught a shiny one, all right? He was out in the wild. Now,
oh God.
They're not even going for the Baron. They're just going straight for kills. Knight teleports.
And Knight can genuinely 1v2 this as well. If Xiaoya base checks this, which they very well might, not. Bertle's around looking for Knight. I mean, credit to LGD. They are positioned well to at least save their AD carry, try and find a way to turn things around, but Chris gets insta-deleted. Xiaoya's here as well, getting taken out in a 2 versus 4. I've seen enough! Give Knight the MVP!
Blue team's inhibitor has respawned.
Tell you what, oh my lord! The golden left hand, ladies and gentlemen. Need I say more? Give Knight the MVP.
It's actually never been easy. BLG are in the base right now. Tang Yuan is far, far gone from this world as Knight comes back to finish that kill off. Hung is doing God knows what. This is basically a replication of the early game, but somehow Hung is coming out even worse. It has been a tough game for LGD. Hung does have one thing in mind, and it is Caitlyn. Very canonically accurate, but unfortunately for him, even the cannon cannot save. BLG, they've got an exposed Nexus. They've got an exposed LGD as even Knight looks for these last kills on Crisp and Xiaoya, but will focus now, hopefully, on the Nexus as BLG do get the chance to pad their stats a little bit, knowing that they have full control of this game. They've regained it after a stumble in game number 2, but BLG remain the favorites and will finish that promise that they give to their viewers, to their fans, that they are the best team, and they are going to win these series that they should win.
Yeah. If ever you needed a convincing win, that is the convincing win that we were hoping for at the beginning of this best of 3 Dia. That was such a well-played game from every member on BLG. The ones we've highlighted having struggles, the ones we've highlighted having security in their play, does not matter. That was BLG at their best, no doubt about it. And Knight making me like more pink than my blazer here. Man, that last play, holy moly, that was some absolutely crazy stuff.
It's not a good time to be colorblind. I just learned that your blazer was pink. I went this whole broadcast thinking it was white. So that's you know.
It's got like some white on it. Well, no, not really. It's like lighter pink. The camera doesn't really do it fully justice. Okay, I need better lighting. If anyone wants to donate, all right, I can open up a fund. But anyway,
yeah, where's our coffee read? Hold up. Yeah. No, I mean, this was to get back to it, because colorblindness is real, and you know that's tough. We did have an incredible series, and like you said, Knight played an incredible game, especially at the very end there. You could see that LGD knew what they were supposed to do. They knew that they had their win conditions locked in, I think, by picking off these like individual players, by looking for fights. But I was hearing you during this game talk about how you would have rather seen them team fight, and I was wondering, now that we're post game, how I mean, I wanted to talk about that a little bit more, because they were so far behind that I was thinking, well, 5v5s, does that really favor them? Would it have been better for them to invest in 5v5s?
At that point, no. Because you're so far behind that the 5v5s doesn't matter. But like early to mid game, when it was within arm's distance of being able to be brought back for LGD, you've got more AoE, you've got more circles equals better team fighting. That's just the calculus and how League of Legends works. But at no point did it feel like LGD were on even ground with BLG. Even from minute number 1, we felt physical pain watching Hung having to traverse the jungle in the first 4 minutes of the match. It was very difficult to witness, and from there it just kind of felt like the pain never disappeared. It spread to every other member of LGD and they just distributed it equally.
Yeah, that was, I mean, watching Hung walk around the map was one thing. Watching him walk into bot lane to try and make something happen and insta-die to Caitlyn Lux was, I think, the manifestation of the worst thing that could have happened to LGD, is when one role, especially your jungler, being set behind becomes everyone else's problem on a major scale. As it was, from that point on, we did see some redemption plays from Hung. I really liked that even though he was set so far behind, he did get some good pickoff plays. He knew and played to his role, as we will so often see with champions with roles like this. Once you get set behind, it can be very easy to take your hands off the game and go, actually, I need to farm. I'm too far behind to do this. We didn't see that with Hung, which, despite the fact that they lost the game convincingly, was a good news story for me. And that's all that I was looking for LGD in this series, was a good news story, because the win against BLG was so low percent.
I do think that them even just being able to take a game is going to inspire a lot of confidence for this team going forward at a point in the season where, albeit it is still very new here in the summer split, a lot of people were concerned about this team. I mean, after their first initial win against EDG, which was sketchy in of itself, if I'm being honest here, a lot of people were just genuinely like, is this team actually going to be able to be a real threat to some of the other top teams in Ascend that are already starting to brew around the LPL? And I feel like just winning against BLG does answer that question, yes. Even though you lose the series at your ceiling, you're able to actually take games off the best team in the LPL. And if they can just capture that and make it a bit more consistent, I think this is a team that will be very fun to watch the progression of them throughout the split.
So we were not on this broadcast, but Cubby and Yanni were doing a broadcast for the LGD series again last week. And they brought up in their pre-show where they thought LGD would end the split, and both of them agreed that LGD would end the split in 6th place. I'm not holding you to this. You haven't had a lot of time to think about it. Where do you fall on this, having seen this series?
I would say it's tough too, because I think that Thunder Talk are really good. So I don't think I can, in good conscience, say that LGD look more solid than Thunder Talk. So I would probably agree with them. I would probably say 6th.
Okay. That seems to be the consensus. I'm obviously hoping for something a little bit higher, but that is just me enjoying being a fan of good League of Legends. And as we said during this game of underdog stories, and LGD are absolutely an underdog in Ascend as a whole. Obviously minus 2 teams because Ascend is 8 teams, and we're predicting them at 6th. So they've definitely got something on the group. But it is really nice to see them back in Ascend, and I am hoping that they can aim a little bit higher. We will see as the season progresses whether they're able to capitalize on what they showed us today, Quacks, and actually invest into this identity that they are finding for themselves in Ascend and make that everyone else's problem. As we think about the end of show here, MVP, I know we were memeing on it. Do you think it's actually Knight?
Begrudgingly, I will agree for it to be Knight. Yes. I mean, Like, because part of me really wants to give Viper his flowers. I think that, like, this guy has been so unreasonably bullied throughout the entire year. Anytime even something remotely goes wrong for BLG, Viper is, like, the first guy that gets the blame. So to see, like, a redemption story come through from him, because he has been playing really well in Split 3, like, that would be something I absolutely support. But I can't, like, you know what? I am not above hype moments and aura. And Knight's play on the bot side was the personification of those things. So I'm giving him MVP for this game. And if he got MVP for both wins, then I think it's logical he gets it for the series.
Yeah, I'm on board with you that, like, first of all, I think that Knight he has a good argument for deserving MVP, as does Viper. And right. I would be happy with either of them, as you had mentioned. I think we're absolutely on the same page about that. And I think the one step further is that, you know, I think that the broadcast is going to give it to Knight. Because why would you not? This is one of those moments that, yes, BLG won a game, but like you said, it was incredibly flashy play from Knight to make it happen, and especially in those final moments to seal the doom, shall we say, of LGD. Yeah. It was a great series, and Viper did manage this lead well. The Caitlyn pick so early on is something that even a couple metas ago I would have been absolutely shocked to see, but now is feeling more and more like something that Viper can just pick up and dominate with.
I feel like Viper just has so many different champions that he's proficient on. I think that the Ezreal is obviously the one that comes to everybody's mind immediately, but in this split, he's already had 2 games of Xerath. He's won both of them, and he looked good doing it on top of that. And then you can add the Caitlyn to the list, which I think has transferred over from split number 2, as I would say that was probably his best champion back in spring as well. There are just a lot of characters this guy can play, and I think that versatility is something that we highlighted for all of BLG going into this series. If the best of 3 did end up going the distance, does end up coming to fruition in the end, and I think that Viper showed that in spades throughout this series. So a lot of credit over to him, a lot of credit over to BLG for maintaining the sharpness of having all of these different tools to be able to bust out whenever the moment needs it to.
You can already tell from the editing of the highlights reel, guys. You can tell. You can see it coming from a mile away. That is a Knight MVP. It's probably a Knight Series MVP as well. I mean, and to talk a little bit about the series for Knight, I do think that, especially in Game 1, his Cassiopeia was exceptional. Especially, again, compared to what we had seen from them earlier, and it is only natural that he brings it to a stunning conclusion with the MVP here. 9-0-1, an insane game from him. Significantly lower KP than we saw out of Hung last game in his MVP, but remember, this guy was flame horizoning his lane opponent, so he didn't have time to participate in kills until the end game.
Not really. He was busy farming a side lane for 20 minutes, and then all of those resources just compounded into a really, really fun play on the bot side that I'm sure a bunch of people are going to be clipping and putting on social media as, oh my god, look at Knight, he did it again. I might be one of those people. But yeah, just overall, really solid series from BLG. I think that, again, we wanted to be convinced that this team was still in top form, that they were still the cream of the crop in the LPL. And a win like this convinces me that they can still just absolutely demolish anyone that they come across. And for LGD, I feel like it is a glimmer of hope of what this team can be if they can unlock that ceiling that we saw in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a win for both teams, as weird as it can be to say that, but the fact that we got the game 1 win from BLG with LGD having a lead and in the early game, I think they can go back and deconstruct that. They can learn a lot from how BLG approached that, and that's really good for them in the future. LGD won a game, so it looks really good for them, like proof that they can actually do it against a top team, and then BLG closed things out, which obviously, I mean, if they had lost versus LGD, it would have just been doom and gloom on their socials for like 8 years. So this was the best way that both teams could find a win. LGD had their advantages. In some cases, they managed to convert them, but ultimately, BLG, the anticipated better team, was able to come out on top, as it was foretold. Quacks, it has been an incredible day with some amazing League of Legends. We have got even more coming for you. If you liked watching both of these teams, they will both play again on Friday, I believe. I'm going to look at my notes. I'm straight up looking at my notes. So LGD are going to play WE on Friday, and BLG will be playing Top Esports on Friday as well. Of course, we have got more League of Legends for you coming up tomorrow. Thursday, NIP. It's a triple series day. We've got NIP, Weibo, EDG, WE, and Thunder Talk, JDG. And not just if you liked seeing these teams play, but if you liked watching us cast, you and I will be back for the WE-BLG series that is coming to you on Friday. A big thank you to everyone for tuning in, and a special thank you to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. I like the band Duran Duran, so anything like that is gonna make me happy. Their pledged financial contributions helps level up the broadcast and give back to all of the casting crew that strive to give you an LPL English product every day. And of course, they let Quacks dress as he is, very flashily. So thank you everyone for your support. It has been a wonderful day here on the LPL English. We look forward to seeing you for the rest of the week. And yeah, I think that's everything that I have to say. So Quacks and I will see you Friday, and we'll see you tomorrow.